Endangered Species by Gene Wolfe. Copyright 1989 by Gene Wolfe. Narrated by Gary Tipton.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Collection of more than 30 short stories, science fiction, fantasy, and horror, on themes found in folklore and fairy tales. Includes stories involving mysterious aliens, a physicist who creates submicroscopic worlds, survivors of a space accident, a science fiction hell, and the travels and travails of artificially liberated souls. 1989. From the book jacket. Endangered Species. Included are stories of Wolfe's famous Earth, The Cat, and The Map. Horror stories such as Kevin Malone and When I Was Ming the Merciless. Fantasies such as The Nebraskan and the Nereid, and science fiction such as The Woman the Unicorn Loved and the HORARS, HORARS, of War. More than 24 stories in all. In this big book by a writer whom others have compared to Mozart and to Melville. Endangered Species is another book of wonders from Gene Wolfe. About the author. Gene Wolfe is the most highly praised writer of the decade in the fantasy and science fiction field. His last 7 consecutive novels have been nominated for the major Best of the Year awards, and he is the winner of the Nebula Award, the World Fantasy Award, and many others for such works as The Book of the New Sun, Soldier of the Mist, and The Earth of the New Sun. But for more than 20 years he has been writing short fiction of equally high distinction, often winning the Short Story Awards. His earlier collection, The Island of Dr. Death and Other Stories, was a landmark volume in the SF field. Now, in Endangered Species, we have a second major gathering of Wolfe's fiction, collecting his best work of this decade and a number of superior stories from the entire range of his richly varied career. Other books by Gene Wolfe. Free Live Free. There Are Doors. Table of Contents. Introduction. Side 1, Tone 2. A Cabin on the Coast. Side 1, Tone 3. The Map. Side 1, Tone 4. Kevin Malone. Side 1, Tone 5. The Dark of the June. Side 2, Tone 1. The Death of Hyle. Side 2, Tone 2. From the Notebook of Dr. Stein. Side 2, Tone 3. Thag. Side 2, Tone 4. The Nebraskan and the Nereid. Side 2, Tone 5. In the House of Gingerbread. Side 3, Tone 1. The Headless Man. Side 3, Tone 2. The Last Thrilling Wonder Story. Side 3, Tone 3. House of Ancestors. Side 4, Tone 1. Our Neighbour by David Copperfield. Side 5, Tone 1. When I Was Ming the Merciless. Side 5, Tone 2. The God and His Man. Side 5, Tone 3. The Cat. Side 5, Tone 4. War Beneath the Tree. Side 5, Tone 5. Eyebem. Side 6, Tone 1. The Horrors of War. Side 6, Tone 2. The Detective of Dreams. Side 6, Tone 3. Peritonitis. Side 7, Tone 1. The Woman Who Loved the Centaur Pholus, Side 7, Tone 2. The Woman the Unicorn Loved, Side 7, Tone 3. The Peace Spy, Side 8, Tone 1. All the Hues of Hell, Side 8, Tone 2. Procreation, Side 8, Tone 3. 1. Creation, Side 8. 2. Recreation, Side 8. 3. The Sister's Account, Side 8. Lucora, Side 9, Tone 1. Suzanne de Lage, Side 9, Tone 2. Sweet Forest Maid, Side 9, Tone 3. My Book, Side 9, Tone 4. The Other Dead Man, Side 9, Tone 5. The Most Beautiful Woman on the World, Side 10, Tone 1. The Tale of the Rose and the Nightingale, and What Came of It, Side 10, Tone 2. Silhouette, Side 11, Tone 1. Introduction. Copyright 1989 by Gene Wolfe. At this point, it is traditional to state dogmatically that every short story must show a beginning, a middle, and an ending, the lash employed by editors and other critics to flog writers. And it is true enough that every story should, although it is not of much use to know it. Authors, and they are very rare, who commit stories lacking one of the three necessities, always believe the missing element present. And the truth is that a good story must have much more than that. It must have a voice that is not purposelessly changed, as that of the typical leader in When I Was Ming the Merciless. At least one character, the madman who composes My Book, for example, and at least one event to narrate, though in a few of these stories you may have to search carefully to find it. Most important, it must have a reader, which is the requirement most frequently overlooked. The same critics who spend hundreds of pages discussing various peculiarities of the author's supposed nature often devote none to that much more significant person, the reader for whom he wrote. I do not say this in jest, merely to entertain you. It is a failure that disqualifies a great deal of head-scratching and hypothesizing. It amounts to saying that the letter is more important than its recipient, the signal more important than the changing image created from it, the bait more important than the fish. It is, of course, a totalitarian error, born of the classroom. It springs from the habitual professorial demand that the assigned material be read, and his opinion of it be accepted without question. But stories are far older than any classroom. They came to be at a time when the storyteller knew his, more correctly her, for the first were almost certainly women, audience thoroughly, and was not in the least averse to altering his narration to fit it. The hearer, every true reader hears the tale in his mind's ear, is more central than the monstrous beast slain on the other side of the mountain, or the castle upon the hill of glass, or the mirror beyond which Jean's sister glimpses an ocean in The Sister's Account. Therefore, let me describe the reader for whom I wrote all these stories. I wrote them for you, not for some professor or for myself, and certainly not for the various editors who bought them, frequently very reluctantly, after they had been rejected by several others. You see, I am not an academic writing to be criticized. Academics think the criticism the most important part of the whole process, in which they are wholly wrong. Nor am I one of those self-indulgent people who write in order to admire their own cleverness at a later date. I do occasionally admire myself, but I am always made sorry for it afterward. A few days ago I heard a young writer say, "I've had fun, and this isn't it." He expressed my feeling exactly. Nor am I what is called a commercial writer, one who truckles to appease editors in the hope of making a great deal of money. There are easier ways to do that. This is simple truth. Tonight, you and I, with billions of others, are sitting around the fire we call the sun, telling stories, and from time to time it has been my turn to entertain. I have occasionally remembered that though you are not a child, there is a child alive in you still, for those in whom the child is dead will not hear stories. Thus I wrote War Beneath the Tree and certain others. Knowing, as you do, what it is to love and to lose love, you may appreciate A Cabin on the Coast. Because you have sometimes pitied others, I have told you Our Neighbour by David Copperfield. And because others have sometimes pitied you, The Headless Man. We have sought and not found, you and I. Thus The Map. Sought and found, and thus The Detective of Dreams. You are both a woman, amused by men, and a man, enthralled by women. You realize that it is only in our own time that life has become easy enough to permit a handful of us to abrogate our ancient alliance. Nearly every story here will reflect that, I think. Others depend upon you, the steady one, and you depend upon others. Your lively imagination is governed by reason. You find it difficult to make friends, though you are a good friend to those you have made. At certain times you have feared that you are insane, at others that you are the only sane person in the world. You are patient, and yet eager. Most important to me, you will be my willing partner in the making of all these stories, for no two readers have ever heard exactly the same story, and the real story is a thing that grows between the teller and the listener. If I have been wrong about you, you are welcome to tell me so the next time we meet. The same authorities who insist upon beginnings, middles, and ends declare that great literature, by which they mean the stories they have been taught to admire, is about love and death, while mere popular fiction like this is about sex and violence. One reader's sex, alas, is another's love, and one's violence another's death. I cannot tell you whether you will find love or sex in the Nebraskan and the Nereid, death or violence in Silhouette, or, as I hoped when I wrote it, new life, for there is more to life than sex, and a fresh beginning. A Cabin on the Coast. Copyright 1981 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Schuldene Sternen, edited by Peter Wilfert, Goldmann Verlag, Munich. It might have been a child's drawing of a ship. He blinked and blinked again. There were masts and sails, surely. One stack, perhaps another. If the ship were really there at all. He went back to his father's beach cottage, climbed the 5 wooden steps, wiped his feet on the cocoa mat. Lissy was still in bed, but awake, sitting up now. It must have been the squeaking of the steps, he thought. Aloud he said, "Sleep good?" He crossed the room and kissed her. She caressed him and said, "You shouldn't go swimming without a suit, dear wonderful swimmer. How was the Pacific?" "Peaceful. Cold. It's too early for people to be up, and there's nobody within a mile of here anyway." "Get into bed, then. How about the fish?" "Salt water makes the sheets sticky. The fish have seen them before." He went to the corner, where a shower-head poked from the wall. The beach cottage, Lissy called it a cabin, had running water of the sometimes and rusty variety. "They might bite 'em off. Sharks, you know. Little ones." "Castrating woman." The shower coughed, doused him with icy spray, coughed again. "You look worried." "No." "Is it your dad?" He shook his head, then thrust it under the spray, fingers combing his dark curly hair. "You think he'll come out here, today?" He withdrew, considering. "If he's back from Washington, and he knows we're here." "But he couldn't know, could he?" He turned off the shower and grabbed a towel, already damp and a trifle sandy. "I don't see how." "Only he might guess." Lissy was no longer smiling. "Where else could we go? Hey, what did we do with my underwear?" "Your place, your folks. Any motel." She swung long golden legs out of bed, still holding the sheet across her lap. Her breasts were nearly perfect hemispheres, except for the tender protrusions of their pink nipples. He decided he had never seen breasts like that. He sat down on the bed beside her. "I love you very much," he said. "You know that?" It made her smile again. "Does that mean you're coming back to bed?" "If you want me to." "I want a swimming lesson. What will people say if I tell them I came here and didn't go swimming?" He grinned at her. "That it's that time of the month." "You know what you are. You're filthy." She pushed him. "Absolutely filthy. I'm going to bite your ears off." Tangled in the sheet, they fell off the bed together. "There they are." "There what are?" "My bra and stuff. We must have kicked them under the bed." "Where are our bags?" "Still in the trunk. I never carried them in." "Would you get mine? My swimsuit's in it." "Sure," he said. "And put on some pants." "My suit's in my bag, too." He found his trousers and got the keys to the Triumph. Outside the sun was higher, the chill of the fall morning nearly gone. He looked for the ship and saw it. Then it winked out like a star. That evening they made a fire of driftwood and roasted the big, greasy Italian sausages he had brought from town, making giant hot dogs by clamping them in French bread. He had brought red supermarket wine, too. They chilled it in the Pacific. "I never ate this much in my life," Lissy said. "You haven't eaten anything yet." "I know, but just looking at this sandwich could make me full if I wasn't so hungry." She bit off the end. "Cuff, tough, woof." "What?" "Castrating woman. That's what you called me this morning, Tim. Now this is a castrating woman." "Don't talk with your mouth full." "You sound like my mother. Give me some wine. You're hogging it." He handed the bottle over. "It isn't bad if you don't object to a complete lack of character." "I sleep with you, don't I?" "I have character. It's just all rotten." "You said you wanted to get married." "Let's go. You can finish that thing in the car." "You drank half the bottle. You're too high to drive." "Bullshoot." Lizzie giggled. "You just said bullshoot. Now that's character." He stood up. "Come on, let's go. It's only 500 miles to Reno. We can get married there in the morning." "You're serious, aren't you?" "If you are." "Sit down." "You were testing me," he said. "That's not fair now, is it?" "You've been so worried all day. I wanted to see if it was about me, if you thought you'd made a terrible mistake." "We've made a mistake," he said. "I was trying to fix it just now." "You think your dad is going to make it rough for you?" "Us." "For us, because it might hurt him in the next election." He shook his head. "Not that." "All right, maybe partly that. But he means it, too. You don't understand him." "I've got a father myself." "Not like mine. Ryan was almost grown up before he left Ireland. Taught by nuns and all that. Besides, I've got 6 older brothers and 2 sisters. You're the oldest kid. Ryan's probably at least 15 years older than your folks." "Is that really his name, Ryan Neal?" "His full name is Timothy Ryan Neal, the same as mine. I'm Timothy Jr. He used Ryan when he went into politics because there was another Tim Neal around then, and we've always called me Tim to get away from the Junior." "I'm going to call him Tim again, like the nuns must have when he was young. Big Tim. You're Little Tim." "Okay with me. I don't know if Big Tim is going to like it." Something was moving, it seemed, out where the sun had set. Something darker against the dark horizon. "What made you Junior, anyway? Usually it's the oldest boy." "He didn't want it, and would never let Mother do it. But she wanted to, and I was born during the Democratic Convention that year." "He had to go, of course." "Yeah, he had to go, Lizzie. If you don't understand that, you don't understand politics at all. They hoped I'd hold off for a few days, and what the hell? Mother'd had 8 with no problems, Anyway, he was used to it. He was the youngest of 7 boys himself. So she got to call me what she wanted. But then she died. The word sounded thin and lonely against the pounding of the surf. Not because of that. Lissy upended the wine bottle. He saw her throat pulse 3 times. Will I die because of that, little Tim? I don't think so. He tried to think of something gracious and comforting. If we decide we want children, that's the risk I have to take. You have to take? Bullshoot. That both of us have to take. Do you think it was easy for Ryan, raising 9 kids by himself? You love him, don't you? Sure I love him. He's my father. And now you might be ruining things for him, for my sake. That's not why I want us to be married, Lissy. She was staring into the flames. He was not certain she had even heard him. Well, now I know why his pictures look so grim, so gaunt. He stood up again. If you're through eating... You want to go back to the cabin? You can screw me right here on the beach. There's nobody here but us. I didn't mean that. Then why go in there and look at the walls? Out here we've got the fire and the ocean. The moon ought to be up pretty soon. It would be warmer. With just that dinky little kerosene stove? I'd rather sit here by the fire. In a minute I'm going to send you off to get me some more wood. You can run up to the cabin and get a shirt, too, if you want to. I'm okay. Traditional roles. Big Tim must have told you all about them. The woman has the babies and keeps the home fires burning. You're not going to end up looking like him, though, are you, little Tim? I suppose so. He used to look just like me. Really? He nodded. He had his picture taken just after he got into politics. He was running for ward committeeman, and he had a poster made. We've still got the picture, and it looks a lot like me with a high collar and a funny hat. She knew, didn't she? Lissy said. For a moment he did not understand what she meant. Now, go and get some more wood. Only don't wear yourself out, because when you come back, we're going to take care of that little thing that's bothering you, and we're going to spend the night on the beach. When he came back, she was asleep, but he woke her, carrying her up to the beach cottage. Next morning, he woke up alone. He got up and showered and shaved, supposing that she had taken the car into town to get something for breakfast. He had filled the coffee pot and put it on before he looked out the shoreside window and saw the Triumph still waiting near the road. There was nothing to be alarmed about, of course. She had awakened before he had and gone out for an early dip. He had done the same thing himself the morning before. The little patches of green cloth that were her bathing suit were hanging over the back of a rickety chair, but then they were still damp from last night. Who would want to put on a damp, clammy suit? She had gone in naked just as he had. He looked out the other window, wanting to see her splashing in the surf, waiting for him. The ship was there, closer now, rolling like a derelict. No smoke came from its clumsy funnel, and no sails were set, but dark banners hung from its rigging. Then there was no ship, only wheeling gulls and the empty ocean. He called her name, but no one answered. He put on his trunks and a jacket and went outside. A wind had smoothed the sand. The tide had come, obliterating their fire, reclaiming the driftwood he had gathered. For 2 hours he walked up and down the beach, calling, telling himself there was nothing wrong. When he forced himself not to think of Lissy dead, he could only think of the headlines, the 90 seconds of 10 o'clock news, how Ryan would look, how Pat, all his brothers, would look at him. And when he turned his mind from that, Lissy was dead again. Her pale hair snarled with kelp as she rolled in the surf, green crabs feeding from her arms. He got into the Triumph and drove to town. At the little brick station he sat beside the desk of a fat cop and told his story. The fat cop said, "Kid, I can see why you want us to keep it quiet." Tim said nothing. There was a paperweight on the desk, a baseball of white glass. "You probably think we're out to get you, but we're not. Tomorrow we'll put out a missing persons report, but we don't have to say anything about you or the senator in it, and we won't. Tomorrow? We got to wait 24 hours in case she should show up. That's the law. But, kid—" the fat cop glanced at his notes. "Tim." "Right, Tim. She ain't going to show up. You got to get yourself used to that. She could be—" Without wanting to, he let it trail away. "Where? You think she snuck off and went home? She could walk out to the road and hitch, but you say her stuff's still there. Kidnapped? Nobody could have pulled her out of bed without waking you up. Did you kill her?" "No." Tears he could not hold back were streaming down his cheeks. "Right. I've talked to you, and I don't think you did. But you're the only one that could have. If her body washes up, we'll have to look into that." Tim's hands tightened on the wooden arms of the chair. The fat cop pushed a box of tissues across the desk. "Unless it washes up, though, it's just a missing person, okay? But she's dead, kid, and you're going to have to get used to it. Let me tell you what happened." He cleared his throat. "She got up while you were still asleep, probably about when it started to get light. She did just what you thought she did, went out for a nice refreshing swim before you woke up. She went out too far, and probably she got a cramp. The ocean's cold as hell now. Maybe she yelled, but if she did, she was too far out, and the waves covered it up. People think drowners holler like fire sirens, but they don't. They don't have that much air. Sometimes they don't make any noise at all." Tim stared at the gleaming paperweight. "The current here runs along the coast. You probably know that. Nobody ought to go swimming without somebody else around, but sometimes it seems like everybody does it. We lose a dozen or so a year. In maybe 4 or 5 cases we find them. That's all." The beach cottage looked abandoned when he returned. He parked the Triumph and went inside and found the stove still burning, his coffee perked to tar. He took the pot outside, dumped the coffee, scrubbed the pot with beach sand, and rinsed it with salt water. The ship, which had been invisible through the window of the cottage, was almost plain when he stood waist-deep. He heaved the coffee pot back to shore and swam out some distance, but when he straightened up in the water, the ship was gone. Back inside, he made fresh coffee and packed Lissy's things in her suitcase. When that was done, he drove into town again. Ryan was still in Washington, but Tim told his secretary where he was. "Just in case anybody reports me missing," he said. She laughed. "It must be pretty cold for swimming." "I like it," he told her. "I want to have at least one more long swim." "All right, Tim. When he calls, I'll let him know. Have a good time." "Wish me luck," he said, and hung up. He got a hamburger and more coffee at a Jack-in-the-Box and went back to the cottage and walked a long way along the beach. He had intended to sleep that night, but he did not. From time to time he got up and looked out the window at the ship, sometimes visible by moonlight, sometimes only a dark presence in the lower night sky. When the first light of dawn came, he put on his trunks and went into the water. For a mile or more, as well as he could estimate the distance, he could not see it. Then it was abruptly close, the long oars like the legs of a water spider, the funnel belching sparks against the still dim sky, sparks that seemed to become new stars. He swam faster then, knowing that if the ship vanished, he would turn back and save himself, knowing, too, that if it only retreated before him, retreated forever, he would drown. It disappeared behind a cobalt wave, reappeared. He sprinted and grasped at the sea-slick shaft of an oar, and it was like touching a living being. Quite suddenly he stood on the deck, with no memory of how he came there. Bare feet pattered on the planks, but he saw no crew. A dark flag lettered with strange script flapped aft, and some vague recollection of a tour of a naval ship with his father years before made him touch his forehead. There was a sound that might have been laughter or many other things. The captain's cabin would be aft too, he thought. He went there, bracing himself against the wild roll, and found a door. Inside, something black crouched upon a dais. "I've come for Lizzie," Tim said. There was no reply, but a question hung in the air. He answered it almost without intending to. "I'm Timothy Ryan Neal, and I've come for Lizzie. Give her back to me." That light, it seemed, dissolved the blackness. Cross-legged on the dais, a slender man in tweeds sucked at a long clay pipe. "It's Irish, are ye?" he asked. "American," Tim said. "With such a name, I don't believe you. Where's your feathers?" "I want her back," Tim said again. "And if you don't get her?" "Then I'll tear the ship apart. You'll have to kill me or take me too." "Spoken like a true son of the old sod," said the man in tweeds. He scratched a kitchen match on the sole of his boot and lit his pipe. "Sit down, will ye? I don't fancy looking up like that. It hurts me neck. Sit down, and 'tis possible we can strike an agreement." "This is crazy," Tim said. "The whole thing is crazy." "It is that," the man in tweeds replied. "And there's much, much more comin'. Ye'd best brace for it, Tim, me lad. Now sit down." There was a stout wooden chair behind Tim, where the door had been. He sat. "Are you about to tell me you're a leprechaun? I warn you, I won't believe it." "Me? One of them scamperin', thievin', cobblin' little misers? I'd shoot myself. Me name's Daniel O'Donoghue, King o' Connaught. Do you believe that, now?" "No," Tim said. "What would you believe, then?" "That this is, some way, somehow, what people call a saucer. That you and your crew are from a planet of another sun." Daniel laughed. "'Tis a close encounter you're having, is it? Would you like to see me as a tiny green man with horns like a snail's? I can do that, too." "Don't bother." "All right, I won't, though 'tis a good shape. A man can take it and be whatever he wants, one of the people of peace, or a bit o' a man from Mars. I've used it for both, and there's nothing better." "You took Lizzie," Tim said. "And how would you be knowing that?" "I thought she'd drowned." "Did you now?" "And that this ship, or whatever it is, was just a sign, an omen. I talked to a policeman, and he as good as told me, but I didn't really think about what he said until last night, when I was trying to sleep." "Is it a dream you're having? Did ye ever think on that?" "If it's a dream, it's still real," Tim said doggedly. "And anyway, I saw your ship when I was awake yesterday, and the day before." "Or you're dreaming now, ye did. But go on wi' it." "He said Lizzie couldn't have been abducted because I was in the same bed, and that she'd gone out for a swim in the morning and drowned. But she could have been abducted if she had gone out for the swim first, if someone had come for her with a boat, and she wouldn't have drowned because she didn't swim good enough to drown. She was afraid of the water. We went in yesterday, and even with me there, she would hardly go in over her knees. So it was you." "You're right, you know," Daniel said. He formed a little steeple of his fingers. "'Twas us." Tim was recalling stories that had been read to him when he was a child. "Fairies steal babies, don't they? And brides. Is that why you do it? So we'll think that's who you are?" "Bless ye, 'tis true," Daniel told him. "'Tis the fair folk we are. The gin of the desert, too, and the saucer riders ye say ye credit, and 40 score more. Would ye be liking to see me, wi' me goatskin breeches and me panpipe?" He chuckled. "Have you never wondered why we're so much alike the world over? Or thought that we don't always know just which shape's the best for a place? So the Naiads and the Dryads might as well be the ladies o' the Deenie Shee. Do you know what the folk of the Barbary coast call the hell that's under their sea?" Tim shook his head. "Why, 'tis Dom Daniel. I wonder why that is, now. Tim, ye say you want this girl." That's right.
And ye say there'll be trouble and plenty for us if ye don't have her. But let me tell ye now that if ye don't get her, wi' our blessing to boot, ye'll drown. Hold your tongue, can't ye? For 'tis worse than that. If ye don't get her, wi' our blessing, 'twill be seen that ye were drowning now. Do ye take me meaning?
I think so. Close enough.
Ah, that's good, that is. Now here's me offer. Do you remember how things stood before we took her?
Of course.
They'll stand so again, if ye but do what I tell ye. 'Tis yourself that will remember, Tim Needle, but you'll remember nothing. And the truth of it is, there'll be nothing to remember, for it'll all be gone, every stick of it. This policeman ye spoke wi', for instance. Ye've me word that ye will not have done it.
What do I have to do? Tim asked.
Service. Serve us. Do whatever we ask of ye. We'd sooner have a broth of a girl like your Lissy than a great hulk of a lad like yourself. But then, too, we'd sooner be having one that's willing, for the unwilling girls are everywhere. I don't doubt but you've seen it yourself. 100 years, that's all we ask of ye. 'Tis short enough, like Doyle's wife. Will ye do it?
And everything will be the same at the end, as it was before you took Lissy?
Not everything. I didn't say that. Ye'll remember, don't you remember me saying so? But for her and all the country round, why, 'twill be the same.
All right, Tim said. I'll do it.
'Tis a brave lad ye are. Now I'll tell you what I'll do. I said 100 years, to which he agreed.
Tim nodded.
But I'll have no unwilling hands about me boat, nor no ungrateful ones either. I'll make it 20. How's that? Sure, and I couldn't say fairer, could I?
Daniel's figure was beginning to waver and fade. The image of the dark mass Tim had seen first hung about it like a cloud.
Lay yourself on your belly, for I must put me foot upon your head. Then the deal's done.
The salt ocean was in his mouth and his eyes. His lungs burst for breath. He revolved in the blue chasm of water, tried to swim, at last exploded gasping into the air. The king had said he would remember, but the years were fading already. Drudging, dancing, buying, spying, prying, waylaying, and betraying when he walked in the world of men. Serving something that he had never wholly understood. Sailing foggy seas that were sometimes of this earth, floating among the constellations. The years and the slaps and the kicks were all fading, and with them, and he rejoiced in it, the days when he had begged. He lifted an arm, trying to regain his old stroke, and found that he was very tired. Perhaps he had not really rested in all those years. Certainly he could not recall resting. Where was he? He paddled listlessly, not knowing if he were swimming away from land, if he were in the center of an ocean. A wave elevated him, a long, slow swell of blue under the gray sky. A glory, the rising or perhaps the setting sun, shone to his right. He swam toward it, caught sight of a low coast. He crawled onto the sand and lay there for a time, his back struck by drops of spray like rain. Near his eyes, the beach seemed nearly black. There were bits of charcoal, fragments of half-burned wood. He raised his head, pushing away the earth, and saw an empty bottle of greenish glass nearly buried in the wet sand. When he was able at last to rise, his limbs were stiff and cold. The dawn light had become daylight, but there was no warmth in it. The beach cottage stood only about 100 yards away, one window golden with sunshine that had entered from the other side, the walls in shadow. The red Triumph gleamed beside the road. At the top of a small dune, he turned and looked back out to sea. A black freighter with a red and white stack was visible a mile or two out. but it was only a freighter. For a moment he felt a kind of regret, a longing for a part of his life that he had hated, but that was now gone forever. I will never be able to tell her what happened, he thought. And then, yes, I will, if only I let her think I'm just making it up. And then, no wonder so many people tell so many stories. Goodbye to all that. The steps creaked under his weight, and he wiped the sand from his feet on the cocoa mat. Lissy was in bed. When she heard the door open, she sat up, then drew up the sheet to cover her breasts. "Big Tim," she said, "you did come. Tim and I were hoping you would." When he did not answer, she added, "He's out having a swim, I think. He should be around in a minute." And when he still said nothing, Tim and I, we're going to be married." The Map. Copyright 1984 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Light Years and Dark, edited by Michael Bishop. On the night before, he had forgotten all his plans and fought, half-blinded by his blood after Letus broke the ewer over his head. Perhaps that was for the best. And yet, if they had not taken his knife while he slept, he might have killed them both. "Master Gurlows will be angry." That was what they used to say to terrify one another into doing well. Severian would have been angry too, to be sure, and Severian had beaten him more than once. He spat out clotted blood. Beaten him worse than Letus and Sentic had last night. Severian had been captain of apprentices in the year before his own. Now Severian was the autarch. Severian was the law, and murderers died under the law's hand. Someone was pounding at the hatch. He spat again, this time into the slop jar, and shouted in the direction of the vent. It let in enough light for him to see the impression Sentic had left in her bunk as she lay face to the bulkhead, feigning sleep. He smoothed it with his hands. For a moment he groped for his clothes and his knife, but the knife was gone. He chuckled and rocked back on his own narrow bunk, pushing both legs into his trousers together. More pounding. The boat rocked beneath him as the stranger searched for another way into the cabin. He spat a third time, and from habit reached up to draw the bolt that was back already. "Hatch sticks! Come on down, you catamite! I'm not coming up!" The stranger lifted it and clambered down the steep steps. "Where deck beams?" He stooped as he turned about, and he was tall enough that he had to. "You're Captain Etar?" "Sit on the other bunk. Nobody's using it any more. What do you want?" "But you are Etar?" "We'll talk about that later, maybe. After you tell me what you want." "A guide." Etar was feeling the cut on his head and did not answer. "I was told that you are an intelligent man." "Not by a friend." "I need a man with a boat to take me down Gyle. To tell me what I need to know concerning the ruins. They said you knew it as well as any man alive." "An Asimi," Etar said. "One Asimi for each day, and you'll have to help me handle her. My deckhand and I had a little argument last night." "Shall we say 6 orichalcs? It should only take a day, and I—" Etar was not listening. He had seen the broken lock on his sea-chest, and he was laughing. "The key's in my pocket." He gripped the younger, taller man by the knee. "My pants were on the floor." In his mirth he nearly choked on the words. In the flatlands that Gyle itself had made, Gyle had little current, but the wind was in the east, and Etar's boat heeled a bit under the pressure of her wide gatsail. The old sun, well above the tallest towers now, painted the sail's black image on the oily water. "What do you do, Captain?" the stranger asked. "How do you live?" "By doing whatever pays. Cargo to the Delta and fish to the city, mostly." "It's a nice boat. Did you build it?" "No," Etar said. "Bought it. Not fast like you're used to." His head still hurt, and he leaned on the tiller with one hand pressed to his temple. "Yes, I've sailed a bit on a lake we have up north." "Wasn't asking," Etah told him. "I don't think I ever gave you my name. It's Simulatio. And a good one, too, I've no doubt." The stranger turned away for a moment, tinkering with the jib-seat wench to keep Etah from seeing the blood rising in his cheeks. "When will we reach the deserted parts of the city?" "About nones, if this wind holds." "I didn't know it would take so long." "You should have hired me farther down," Etah chuckled. "And that'll be just the beginning of the dead parts. You might want to go farther yet." The stranger turned back to look at him. "It's very large, isn't it?" "Bigger than you can imagine. This part, where people live, is just a sort of border on it." "Do you know a place where 3 broad streets come together?" "Half a dozen, maybe more." "The southernmost, I would think." "I can take you to the farthest south I know," Etah said. "I'm not saying that's the farthest south there is." "We'll start there, then." "Be night by the time we get there," Etah told him. "The next day will be another Asimi." The stranger nodded. "We're not even to the ruined part yet." Etah gestured. "See those clothes? Washing on a line. People here have enough to eat, so they can have 2 or 3 shirts maybe. Farther south you won't see that. A person with only 1 shirt or 1 shift doesn't wash it much, but you'll see cook smoke. Farther still, you won't even see that. That's the dead city, and people there don't light any fires because of what the smoke might bring down on them. Omophagists is what my old teacher called them. It means those that have their meat raw." The stranger stared across the water at the lines and their rags. The wind ruffled his hair, and the tattered shirts and skirts waved at him like crowds of poor shy children, who feared he would not wave back. At last he said, "Even if the autarch won't protect them, they could band together and protect each other." "It's each other they're afraid of. They live, such as they do live, by sieving the old city. A finer screen every year. Every man steals from his neighbour when he can, and kills him if he makes a good find. It doesn't have to be much. A knife with a silver handle. That would be a good find." After a moment, the stranger looked down at the silver mountings of his dagger. "I believe we might take a bit of a closer reach here," Etah told him. "There's a meander coming up." The stranger heaved at the windlass, and the boom crept back. To starboard, a high-pooped thalamagus made its way up the river, glittering in the sunlight like a scarab, all gilding and lapis lazuli. The wind was fair for it now, and as they watched, Etah with one eye to their own sail, the lateen yards dipped on its stubby masts, then lifted again, trailing wide triangles of roseate silk. The long sweeps shrunk and vanished. "They've been down seeing the sights," Etah told the stranger. "It's safe enough by day, if you've got a couple of young fellows with swords aboard and rowers you can trust." "What is that up there?" The stranger pointed beyond the thalamagus to a hill crowned with spires. "It looks out of place." "They call it the Old Citadel," Etah said. "I don't know much about it." "Is that where the autarch comes from?" "So some say." Earth was looking the sun nearly full in the face now, and the wind had died to a mere whisper. The patched brown mainsail flapped, then filled, then flapped again. The stranger sat on the gunwale for a moment, his booted feet hanging over the side and almost touching the smooth water, then swung them back onto the deck again as though he were fearful of falling overboard. "You can almost imagine them going up, can't you?" he said, "just taking off with a silver shout and leaving this world behind." "No," Etah told him, "I can't." That's what they're supposed to do at the end of time. I read about it someplace.
Paper's dangerous, Etah said. It's killed a lot more men than steel.
Their boat was moving hardly faster than the sluggish current. A flyer passed overhead as swiftly and silently as a dart from the hand of a giant, and vanished into a white summer cloud, only to reappear shrunk nearly to invisibility, one additional spark among the day-dimmed stars. The brown sail crept across the stranger's view of the old citadel to the northeast. Despite the shade it gave him, he was sweating. He unlaced his cordwain jerkin. That night on deck he laced it again as tightly as he could. It was cold already, and he knew without being told that it would soon be colder still. "Perhaps I should have a blanket," he said. Etah shook his head.
"You'd only fall asleep. Walk up and down and wave your arms. That'll keep you warm and awake too. I'll come up and relieve you at the next watch."
The stranger nodded absently and looked up at the orangish lantern Etah had hoisted to the masthead. "They'll know we're out here."
"If they didn't, I wouldn't bother to set a watch. But if we didn't have that, some big carrack would run us under for sure and never feel the difference. Don't you go putting it out. Believe me, we're a lot safer with it high and bright. If it should go out of itself, you let it down and get it lit again as handsomely as ever you can. If you can't get it lit, call me. If you see another vessel, particularly a big one, blow the conch."
Etah waved toward the spiraled shell beside the binnacle. The stranger nodded again. "Their boats won't have lights, of course."
"No, nor masts neither. Besides, it could happen that 2 or 3 swim out. If you see a face in the water that stares at the light and disappears, it's a manatee. Don't worry about it. But if you see anything that swims like a man, call me."
"I will," the stranger said. He watched as Etah opened the hatch and descended to the tiny cabin. 2 boarding pikes lay in the bow, their grounding irons lost in the inky shadow beneath the overhang of the half-deck, their heads thrusting past the jib-boom mountings. He climbed down and got one, then scrambled onto the deck again. The pike was 3 ells long, with an ugly spike head and a sharp hook intended to cut rigging. He flourished it as he walked the circle of the little deck. Up, down, right, left. His movements, the awkward ones of a man recalling a skill learned in youth. The curve of Loon lay just visible in the east, sending streamers of virescence toward him in a silent flood, spumed and uncanny. Silhouetted against that moss-green light, the city on the eastern bank seemed less dead than sleeping. Its towers were black, but their sightless windows, thus illuminated from behind, appeared to betray a faint radiance, as though Hecatonchires roved the gloomy corridors and deserted rooms, their 1,000 fingers smeared with noctilucence to light their way. He looked to the west just in time to see a pair of gleaming eyes sink into the water with a scarcely perceptible plash. For the space of a dozen breaths he stared at the spot, but there was nothing more to see. He dashed to starboard again, to what was now the eastern side of the anchored boat, imagining that some devious adversary had swum under or around it to take him by surprise. Guile slipped past unruffled. To port, the shadow of the hull lay long across the glassy river, though he could easily have touched the water with his hands. No skiff or shallop launched from the silent shore. Downriver, the ruined city appeared to stretch away to infinity, as though earth were a level plain occupying the whole of space, and the whole of earth were filled with crumbling walls and tilted pillars. A night-bird circled overhead, stooped at the water, and did not rise. Upriver, the cook-fires and grease lamps of living Nisus lent no glow to the sky. The river seemed the only living thing in a city of death, and for an instant the stranger was seized by the conviction that cold Guile itself was dead, that the sodden sticks and bits of excrement it carried were somehow swimming, that they were outward bound on some unending voyage to dissolution. He was about to turn away when he noticed what appeared to be a human form drifting toward him with a scarcely discernible motion. He watched it fascinated and unbelieving, as sparrows are said to watch the golden snake called soperer. It came nearer. In the green moonlight its hair looked colorless, its skin berylline. He saw that it was in fact human, and that it floated face downward. One outstretched hand touched the floating anchor cable as if it wished to climb aboard. Momentarily the hemp retarded the stiff fingers, and the corpse performed a slow pirouette, like the half-turn of a thrown knife seen by an ephemerid, or the tumbling of a derelict through the abyss that separates the worlds. Clambering down into the bow, he tried to grapple it with his pike. It was just out of reach. He waited, horrified and impatient. At last he was able to draw it nearer and slide the hook under one arm. The corpse rolled over easily, far more easily than he had anticipated, its face pressed below the dark surface by the weight of the lifted arm, then bobbing up when that arm lay in the water once more. It was a woman, naked, and not long dead. Her staring eyes still showed traces of kohl. Her teeth gleamed faintly through half-parted lips. He tried to judge her, as he had judged the women whose compliance he had secured for coins, to weigh her breasts with his eyes, and applaud or condemn the roundness of her belly. He discovered that he could not do so, that in the way he sought to see her she was beyond his sight, unreachable as the unborn, unreachable as his mother had been when he had once, as a boy, happened upon her bathing. Etah's touch on his shoulder made him spin around. "My watch." "This," he began, and could say nothing more. He pointed. "I'll fend it off," Etah told him. "You get some sleep. Take the other bunk. No one's using it." He handed Etah the pike and went below, hardly knowing what he did, and nearly crushing his fingers beneath the hatch. A candle guttered in a dish on the broken chest, and he realized that Etah had not slept. One of the narrow bunks was rumpled. He took the other, tying triple knots in the thong that held his burst to his belt, loosening his jerkin, swinging his booted feet onto the hard, thin mattress, and pulling up a blanket of surprisingly soft merino. A puff of his breath extinguished the yellow candle flame, and he closed his eyes. The dead woman floated in the dark. He pushed her away, turning his thoughts to pleasant things, the room where he had slept as a boy, the hawk and the harrier he had left behind. The mountain meads of his father's estate rose before him, dotted with poppies and wild indigo, with fern and purple-flowered clover. When had he ridden across them last? He could not remember. Lilacs nodded their honey-charged panicles. Sniffing, he sat up, nearly braining himself on the deck beams. A faint perfume languished between the mingled stinks of bilge and candle. When he buried his face in the blanket, he was certain of it. Just before sleep came, he heard a man's faint, hoarse sobbing overhead. He had the last watch, when the ruins dropped from the angry face of the sun like a frayed mask. By night he had seen towers. Now he saw that those towers were half-fallen and leprous with saplings and rank green vines. As he had been told, there was no smoke. He would have been willing to stake all he had that there were no people either. Etah came on deck carrying bread, dried meat, and steaming mate. "You owe me another asimi," Etah said. He untied the knots and took it out. "The last one you'll be getting, or will you charge me for another day if you can't return me to the place where I boarded your boat by tomorrow morning?" Etah shook his head. "The last, then. The spot where 3 streets meet. Is it on the eastern side, over there?" Etah nodded. "See that jetty? Straight in from there for half a league. We'll be at the jetty before prime song. Together they turned the little capstan that drew up the anchor. The stranger broke out the jib while Etah heaved at the mainsail halyards. The sea breeze had arrived, raucously announced by a flock of black and white gulls riding it inland in hope of offal. Close hauled, the boat showed such heels that the stranger feared they would ram the disintegrating jetty. He picked up a pike to use as a boat-hook. At what seemed the last possible moment, Etah swung the rudder abeam and shot her bow into the wind. "That was well done," the stranger said. "Oh, I can sail. I can fight, too, if I have to." Etah paused. "I'll go with you if you want me." The stranger shook his head. "I didn't think you would, but it was worth a try. You understand that you may be killed in there?" "I doubt it." "Well, I don't. Take that pike. You may need it. I'll wait for you till nones. Understood? No later. When your shadow's around your feet, I'll be gone. If you're still alive, walk north, sticking as near the water as you can. If you see a vessel, wave. Hail them." For a moment Etah hesitated, seemingly lost in thought. "Hold up a coin, the biggest you've got. That works sometimes." "I'll be back before you go," the stranger said. "But this pike must have cost you nearly an osimi. You'll have to replace it if I don't bring it back." "Not that much," Etah said. "When I come back, I'll give you an osimi. We'll call it rent for the pike." "And maybe I'll stay a bit longer in the hope of getting it, eh?" The stranger nodded. "And perhaps you will, but I'll be back before nones." When he had vaulted ashore, he watched Etah put out, then turned to study the city before him. 20 strides brought him to the first ruined building. The streets were narrow here, and made more narrow still by the debris that half choked them. Blue cornflowers and pale bindweed grew from this rubbish, and from the great cracked blocks of gritty pavement. There was no sound but the distant keening of the gulls, and the air seemed purer than it had on the river. When he felt certain Etah had not followed him, and that no one was watching him, he sat on a fallen stone and took out the map. He had wrapped it in oiled vellum, and the slight wetting the packet had received had not penetrated. For most of the time he had possessed the map, he had not dared to look at it. Now, as he studied it, at leisure in the brilliant sunlight, his excitement was embittered by an irrational guilt. Those spidery streets might, or might not, be the very streets that stretched before him. That wandering line of blue might be a stream, or canal, or guile itself. The map presented an accumulation of detail, and yet it was detail of a sort that did nothing to confirm or deny location. He committed as much of it to memory as he could, all the while wondering what feature or turning might prove of value, what name of street or structure might have survived where there was no one left to recall it, what thing of masonry or metal might yet retain its former shape, if any did. For an instant it seemed to him that it was not the treasure that was lost, but he himself. As he refolded the cracked paper and wrapped it again, he speculated, as he had so many times, about the precious thing that had been thus laboriously hidden by the men to whom the stars had been as so many isles. Left to its own devices, his imagination ran to childish coffers crammed with gold. His intellect recognized these fancies for what they were and rejected them, but could propose in their stead only a dozen dim improbabilities, rumors of the secret knowledge and frightful weapons of ancient times. Life and mastery without limit. He stood and studied the deserted buildings to make certain he had not been seen. A fox sat atop the highest heap of rubble, its red coat fiery in the sunshine, its eyes bright as jet beads. Suddenly afraid of any eyes, he threw the pike at it. It vanished, and the pike rattled down the farther side out of sight. He climbed over the mound and searched among the flourishing beggar ticks and lion's teeth, but the pike had vanished too. It took him a long time to reach the area where 3 streets met, and longer still to find their intersection. He had somehow veered south, and he wasted a watch in the search. Another was spent amid buzzing insects in convincing himself that it was not the intersection on his map, which showed avenues of equal width running southwest, southeast, and north. At last he took out the map again, comparing its faded inks to the desolate reality. Here were indeed 3 streets, but one was wider than the others and ran due east. This was not the place. He was returning to the boat when the omophagists rushed him, men the color of dust, wild-eyed and clothed in rags. In that first moment they seemed innumerable. When he had grappled with one and killed him, he realized that only 4 remained. 4 were still far too many. He fled, one hand pressed to his bleeding side. He had always been a good runner, but he ran now as never before, leaping every obstacle, seeming almost to fly. The ruins raced and reeled around him. Missiles whizzed past his head. He had nearly reached the river before they caught him. Mud slid from under his boots. He fell to one knee, and they were all around him. One must have torn his silver-mounted dagger from the dead man's ribs. He watched it slash at his own throat now, with the stunned incredulity of a householder who finds himself savaged by his own ban-dog, and he threw up his arms as much to shut out the sight as to counter the blow. His forearm turned to ice as the steel bit in. Desperately he rolled away, and saw the gray figure who wielded his dagger felled by the cudgel of another. A third dove for the dagger, and the 2 struggled. Someone screamed. He looked to one side to see the 4th, who had his pike, impaled upon Etah's. The inn where they had stayed was near the river. Because he had walked some distance south searching for Etah's boat, he had forgotten that. The inn was the Signet. He had forgotten that too. "'Twas one of those loafers the line," Etah called. "He'll tie us up for an ease." He found he could not throw well with his left arm, but one of the loungers dove for the coil and caught it. "I've some luggage," he called as the man heaved at the line. "Perhaps you'd carry it up to the Signet for me." Etah jumped into the bow. "The Optimate's name is Simulatio," he told the lounger. "He stayed there 3 nights back. Inform the innkeeper. Tell him the Optimate wishes the room he had before." "I hate to leave," the stranger said, "but I won't be going south again until I've healed." He was picking at the knots that bound his berth. "If you're wise, you won't go at all." The lounger threw the stranger's bags onto the wharf and leaped up after them. "I want to give you something." The stranger took out a chrysis. "Perhaps you could come back at the next moon and see if I'm well enough to go." "I won't take your yellow boy," Etah said. "You owe me an assimi for pike rent. I'll take that." "But you will come back?" "For an assimi a day? Of course I will. So would any other boatman." The stranger hesitated while he looked at Etah, and Etah at him. "I think I can trust you," he said at last. "I wouldn't want to go into those ruins with anyone else." "I know," Etah told him. "That's why I'm going to give you some advice. Walk away from the river a couple of streets, and you'll find a goldsmith. It's the sign of the Osela. That's a golden bird." "I know what it is." "Yes, you would. Fold up your map." He laughed. "You shouldn't flinch like that. If you're going to deal with people like me, you're going to have to learn to govern your face." "I didn't think you knew about it." "It's in your boot," Etah told him softly. "You spied on me." "Sometime when you took it out? No. But once when you sat on the gunwale, you jerked your feet away from the water, and when you slept, you kept your boots on. A boatman might have done that, but you?
Not unless you had something more than your feet in them."
"I see." Etah looked away, his eyes tracing the slow, immutable flow of Great Guile to the southwest.
"I knew a man who had one of those maps," he said. "A man can spend half his life looking and never find a thing. Maybe it's under the sea now. Maybe someone found it long ago. Maybe it was never there at all. You understand? And he can't trust anyone, not his friend, not even his woman."
"And if his friend and his woman took it from him," the stranger said, "one might kill the other to have the whole of it. Yes, I see how it is. That isn't the map I have, if that's what you're thinking. I found this one between the pages of an old book."
"I was hoping it was mine," Etah told him. "You said you understood, but you don't. I let them take it. I wanted them to have it, so they'd leave me alone. So I wouldn't end up like the men we fought with yesterday. I got drunk, let them see the key, let them see me lock the map in my chest."
"But you woke," the stranger said.
Etah turned to face him, suddenly angry. "That fool Letus broke the lock. I thought—"
"You don't have to tell me about it."
"He and Sentik were younger than I. I only thought they'd waste their lives looking the way I'd wasted mine, and Matzelindus's too. I didn't think he'd kill Sentik."
"He killed her," the stranger said. "You didn't. You didn't make the two of them steal either. You're not the Increate, and you can't take the responsibility for what others do."
"But I can advise them," Etah said, "and I'd advise you to burn your map, but I know you won't. So fold it up instead, put your seal on it, and take it to that goldsmith I told you about. He's an honest old fellow, and for an orichalk he'll lock it in his strong room. Go home, then, till you're better. If you're wise, you'll never come back to claim it."
The stranger shook his head. "I'm going to stay at the inn here. I've money enough, and I still owe you an asimi. Pike rent, we called it. Here it is."
Etah took the silver coin and tossed it up. It was bright, newly minted, with Severian's profile stamped deep and sharp on one side. In the reddish sunlight it might have been a coal of fire. "You knot the strings of that burse," Etah said. "Then knot them over again, all for fear I'll get into it when you sleep. Let me tell you something. If I come back for you, I'll have every brass ease before we're done. You'll take your money out, all of it, and give it to me bit by bit."
He flung the asimi high over the water. For a final instant it shone, before it was quenched in dark guile forever.
"I'm not coming back," Etah said. "It's a good map," the stranger told him. "Look." He drew it from the top of his boot and began to unwrap it, clumsily because he could not use both hands. When he saw Etah's face, he stopped, thrust his map into his pocket, and clambered onto the half-deck. Weak from loss of blood and stiff with wounds, he could not get up to the wharf without help. One of the remaining loungers extended a hand, and he took it. At every moment he expected to feel a pike plunged into his back. There was only Etah's mocking laughter. When he had both feet on the wharf, he turned toward the boat once more. Etah called, "Would you cast me off, please? Optimate?" The stranger pointed, and the lounger who had helped him up untied the mooring line. Etah pushed the boat away from the wharf and heaved the boom about to catch what wind there was. "You'll come back for me," the stranger shouted, "because I'll let you come with me, because I'll give you a share." Slowly and almost hesitantly the old brown sail filled. The rigging grew taut, and the little cargo boat began to gather way. Etah did not look around, but his hand shook as it gripped the tiller. Kevin Malone. Copyright 1980 by Gene Wolfe.
first appeared in New Terrors, edited by Ramsey Campbell. Marcella and I were married in April. I lost my position with Ketterly, Bruce, and Drake in June, and by August we were desperate. We kept the apartment. I think we both felt that if we lowered our standards there would be no chance to raise them again, but the rent tore at our small savings. All during July I had tried to get a job at another brokerage firm, and by August I was calling fraternity brothers I had not seen since graduation, and expressing an entire willingness to work in whatever businesses their fathers owned. One of them, I think, must have mailed us the advertisement. Attractive young couple, well-educated and well-connected, will receive free housing, generous living allowance for minimal services. There was a telephone number, which I omit for reasons that will become clear. I showed the clipping to Marcella, who was lying with her cocktail shaker on the chaise longue. She said, "Why not?" and I dialed the number. The telephone buzzed in my ear, paused, and buzzed again. I allowed myself to go limp in my chair. It seemed absurd to call at all. For the advertisement to have reached us that day, it must have appeared no later than yesterday morning, if the position were worth having. "The Pines." I pulled myself together. "You placed a classified ad for an attractive couple, well-educated, and the rest of it?" "I did not, sir. However, I believe my master did. I am Priest, the butler." I looked at Marcella, but her eyes were closed. "Do you know, Priest, if the opening has been filled?" "I think not, sir. May I ask your age?" I told him. At his request I also told him Marcella's. She was 2 years younger than I, and gave him the names of the schools we had attended, described our appearance, and mentioned that my grandfather had been a governor of Virginia, and that Marcella's uncle had been ambassador to France. I did not tell him that my father had shot himself rather than face bankruptcy, or that Marcella's family had disowned her, but I suspect he guessed well enough what our situation was. "You will forgive me, sir, for asking so many questions. We are almost a half-day's drive, and I would not wish you to be disappointed." I told him that I appreciated that, and we set a date, Tuesday of the next week, on which Marcella and I were to come out for an interview with the master. Priest had hung up before I realized that I had failed to learn his employer's name. During the teens and 20s, some very wealthy people had designed estates in imitation of the palaces of the Italian Renaissance. The Pines was one of them, and better preserved than most. The fountain in the courtyard still played, the marbles were clean and unyellowed, and if no red-robed cardinal descended the steps to a carriage blazoned with the Borgia arms, one felt that he had only just gone. No doubt the place had originally been called La Capanna or Il Eremo. A serious-looking man in dark livery opened the door for us. For a moment he stared at us across the threshold. "Very well," he said. "I beg your pardon?" "I said that you are looking very well." He nodded to each of us in turn and stood aside. "Sir, madam, I am Priest." "Will your master be able to see us?" For a moment some exiled expression, it might have been amusement, seemed to tug at his solemn face. "The music-room, perhaps, sir?" I said I was sure that would be satisfactory, and followed him. The music-room held a Steinway, a harp, and a dozen or so comfortable chairs. It overlooked a rose garden in which old remontant varieties were beginning that second season that is more opulent though less generous than the first. A kneeling gardener was weeding one of the beds. "This is a wonderful house," Marcella said. "I really didn't think there was anything like it left. I told him you'd have a John Collins, all right? You were looking at the roses." "Perhaps we ought to get the job first." "I can't call him back now, and if we don't get it, at least we'll have had the drinks." I nodded to that. In 5 minutes they arrived, and we drank them and smoked cigarettes we found in a humidor, English cigarettes of strong Turkish tobacco. A maid came, and said that Mr. Priest would be much obliged if we would let him know when we would dine. I told her that we would eat whenever it was convenient, and she dropped a little curtsy and withdrew. "At least," Marcella commented, "he's making us comfortable while we wait." Dinner was lamb and aspic, and a salad, with a maid, another maid, and a footman to serve while Priest stood by to see that it was done properly. We ate at either side of a small table on a terrace overlooking another garden, where antique statues faded to white glimmerings as the sun set. Priest came forward to light the candles. "Will you require me after dinner, sir?" "Will your employer require us? That's the question." "Bateman can show you to your room, sir, when you are ready to retire. Julia will see to madam." I looked at the footman, who was carrying in fruit on a tray. "No, sir, that is Carter. Bateman is your man." "And Julia," Marcella put in, "is my maid, I suppose?" "Precisely." Priest gave an almost inaudible cough. "Perhaps, sir, and madam, you might find this useful." He drew a photograph from an inner pocket and handed it to me. It was a black-and-white snapshot, somewhat dog-eared. 24 people, most of them in livery of one kind or another, stood in brilliant sunshine on the steps at the front of the house, men behind women. There were names in India ink across the bottom of the picture: James Sutton, Edna de Buck, Lloyd Bateman. "Our staff, sir." I said, "Thank you, Priest. No, you needn't stay tonight." The next morning Bateman shaved me in bed. He did it very well, using a straight razor and scented soap applied with a brush. I had heard of such things. I think my grandfather's valet may have shaved him like that before the First World War, but I had never guessed that anyone kept up the tradition. Bateman did, and I found I enjoyed it. When he had dressed me, he asked if I would breakfast in my room. "I doubt it," I said. "Do you know my wife's plans?" "I think it likely she will be on the south terrace, sir. Julia said something to that effect as I was bringing in your water." "I'll join her, then." "Of course, sir." He hesitated. "I don't think I'll require a guide, but you might tell my wife I'll be with her in 10 minutes or so." Bateman repeated his "Of course, sir," and went out. The truth was that I wanted to assure myself that everything I had carried in the pockets of my old suit, car keys, wallet, and so on, had been transferred to the new one he had laid out for me, and I did not want to insult him, if I could prevent it, by doing it in front of him. Everything was where it should be, and I had a clean handkerchief in place of my own slightly soiled one. I pulled it out to look at, Irish linen, and a flutter of green came with it. 2 bills. Both 50s. Over Eggs Benedict, I complimented Marcella on her new dress, and asked if she had noticed where it had been made. "Rose. It's a little shop on Fifth Avenue." "You know it, then? Nothing unusual?" She answered, "No, nothing unusual," more quickly than she should have, and I knew that there had been money in her new clothes, too, and that she did not intend to tell me about it. "We'll be going home after this. I wonder if they'll want me to give this jacket back." "Going home?" She did not look up from her plate. "Why? And who are they?" "Whoever owns this house." "Yesterday you called him he. You said Priest talked about the master, so that seemed logical enough. Today you're afraid to deal with even presumptive masculinity." I said nothing. "You think he spent the night in my room. They separated us, and you thought that was why, and you just waited there. Was it under a sheet? For me to scream or something, and I didn't." "I was hoping you had, and I hadn't heard you." "Nothing happened, damn it. I went to bed and went to sleep. But as for going home, you're out of your mind. Can't you see we've got the job? Whoever he is, wherever he is, he likes us. We're going to stay here and live like human beings, at least for a while." And so we did. That day we stayed on from hour to hour. After that, from day to day, and at last from week to week. I felt like Klipspringer, the man who was Jay Gatsby's guest for so long that he had no other home, except that Klipspringer presumably saw Gatsby from time to time, and no doubt made agreeable conversation, and perhaps even played the piano for him. Our Gatsby was absent. I do not mean that we avoided him, or that he avoided us. There were no rooms we were forbidden to enter, and no times when the servants seemed eager that we should play golf or swim or go riding. Before the good weather ended, we had 2 couples up for a weekend, and when Betty Wendgassen asked if Marcella had inherited the place, and then if we were renting it, Marcella said, "Oh, do you like it?" in such a way that they left, I think, convinced that it was ours, or as good as ours. And so it was. We went away when we chose, which was seldom, and returned when we chose, quickly. We ate on the various terraces and balconies, and in the big formal dining room, and in our own bedrooms. We rode the horses, and drove the Mercedes, and the cranky, appealing old Jaguar as though they were our own. We did everything, in fact, except buy the groceries and pay the taxes and the servants. But someone else was doing that. And every morning I found $100 in the pockets of my clean clothes. If summer had lasted forever, perhaps I would still be there. The poplars lost their leaves in one October week. At the end of it I fell asleep listening to the hum of the pump that emptied the swimming pool. When the rain came, Marcella turned sour and drank too much. One evening I made the mistake of putting my arm about her shoulders as we sat before the fire in the trophy room. "Get your filthy hands off me," she said. "I don't belong to you. Priest, look here. He hasn't said an intelligent word to me all day or done a decent thing, and now he wants to paw me all night." Priest pretended, of course, that he had not heard her. "Look over here. Damn it, you're a human being, aren't you?" He did not ignore that. "Yes, madam, I am a human being." "I'll say you are. You're more of a man than he is. This is your place, and you're keeping us for pets. Is it me you want, or him? You sent us the ad, didn't you? He thinks you go into my room at night, or he says he does. Maybe you really come to his. Is that it?" Priest did not answer. I said, "For God's sake, Marcella." "Even if you're old, Priest, I think you're too much of a man for that." She stood up, tottering on her long legs, and holding on to the stonework of the fireplace. "If you want me, take me. If this house is yours, you can have me. We'll send him to Vegas, or throw him on the dump." In a much softer tone than he usually used, Priest said, "I don't want either of you, madam." I stood up then and caught him by the shoulders. I had been drinking too, though only half or a quarter as much as Marcella. But I think it was more than that. It was the accumulated frustration of all the days since Jim Bruce told me I was finished. I outweighed Priest by at least 40 pounds, and I was 20 years younger. I said, "I want to know." "Release me, sir, please." "I want to know who it is. I want to know now. Do you see that fire? Tell me, Priest, or I swear I'll throw you in it." His face tightened at that. "Yes," he whispered, and I let go of his shoulders. "It was not the lady, sir. It was you. I want that understood this time." "What the hell are you talking about?" "I'm not doing this because of what she said." "You aren't the master, are you? For God's sake, tell the truth." "I have always told the truth, sir. No, I am not the master. Do you remember the picture I gave you?" I nodded. "You discarded it. I took the liberty, sir, of rescuing it from the waste can in your bathroom. I have it here." He reached into his coat and pulled it out, just as he had on the first day, and handed it to me. "It's one of these? One of the servants?" Priest nodded and pointed with an impeccably manicured forefinger to the figure at the extreme right of the second row. The name beneath it was Kevin Malone. "Him?" Silently, Priest nodded again. I had examined the picture on the night he had given it to me, but I had never paid special attention to that particular half-inch high image. The person it represented might have been a gardener, a man of middle age, short and perhaps stocky. A soft, sweat-stained hat cast a shadow on his face. "I want to see him." I looked toward Marcella, still leaning against the stonework of the mantel. "We want to see him." "Are you certain, sir?" "Damn you, get him!" Priest remained where he was, staring at me. I was so furious that I think I might have seized him, as I had threatened, and pushed him into the fire. Then the French windows opened, and there came a gust of wind. For an instant I think I expected a ghost, or some turbulent elemental spirit. I felt that pricking at the neck that comes when one reads Poe alone at night. The man I had seen in the picture stepped into the room. He was a small and very ordinary man in worn khaki, but he left the windows wide behind him, so that the night entered with him and remained in the room for as long as we talked. "You own this house," I said. "You're Kevin Malone." He shook his head. "I am Kevin Malone. This house owns me." Marcella was standing straighter now, drunk, yet still at that stage of drunkenness in which she was conscious of her condition and could compensate for it. "It owns me, too," she said, and walking almost normally, she crossed the room to the baronial chair Malone had chosen and managed to sit down at his feet. "My father was the man of all work here. My mother was the parlor maid. I grew up here washing the cars and raking leaves out of the fountains. Do you follow me? Where did you grow up?" I shrugged. "Various places. Richmond, New York, 3 years in Paris. Until I was sent off to school, we lived in hotels mostly." "You see, then. You can understand." Malone smiled for a moment. "You're still recreating the life you had as a child, or trying to. Isn't that right? None of us can be happy any other way, and few of us even want to try." "Thomas Wolfe said you can't go home again," I ventured. "That's right. You can't go home. There's one place where we can never go. Haven't you thought of that? We can dive to the bottom of the sea, and someday NASA will fly us to the stars, and I have known men to plunge into the past, or the future, and drown. But there's one place where we can't go. We can't go where we are already. We can't go home, because our minds and our hearts and our immortal souls are already there." Not knowing what to say, I nodded, and that seemed to satisfy him. Priest looked as calm as ever, but he made no move to shut the windows, and I sensed that he was somehow afraid. "I was put into an orphanage when I was 12, but I never forgot the pines. I used to tell the other kids about it, and it got bigger and better every year, but I knew what I said could never equal the reality." He shifted in his seat, and the slight movement of his legs sent Marcella sprawling, passed out. She retained a certain grace still. I have always understood that it is the reward of studying ballet as a child. Malone continued to talk. "They'll tell you it's no longer possible for a poor boy with a second-rate education to make a fortune. Well, it takes luck, but I had it. It also takes the willingness to risk it all. I had that, too, because I knew that for me anything under a fortune was nothing. I had to be able to buy this place, to come back and buy the pines, and staff it, and maintain it. That's what I wanted, and nothing less would make any difference." "You're to be congratulated," I said. "But why—" He laughed. It was a deep laugh, but there was no humor in it. "Why don't I wear a tie and eat my supper at the end of the big table? I tried it. I tried it for nearly a year, and every night I dreamed of home. That wasn't home, you see, wasn't the pines. Home is 3 rooms above the stables. I live there now. I live at home, as a man should. It seems to me that it would have been a great deal simpler for you to have applied for the job you fill now. Malone shook his head impatiently. That wouldn't have done at all. I had to have control. That's something I learned in business, to have control. Another owner would have wanted to change things, and maybe he would even have sold out to a subdivider. No. Besides, when I was a boy, this estate belonged to a fashionable young couple. Suppose a man of my age had bought it, or a young woman, some whore. His mouth tightened, then relaxed. You and your wife were ideal. Now I'll have to get somebody else, that's all. You can stay the night if you like. I'll have you driven into the city tomorrow morning. I ventured. You needed us as stage properties, then. I'd be willing to stay on those terms. Malone shook his head again. That's out of the question. I don't need props, I need actors. In business, I've put on little shows for the competition, if you know what I mean, and sometimes even for my own people. And I've learned that the only actors who can really do justice to their parts are the ones who don't know what they are. Really, I began. He cut me off with a look, and for a few seconds we stared at one another. Something terrible lived behind those eyes. Frightened, despite all reason could tell me, I said, I understand, and stood up. There seemed to be nothing else to do. I'm glad, at least, that you don't hate us. With your childhood, it would be quite natural if you did. Will you explain things to Marcella in the morning? She'll throw herself at you, no matter what I say. He nodded absently. May I ask one question more? I wondered why you had to leave and go into the orphanage. Did your parents die or lose their places? Malone said, Didn't you tell him, priest? It's the local legend. I thought everyone knew. The butler cleared his throat. The elder Mr. Malone, he was the stableman here, sir, though it was before my time. He murdered Betty Malone, who was one of the maids, or at least he was thought to have, sir. They never found the body, and it's possible he was accused falsely. Buried her on the estate, Malone said. They found bloody rags and a hammer, and he hanged himself in the stable. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. The wind whipped the drapes like wine-red flags. They knocked over a vase, and Priest winced, but Malone did not seem to notice. She was 20 years younger and a tramp, he said. Those things happen. I said, Yes, I know they do, and went up to bed. I do not know where Marcella slept. Perhaps there on the carpet, perhaps in the room that had been hers, perhaps even in Malone's servant's flat over the stables. I breakfasted alone on the terrace, then, without Bateman's assistance, packed my bags. I saw her only once more. She was wearing a black silk dress. There were circles under her eyes, and her head must have been throbbing, but her hand was steady. As I walked out of the house, she was going over the Sèvres with a peacock feather duster. We did not speak. I have sometimes wondered if I were wholly wrong in anticipating a ghost when the French doors opened. How did Malone know the time had come for him to appear? Of course, I have looked up the newspaper reports of the murder. All the old papers are on microfilm at the library, and I have a great deal of time. There is no mention of a child. In fact, I get the impression that the identical surnames of the murderer and his victim were coincidental. Malone is a common enough one, and there were a good many Irish servants then. Sometimes I wonder if it is possible for a man, even a rich man, to be possessed, and not to know it. The Dark of the June. Copyright 1974 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Continuum 1, edited by Roger Elwood. Untouched by any change of the last 25 years, the Naylor living room continued to reflect, like a lost photograph unexpectedly found between the pages of a book, the tastes of Henry's late wife, May Naylor. Those tastes had been simple but not good, and save for Henry's old trophies and some tattered physics books, it was just such a room as May might have seen in a newspaper the day she ordered the furniture. To this unpromising setting Henry had added little over the years, though he had collaborated with May, in the year after the room was set up, to produce their daughter June. Except for June and her clothing, the 1990s were not so much excluded as denied. On this spring evening, June wore a soft gown without visible hem or seam, a gown that fell to her ankles and left her right breast bare. On her right wrist was a bracelet of glow-light bangles, and in her right ear a dangling glow-light earring. The nails of her left hand were red, and those of her right black. Her dramatic lashes were her own now, surgically implanted and gracefully long. She was a beautiful girl, Henry thought, although somewhat too slender to look her best in the current fashions. "They're here," she said, and he nodded, pretending he had not been looking at her. "They really are here," his daughter continued, as though he had denied it. "A translucent thing, like a scarf, came out of the bedroom and went into the kitchen a moment ago." "I didn't notice," he said. "We're living in a haunted world, Daddy, and it ought to bother you. I know you, and you're a thoroughgoing materialist, whose whole cast of mind was formed before any of this started. But you hardly seem to care." "They're not dead," her father said. He was a broad-shouldered, placid man who wore a black patch over the socket of an eye lost years before in a motorcycle accident. His curly, almost full beard was going gray. "They're just people." He went back to his book. At midnight the lights flickered, a sign that the rates had doubled. Henry waved a hand at Bellini's portrait of the Doge Loredano above the fireplace. They went out, leaving only the night-light gleam of the bank nearest the stair. He used an old leather bookmark imprinted with an unconvincing dragon to record the fact that he had abandoned an incident at Krechetovka station before it had had time to make steam, and went to bed. There was a note on his pillow, and he called the police. "She's over 18? Henry nodded. "Then there's nothing we can do." "You could stop her," Henry said. "You could book her, if that were necessary, on some minor charge. Give me time to talk to her. Give her time to think." "I could give the city manager a jaywalking ticket, too," the computer-generated police surrogate said. Henry's old 3V made him look sallow and a trifle unreal, even projecting into the darkened room. "But I'm not going to." A nothing went past, a luminous wisp that might have been steam from a coffee-pot if steam were faintly blue. "Look at that," Henry said. "That might have been her." He felt as if he were about to weep, but no tears came, only a greater and greater ache in his chest. "I didn't see it," the police surrogate said. "But anyway, it couldn't have been that quick. How old did you say she was?" 23. Junie's 23, I think." "Then it couldn't be anywhere near that quick. The older they are, the longer it takes, and they flash in and out and fade. That's why they won't accept anybody over 30. Did you call the center?" Henry looked at him blankly. "Didn't you call the center yet? Call them." "I didn't think they'd cooperate. They want people to come, don't they?" "They got to tell you for legal purposes. Everybody leaves an estate, you know what I mean? I mean, she can't take it with her, even if it's just clothes. Turn on your recorder and tell them it's an official request. They'll tell you." Henry said, "It's not as though they're dead." "Not to them, it ain't." The police surrogate switched off. Henry coded the center. The girl who answered said, "Who is it?" "My name is Henry Boyce Naylor." "I mean, who are you looking for? Man or woman?" "A woman." Henry cleared his throat. "Her name is June Naylor, and she's my daughter." The girl flipped through a register on her desk. "Recent?" "Tonight." She hasn't been here. Now don't you come down trying to make trouble. We won't even let you in the building." Outside the air was soft with the feeling of new growth, and crickets were singing in the grass. He took off the soup coat he had put on from force of habit and carried it over his shoulder as he strode toward the station. Twice black things passed over the broad face of the moon as he walked. One was a whippoorwill, the other a nen, one of them. The nen was like a flying flag, Henry thought, a fluttering banner, this last bit of someone who would soon, in a few months or years, be totally not in nature, the dark flag of a vessel putting out for all the wonders of the night sky. He paid his tokens to the gate and stepped onto the starter belt, then across it to the speed-up belt, and then onto the fast belt. Even there, at a steady speed of 40 kilometers an hour, the wind was not cold, but his coat whipped behind him. He was afraid his checkbook would fall out and put the coat on. There were boxes ahead of him, and the boxman came back to ask if he wanted to rent one. "I guess you're surprised I'm still open this late, right, pal? I mean, when it ain't raining or nothing. Well, when I said, did you want to rent a box, that was just what I meant. I got a girl in one, you get me? A nice girl, young. You looking for a girl, bud?" "Yes," Henry said, "but not your kind of girl." He discovered that he was happy to have someone to talk to, even the boxman. "I'd show her to you," the boxman said, "but she's taking a little nappy poo in there between tricks. Listen, if you got any interest, I'll wake her up and show her to you anyhow." Henry told him to let his girl sleep, and got off in the downtown mall 3 kilometers down the belt. He had felt an irrational desire, though he would hardly admit it to himself, to see the trans tart, to order her led yawning out of her box. They were officially called rental mobile weather shelters, and the boxman paid an annual fee for the privilege of putting each aboard the belts. Her makeup smeared with sleep, and the inevitable pink-tinted 3mm saran gown fluttering in the wind. He imagined himself escorting a much younger woman into a restaurant. They would be father and daughter until the other diners saw their hands clasped beneath the table. The building was not that, only a 2-floor complex. Amateurish posters in its windows. "The butchers kill for you," and "Do you want to be a part of all mankind has done?" and "Live without meat," "In you or on you," "Disincarnate," and "Resignation is the only way out, so I'm resigning." Henry went inside. There was an athletic young man at a desk in the first room, and a softball bat leaning in the corner behind the young man. He said, "What do you want?" "I want to know if my daughter's here." "You can't come farther than this," the young man said. "There's a phone on the wall in back of you. Call them up inside." "I did," Henry told him. "Now I'm going to see for myself." The young man reached behind him for the softball bat and laid it across his desk. "There's a switch in the seat of this chair, and every time I stand up without shutting it off, it rings an alarm in police headquarters. They like for people to go away. They think it reduces the crime rate. They don't like people who try to stop it. Sometimes they shoot them." "Why don't you go?" "I am going," the young man said, "in November. Someone else I know is going to be ready to go too by then, and we're going to do it together. Meantime, I want to do something right here. We're going to go, and we're never going to die." "Something else happens to them," Henry said. "But not death. They never die. That's what they say." Someone came in behind Henry, a narrow-shouldered young man of about 19. He said, "This is the place, isn't it?" He had an air of desperate triumph, as though he had won through to some frightful goal. "This is the place," the young man with the ball bat said, and as he did, Henry bolted for the inner door, slamming it and locking it behind him. A man and 2 women sat talking in a room filled with ashtrays and stale coffee cups. Neither of the women was June. As they stared at Henry, one flickered out of sight, then, as he found the next door, returned. She might have been traced in neon, and the bright room a dark street. He burst into a third room, and a young woman, the same young woman he realized a moment afterward that he had talked to earlier, said, "You're Mr. Naylor?" He nodded. "Good. She's still on." The young woman pressed a switch on the desk before her, and Junie was in the room. "Daddy?" she said. "Where are you, honey?" He recognized the chair in which she sat, the rug around her feet, even as he spoke. "Daddy, I'm home. I want to see you before I go." He said, "Are you going so soon, honey?" And, as he spoke, she was flicked away. The 3V was still on. The old wing-backed chair that had been May's still stood on the patternless blue carpet. But June was no longer there. He waited, watching it, realizing that the young woman at the desk was watching too. "She may return in a few seconds," the young woman said, "but she may not. If you want to see her in person, I'd go back home if I were you." Henry nodded and turned to step back into the room of stale coffee cups. A plainclothesman hit him in the mouth as he came through the door. He fell to his knees from the shock and was jerked to his feet again. He hit the plainclothesman in the stomach, kneed him, then grabbed his lapels and smashed his nose with his forehead. Somehow the plainclothesman's gun was no longer attached to him and went skittering across the floor. A uniformed policeman was coming through the door Henry had to go out of. He made the mistake of diving for the gun, and Henry hit him in the back of the neck. When he stepped off the belt, he was still panting. He reflected on how difficult it was for a man his age to keep in condition. They could discover who he was easily enough, but perhaps they wouldn't make too much trouble about it. It shouldn't be pleasant for them to confess they had been beaten by a middle-aged scholar, or perhaps they would. With Junie gone, he really didn't care. She met him at the gate. "It's past your bedtime, Dad. You shouldn't have gone into the city at this time of night." He said, "The sun'll be up in 2-3 more hours. I think I'll just stay up now." "To be with me as long as you can. Isn't that it?" He nodded. "What do you want to do?" "Let's just walk in the garden for a minute." Her left hand was in his, and he could see the faint glow of her bracelet when she raised her right hand to touch her hair, the shine of her earring when she turned to look at him. "When you were a little girl, I used to think about your dying," he told her. "You do, you know, with children. You were so fragile, and your mother had just died. Now I'll never see you dead, and I'm glad. I want you to know that." "I'll never see you dead either, Dad. That was part of it." "What was the rest of it?" "All you expected of me, a little, and—" She was gone, her hand no longer in his. "June!" he yelled. "June!" He ran past the stone bird bath and saw the twinkle of her bracelet and earring under the willow. Then the little lights winked out, one by one. The Death of Hyle. Copyright 1974 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Continuum 2, edited by Roger Elwood. I have never been a religious man, and I am not a religious man now. I have known all my life, at least since I was 7 or 8, when I began to read my older brother Walter's chemistry books, and later the big old red-bound encyclopedias in my father's study, that this world of supposedly sentient matter, this world that appears, I ought to have said appeared, so solid to my admittedly bemused eyes enchained by Maya, as the Hindus have been telling us for 4,000 years, is insubstantial as vapor. Not only because what we have self-indulgently called our too solid flesh is, as it is, no more than a cosmos of crackling energy, and not only because that fiction we refer to as objective reality is, as it is, the creature of the very radiation by which we gauge it, and of our senses, a creation shaped too by the digital nature of our brains and by our mind's deplorable habit of overlaying all we see and hear and feel with what we anticipated perceiving, overlaying it, I say, before warping the whole to bring it in line with our past experiences. But most of all, because it is the least substantial of the laws that rule us, that tyrannize us most, so that we, every one of us, feel crushed beneath the dictum that 1,000 less 930 is 70, and tortured by the implacable commandment to destroy the thing we love, while the solid fact, as we call it, that Madagascar is off the eastern coast of Africa affects us not at all. I am back again, though it must seem to you, who read this, that I was never gone. It has been a long time, several days at least. I gauge the time by the grass. There are no newspapers, no bottles of milk on our doorstep, for the simple reason that June bought our milk at the market. We never used much anyway, and I bought a paper, on the odd days when I was inclined to read one, from the rack beside the station. Now the grass is my journal, and whispers news and gossip with green tongues that sometimes tell more than they know or understand. But enough of them and their small indiscretions. I vanished. Have you ever felt what it is to vanish? Do you know how a light feels when it goes out, where the minutes disappear too when they pass? Let me tell you. I had finished writing that sentence about Africa and made the period with a little stab of my pencil, and was just wondering if Madagascar and Africa were the right example after all, when the pencil fell through my fingers to the paper, and rolling along the top of my desk, came to rest against the metal box in which I keep my stamps. It was not that the pencil had become too heavy for me to hold, but that my fingers had grown too light to hold it. I am tempted by the rooted courses of our language to say that I had the feeling then that the room around me, toll box, pencil, the brass inkstand with its devil face, desk, chair, books, walls, my bronze bust of Hogarth, had become unreal as the angel faces seen in clouds. The truth is otherwise. What I felt was no feeling, but certainty. I knew that I had lived my life among the shadows of shadows, that I had worked for money as I might have labored for fern seed, and spent my gains for the watermarks on paper, paper in a picture, the picture in a book seen lying open in a projection from a lens about to crack in an empty room of a vacant house. I stood up then and tried to rub my eyes, and found that I saw through my own hands, and that they possessed personalities of their own, so that it was as though I nuzzled two friends, the left quick and strong, the right weaker, withdrawn, and a little dull. I saw a man, myself, I might as well admit now that he was myself, leave the room, walking through the misty wall and up into the sky, as though he were climbing a hill. He turned toward me, my own face cruel as a shark's, then threw it at me. I ducked and ran, lost at once until I met a tall, self-contained personage who was a tree, though I did not realize it, until I had been with him for some time. I think he was Dr. Hopkins' tree, actually, the big shade tree behind his house. Dr. Hopkins lives on the next street over, 2 houses down. His tree spoke to me of the winds and the different kinds of rains they blow, and as I talked, I saw that he too was fading, and with him the light. A woman with white blazoned black hair came carrying a lantern. I asked about June. That is true, but you cannot conceive how I feel when I write that. The pride that I did not gibber with fear to her, though to tell the truth I was very near it. The irony. She said, "Old man, what are you doing here?" and held her lantern up, and I understood, I will say saw, though that is not the right word, that the lantern had come trailing this woman as a car might drag behind it a child's toy on a string. I said, "Am I among the men?" Don't be a fool. What do you think names like that mean now? She started to leave, and I followed her. We were not walking across a dark plain in a cold wind, but the mind is so accustomed to casting every event into images of this sort that it seemed so, except when I took particular note of what we were really doing, which was something like falling down a horizontal hole, a hole lined everywhere with roots and worms and strangely shaped stones, things all alive but ignoring us. "June," the lantern said, and its woman looked at me. I thought at first that she was mocking me. Then I understood that she was calling June, my poor daughter, for me, and that she was looking for her inside me, just as you might tell a man who says he cannot find his glasses that they might be in his pocket. I bent over to see, and kept on going, entering my body somewhere between my navel and my crotch. I was walking into the withdrawal center again. Not withdrawal from drugs, which is what those places used to be when I was younger, but the place people, only young people, supposedly, people under 30, withdrew from life itself. An operation had removed, at least for a time, certain wrinkles from my face. My beard was dyed, and young hair the shade of wheat had been sown in my scalp. They questioned me at the center, but only briefly. It is a way of disposing of the crowds, they say, a way to end crowding that involves no deaths. We shut our eyes to the sky and the sea in the 70s. Now, in the 90s, we open doors to a darker, nearer empire than either, the place that is between stones that touch, that has lived for 50,000 years in the black guts of caves, for 6,000 in the empty rooms of old houses, and one of the doors is the door in this wall of bricks. "Yes, what can we do for you?" "I want to go." "Yes," he said again. He waved me to a chair. "Tonight? Now?" "Yes." "My advice is to give yourself a cooling-off period. You don't have to, but that's what I'd advise you to do." I shook my head. "I don't mean a long time, just a couple of days." "No." He sighed. He was a young man, but the clipped mustache he wore made him look faintly old-fashioned, a little prissy. He said, "I'm going myself, you know. I wouldn't work here if I weren't. I wouldn't feel right about it." "If you're going to go, why don't you go now?" "My friend, I'm supposed to ask you questions. You don't ask me, understand. You want to go, and I think that's great. But if I say you can't, you can't. At least not from here." "How long are all these questions going to take?" "I just wanted to explain. You know, when a person goes, he doesn't go right away, at least not usually. He bounces." I said, "I've seen them." "Sure, everybody has. It's like this." He reached into a drawer of his desk and drew out a resilient ball cast of some clear elastometer shot with flakes of gold. He laid it on the desk-top, and it began rolling very slowly toward the edge. "See, Mr. Ball doesn't like it up on top of my desk. It's plastic up there, cold and narrow. He wants to go down to the floor, the wider world, you know. We give him a little push, and down he goes. Watch what happens." The ball reached the edge and solemnly tumbled off, struck the floor, and rose again until it was nearly as high as the top of the desk, dropped, and rose. Each time it fell, it made a soft patting sound, and this was the only sound in the silent building. "Every time it bounces nearly as high as it was before, but not quite. Sooner or later it will stop bouncing and just roll around the floor. Then it will be happy." "But meanwhile it's not?" "It's not at peace. It's, agitated. People are like that, and the older they are, the more agitated they get. We won't take anybody over 30, and you must be pretty close to that." "I'm 29. "Sure. Listen, the truth is that we do take them over 30, but we don't advertise it, because we're not supposed to. I mean, a woman comes in, she's 50, and she's got cancer. I'm supposed to tell her no deal because she'd bounce too long. The young man shrugged fluidly, an Italianate shrug, though his mustache was no darker than a fox's back. We take her and tell her to bounce where she won't be seen. You're 35 if you're a day. I'm 29. All right. Anyway, I try and explain to these people. It's hard on them, the bouncing in and out of nature. The NIN is what they call them when they're gone, you know. The not in nature. But what about when they're on the shuttle between the worlds? And you're going to be there a long time. It's not like you were a child of 16 or 17. What interests me, I said, is that you seem to be implying that the NIN exist at a lower energy level than we do. Hell, it's a bit more complicated than that, the young man said. But have I talked you out of it? They gave me drugs, both orally and intravenously, and made me lie down among humming, flashing machinery with wires on my head and feet and hands, and played music of a kind I had never heard before, while I read from a battered card. How much of what was done only to compel belief, I do not know. Perhaps it all was. Never again to walk as men walk. Never more to die or sigh or cry. When it was over, I stood up, and the young man and a young woman shook my hand very solemnly, and I thought that it would have been much more impressive if they had been dressed as doctor and nurse, but I did not tell them. When I was coming up my own front walk, the key in my hand, the whole world began to rise, pivoting, I think, on Madagascar, so that I fell off the surface and was caught for a moment in the green arms of a neighbor's tree, and then, falling through them like rain, but upward, tumbled sidewise into the sky. "Did you find her?" the lantern asked. I said that I had found her now, and indeed I saw her over the woman's shoulder, led by a tall, swaggering being of scarlet and gold. I ran to her and hugged her, and when I saw that the woman of the lamp had followed me, I hugged her too. "Be careful of Thag," she said. "You're going... we're..." And then we three, but not the man in scarlet and gold, were standing beside the furnace in the basement of my own house. But June, until she vanished last night from her own locked room, while the dark-haired woman with the white forelock, who no longer is held aloft by her lantern, slept with me in the bed that has not held two since May died, would only cry, and tell us that her father, the king, would allow no one to mock her, and scream for fear the old man in the picture above the mantel would imprison her in the Piombi with Casanova. The dark-haired woman, whose eyes are blue and whose name is Laurel, said, "She has broken. We all break to some extent, and you have brought the wrong fragment." From the Notebook of Dr. Stein. Copyright 1974 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Continuum 3, edited by Roger Elwood. The patient, D.W., was brought by her parents and an aunt. D.W., a girl of 19, tall, rather slender, of English-Scottish stock. Mother called earlier, asked I come there, see her. Nurse refused, but gave her emergency appointment after hours. Mother says acute onset, girl normal until yesterday, naturally quiet girl, no flapper, somewhat religious, great reader, knew few boys. Confirmed by father. Aunt says willful, flighty, sometimes made unnecessary noise to disturb her aunt. Agrees normal until yesterday. In interview, D.W. appeared tense, twisted handkerchief, and repeatedly picked up various small objects from my desk, replacing them whenever her attention was directed toward them. Johnson, transcribed from dictaphone. Dr. Stein. Now, Donna, what seems to be the trouble? D.W. I don't know. Dr. S. You know what kind of doctor I am, don't you, Donna? I am an alienist. Why is it you think your father and mother wish me to treat you? D.W. I have people inside me. Dr. S. Do you mean you are pregnant? D.W. I have people inside me, walking around, pulling the strings. Dr. S. You are a marionette? Is that what you're saying? You feel you are mechanical? D.W. No, I feel like myself, but they're in there. The woman is looking out through my left eye now. Dr. S. How many of them are there? D.W. 3, unless you count the other one. Dr. S. Do you know their names? D.W. The man, the girl, and the woman. Dr. S. The man is your father, the girl is yourself, and the woman is your mother. Isn't that right? D.W. No, I'm outside. Dr. S. You are holding your arms oddly and twisting your legs. Why do you do that? Patient was sitting in an extremely contorted position, which gave the impression that her knees and shoulders were dislocated, but seemed to suffer no discomfort. H.S. D.W. The other. Dr. S. The one who was not the man, the girl, or the woman. Is that correct? D.W. Doctor, this is going to be quite difficult for you to understand, but this girl is not ill. We, my friends and I, have found out that she is being used as an energy base by Thag, and we're trying to protect her from him until we can dislodge him. Dr. S. You have a deep voice. I presume you are a man. D.W. My name is Harry Naylor. Dr. S. Donna, what are you doing? Patient had left her chair and was walking about the room on all fours, with a motion sometimes bestial, sometimes insectal. H.S. Dr. S. Donna, if you don't get back into your chair, I'm not going to talk to you any more. That's better. You may lie on my sofa if you like. Do you mind if I smoke? Does your father smoke? Do you know that my wife won't let me smoke in the dining room at home? She says the smoke gets into the drapes, but I like a good cigar. D.W. We could evict Thag by killing her, of course, but besides the moral issue, we don't think it would do much good. He'd probably find somebody else, and we'd have a hard time finding him. If we can cut him off... Dr. S. I don't like the light way in which you dismiss the moral issue, Donna. Your life is very valuable. D.W. You see, from our point of view, she's already dead. Dr. S. No, no. D.W. What year is this? Dr. S. It is 1935, Donna. D.W. We are from 1997. Dr. S. I would like to talk to Donna, please. D.W. All right, but she's not going to be able to tell you much. Dr. S. Donna, you are going to break your own bones. You frighten me. Have you been practicing to be a contortionist? D.W. No. Dr. S. That is better. Now you sound like a pretty girl. Can you tell me who these people are? D.W. My father's already told you about Thag, and there's Laurel Baker. I'm June Naylor. Dr. S. I have told you that I wish to speak to Donna. The voice is fine, much better, but it must be Donna. I will talk to no one else. D.W. I could pretend to be Donna, and you wouldn't know the difference. But we need your help. In our time, you see, there were too many people, so some of them became Nen. That's what we called them. It meant that you resigned from nature to exist in a purely subjective framework. Since we exist at a lower energy level, independent of physical reality, we'll last much longer and fade away instead of dying. The man's voice here, Doctor. I assume this is still the patient? J.J. The Nen approach a zero energy level asymptotically. Theoretically, we will remain in existence forever, or at least indefinitely. That was my father. I was going to say that when you're a Nen, you don't consume the planetary resources, but you bounce back and forth for a long time. Father and I are still bouncing, and Laurel, too, now that she's close to us. Dr. S. Joan, will you come in here a moment, please? Nurse Johnson. Yes, Dr. Stein. Dr. S. From this girl's parents, I want the blanket release, or I'm not accepting this patient. You know the one I mean? Everything. All. If they say yes, get them to sign and show them out. If they will not sign, tell me, and we will give her back to them. Nurse Johnson. I understand, Doctor. D.W. The bouncing, as June calls it, isn't important. Personalities newly arrived carry a heavy life charge that draws them back from time to time, and draws others with them. Thag and those like him are important. We don't know how many there are. Dr. S. So now you are an older woman, a lady. You wish me to believe you have multiple personalities, is that not so? That is very rare, Donna. Most often we find that those who seem to have them really have other illnesses, and this is a disguise for them. D.W. This would go better, wouldn't you say, Doctor, if we could control her arms and legs? Dr. S. Also, if you would control your voice. It is a good voice for an opera singer, all that vibrato, but not for a young girl. D.W. But we cannot. It's all that the three of us can do to hold the speech centers and the involuntary nervous system. You see, we have discovered that many of the Nen are not simply human beings who have crossed over, but creatures who, by the strength of their energy, can assume that semblance to the others. And by some inversion we don't understand, they attenuate into the past, rather than the future. Once there, they are able to seize someone, like this poor baby, devour her energies, and use them to return. Dr. S. You have tripped yourself up, Donna. If only the Thags, as you call them, can go back to the present, how did your other three voices get here? D.W. We seized Thag and forced him to draw us back with him, Doctor. And I was not a singer in nature. I was a medium, and one of the first to cross. Dr. S. Of course. So you have been listening to the spiritualists, Donna, or perhaps only reading their books? Nurse Johnson. Here is the release, Dr. Stein. Dr. S. Thank you. We will try the Chairletti treatment in a few minutes, I think. Donna, you seem to want me to do something to help you. What is it? D.W. This is Harry Naylor again, Dr. Stein. As Miss Baker explained, we among the Nen see Thag and others like him simply as powerful, perhaps eccentric, human personalities. The strength of their energies allows them to project this. As time passes and their energy level is reduced, we sometimes sense what I might call wrong notes. Miss Baker, who was a clairvoyant in nature, is very sensitive to this, and with my help and my daughter June's, she began keeping a particular watch on Thag. At first we thought that he might be an unusually strong and bad personality fragment. All personalities shatter to some extent when they make the crossing, unless they have achieved complete union, what Miss Baker calls interior peace, while in nature. Dr. S. So your Thag is not a human being, or even a part of one, but what is he? I wish you would allow him to talk to me. D.W. Laurel Baker again, Doctor. I doubt that we could. Never having existed as a human in nature, Thag is an unskilful operator of the human body, as you have seen. He may be a creature of a different sphere, or a spiritual survivor of a pre-human race. The masculine voice again, J.J. Something that might work would be to lower this girl's energy, That might force Thag to make some move that would let us get at him. As things are now, we're deadlocked. If she were confined, for example, and placed on a very restricted diet, or if she were forced to donate blood— Dr. S. Well, we may come to confinement in time, Donna, but first we are going to try something else, something new. You would not be familiar with the work of Cerletti and Bini in Italy, but they have developed a technique that shows great promise, and I have been using it experimentally. We place metal rods, they are called electrodes, to the temples. There is a conductive cream applied also which contains metal particles so that there are no burns. Then an electric current is passed, very briefly, through the brain. D.W. Wait, Harry. Let me talk to him. We are familiar with that treatment, Dr. Stein, but it will do no good here. Dr. S. I expected you to say that, Madam Opera Singer. Is it because you are above all that, so superhuman that you cannot be removed from a poor girl's brain by mere electricity? Or is it that so much energy will raise your level and catapult you into your future again? Or will you bounce, as you call it when you speak in your natural voice, and appear to me in my surgery wearing ray pistols and rocket belts? You see, I have begun to talk like Dr. Hewer in the funnies, but I am going to try the Cerletti treatment just the same. D.W. Electrical energies are far too coarse to do the things you suggest, Doctor, but what their effect will be upon our ability to protect this girl, or on ourselves, I cannot say. From what I know of Thag, the thing that is sucking her life energies— Dr. S. Ah, I have it now. The way you move around the room, Donna. It had seemed to me that it was like the walking of a spider, yet there was something of the way a rat runs, too. But now I know. You are a bat. In Germany, when I was a boy, we would sometimes throw things to knock them from the eaves of the coal shed, and when they are on the ground, they walk just as you do. So your Thag is a Blutsauger, and next you will want me to pound a stick into you, which Dr. Freud and I understand. No, Donna, but you need help with all those people inside you, and we will try the Cerletti treatment. D.W. Dr. Stein. End of cylinder. J.J. The electrical treatment was administered to the patient as described on pages 16 to 17. She convulsed satisfactorily and lapsed into normal sleep as soon as the current was discontinued. About 1 hour later I visited her bedside. She appeared rational but exhausted, and not inclined to converse. Nurse reports she had said earlier, "I feel something gnawing at my heart." I left, and a few minutes later nurse, who had gone to get patient soup, found her dead. I am preparing an account of this case for forwarding to Drs. Cerletti and Bini. Thag. Copyright 1975 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Continuum 5, edited by Roger Elwood. Once upon a time there was a boy named Eric, who had a tame raven and a ragged cap and no boots, and lived with his mother in a cottage in the forest. Eric and his mother were very poor, but nonetheless they possessed a great treasure, a charm ancient and powerful. This was a bear's skull, and hung from the roof beam of their little house on a chain of iron. Eric's great-grandfather had made it long ago, choking the bear with moonlight and filling his skull with the cottony tails of rabbits and the urine of shadows and black feathers snatched at great risk from the left foreleg of an eagle, and many other things. The bear's skull was the home of Thag, as a beehive is the home of bees, and Thag was a powerful spirit, though he was often away. One day, when Eric and his mother were picking mushrooms in the damp spring woods, he asked her to tell him again about the last time Thag had returned home, for this had been the winter after Eric was born, and he had been too small to remember. So Eric's mother told him, and it was a story that grew better with each telling, just as the hilt of a scramasax learns to glow beneath its owner's hand. For Eric's father had, with the aid of Thag, made the trees to dance down the high road, and built a great hall of glass on 9 Men's Meadow, through whose dome the stars could be seen by daylight, and forced certain rich men in the town to disgorge a part of what they had won by law from the poor country folk, and for this last, after Thag had gone again, had been hanged. There had been a great fair on the Gallows Hill, as Eric's mother explained to him, for the hanging, with jugglers and gingerbread and beer given free, so that men filled their caps with it and set them on their heads. She and Eric had been the cynosure of all eyes, the only time in her life that she had felt so important, so that she swore, if she could, she would marry tomorrow, if only her new husband could be hanged too. And it was then that Eric decided that if ever Thag came home to the Bear Skull again, he would use him and surpass all the exploits of his father, both for wonder and boldness. Now that very night Thag returned. Eric was lying asleep in his little 3-sided loft beneath the roof, when he dreamed he saw a running man in crimson and gold, who carried a naked falchion. Eric knew it was the custom of Thag to appear as a man in dreams and otherwise in reality, and he knew that this was Thag. Behind Thag, very dimly seen and small in the distance, were 3 figures, but Eric paid them little attention. He woke, and the whole house was quiet as the wind in the wood. Then Nip, the raven, stirred on his perch and said, "Mystery!" and Eric heard a humming in the bear's skull outside his window, and knew Thag was back. In the morning it would be necessary to propitiate Thag, and then he could do whatever he wanted. Now the king of that country was named Charles the Wise, and he was sleeping late of the morning, following the day following the night Thag had returned at last, when he was waked all at once by 3 things together. The first was that the queen ran into his bedroom screaming, and the second was a great shouting in the bailey, accompanied by the clashing and smashing heard when polearms and partisans and halberds and brown bills are let fall to the cobbles. And the third was that the whole castle had begun to rock back and forth beneath him, so that when he looked out the window he saw the watchtower tossing against the sky like the mainmast of a galleass in a gale. Then the queen, a tall, fair, fine-featured woman, just settling into solid flesh after her girlhood, with no more brains than a sack of groats, cried, "Charles, save me!" And when he asked her what was wrong, she explained that they were set upon by the mitred powers of hell, and every knight in the castle who could throw a leg over a horse was already 10 days' ride off, and the men-at-arms had dropped them and were hiding in the cistern, and the archers were all unstrung as well. And she concluded by saying that if he did not flee this minute, they were doomed. Then the king took thought, and particularly upon his father's maxim, given him when he was but young, that kings sat 3-legged stools, the legs being their armies, their castles, and their treasuries. And it came to him that as his army was already scattered, if he should leave his castle and the gold and silver therein, he should have nothing, and would be a king no longer. And also that the tax rolls of the kingdom were long and complex, and the windings of the castle passages of great elaboration, and that the conquerors, whoever they were, might welcome someone who could explain these things, and that in time they might even be persuaded to go a-conquering elsewhere, leaving the affairs of this kingdom in the hands of that trusty vassal Charles, who was already so well suited to direct them. And so he bade the queen drink a flagon of wine, and be quiet, and dressed himself in hose and a jerkin, rich and impressive, but without presumption, and went out to confront his conquerors. But he found no one there but Eric. "Well," said the king, "how do you do, boy? Where has everyone gone?" "I believe most of them have run away," Eric told him, "but a good many have been eaten." Then the raven, Nip, came and settled on his shoulder. The king dropped to his knees at once. "I perceive you are a magician," the king said, and that bird is your puissant familiar, and I confess that it has always seemed to me that were I a magician, I would choose to return to that very age at which you manifest yourself. But I would think you must find the raiment you have selected rather chill. I can show you better." In this way Eric became ruler of the country, and after giving his mother a kingdom of her own, and then shutting her up in a bottle because she would not stay there, reigned without aging at all for 30 years, at the end of which time the realm was a wilderness. Deer ran through the streets of the town, and few there were to loose an arrow. Wolves bred in wineries, and foxes in farrowing pens. Undines from the sea came up the river 10 leagues beyond the ford. The stone trolls of the mountains were seen on the roads at noon, and goblins excessively ugly and evil, with 17 fingers on each hand and steel teeth, stood guard at the castle barbican. Throughout all this, Eric was, needless to say, exceedingly happy. As for Thag, he had taken the dungeons for his own, but came out promptly whenever he was wanted, and occasionally when he was not. He took the forms of a black and reeking mist, a crab covered with living slime, a dog with its fur afire, a fountain of sand, and many other things. And when Eric rode out hunting, on a unicorn or a hippogriff, as often as not, he sometimes noticed that the castle was coming to resemble the skull of a bear, but it did not disturb him at all. King Charles, who had often assured Eric that his name was the Foolish, stayed on with his queen, they having become Eric's principal servitors, Thag excepted, and rejoiced in the possession of a son called Prince Robert, who was the rightful heir, though he scarcely knew it. And while the king often mourned in secret for the palmy days of his pride, he comforted himself with the knowledge that he still commanded his castle and treasure. Eric had hardly spent a cent. Thus matters stood, until one evening when Eric was dining in the great hall by the light of a single guttering candle on a golden pricket. There appeared from nowhere 3 remarkable figures. The first was a blonde girl of great beauty, who wore a diaphanous gown that left one breast bare. The second was a dark-haired woman, also of great beauty, with a white forelock that made Eric think of a night sky slashed by lightning. This woman was dressed in a white robe embroidered with gold, and carried a staff forked at the top, like the horns of a bull. The third was a man, tall and muscular, gray-bearded and one-eyed. And as this man, the last of the 3, appeared, there came from the dungeons a roar of anguish. Eric saw at once that these were not common folk, or he would have had them devoured, and rose and introduced himself, and offered to share his dinner with the newcomers. But he had no sooner done this than his pet, ravens are long-lived birds, sometimes inconveniently so, came flapping in at a window and lit on the one-eyed man's shoulder. "Now," the one-eyed man said, "I see we are in some kind of castle." And he began to examine the hangings and decorations, as if he were leaving everything to the woman with the staff. "I heard Thag roar," she said, "at the moment we materialized. How long has he been here?" 30 years, said Eric, so surprised that he never considered not answering. "Time flies rapidly here, then," the one-eyed man commented. He had taken down a broad spear from the wall, and was fingering the edge as he spoke. "I thought we were close upon Thag." "We were," the woman told him. "But as you say, time can pass quickly here. 30 years between paragraph and paragraph, if need be." "What do you mean?" asked the man, but before she could answer him the king and queen entered, followed by Prince Robert. They had been watching from an alcove, and the king, who was of the old belief, as the mighty usually are, whether or not they will admit it, had decided to throw his sword. "Great Woden," he said, "we cast ourselves upon your mercy, and on the mercy of serene Frigg and lovely Freya. The throne of this land is mine, mine to hold in my lifetime, mine to give by father right to my son when I die. For half again a score of years I have been defrauded of it. Slay the monster and grant me justice." and Woden said, "What the hell is he talking about?" And as he spoke, the keystone of the great arch of the castle cracked, and a little sliver of stone no bigger than a fingernail fell ringing to the floor. "He thinks we're the Norse gods," the woman said, and the girl added, "Don't you see, Daddy? We're in a book." "That's impossible." "Not more impossible than going backward in time. Look around at things. There's the evil magician, that boy in the pointed hat. Here's the castle. There's the true king, the fat lady is the queen, and that fellow who hangs his head and snivels is the prince. Thag is the monster in the crypt beneath the castle. We kill him and disappear. The magician gets pushed off a roof or something, and that's the end." Eric asked, "Are you saying that we are people in a book in whatever place you come from?" The one-eyed man nodded. "That's what they're saying. A fairy tale. I'm not sure I believe it." He paused. "Are you well read, at least by whatever standards are used here?" Eric nodded. "I've spent many happy hours in the castle library. It's something we enchanters are expected to do, and I've come to enjoy it." "Then tell me something. Do the characters in the books you have here ever read themselves?" Eric shook his head. "Never to my knowledge. They're always going somewhere." "That might be it, then. In our world, you see, it would be quite possible for a character in a book to sit peacefully before his fire reading the short stories of Alexander Solzhenitsyn." Just at that instant, Thag rushed into the room in the form of a headless bear, blood spurting from the stump of his neck. "Do I kill him?" Woden asked Frigg. "A moment ago I would have said yes." The bear stood upright before the one-eyed man, blood cascading over his shoulders and his extended paws. "Now you don't? Why not?" Freya, golden hair, touched his arm. "It will be the end of the story, won't it, Daddy? And if we can't be killed, how can Thag? He's been here 30 years now, they say. Won't this just turn him loose to go somewhere else?" "I don't think this is where he really belongs," the woman called Frigg said. "This is probably a very low energy level for him, as it is for us, and he's asking you to do it, standing there with his chest exposed like that, if he's not begging you not to. I don't like it." "Then the thing to do is to keep him here." Like a fisherman impaling a pike, Woden drove his spear into the bear's hind foot, pinning it to the oak floor of the hall. "Make it tight," the woman called Frigg advised him, and with a spiky Morgenstern he pounded the iron-shod shaft until the head was nearly buried in the wood. "Use him for your spells all you want," the one-eyed man told Eric. "But if you let him go now, I think he'll disappear on you, and I know damned well I'll come back here and make you sorry you did." Eric bowed. "I understand, Magister." Frigg whispered to Freya. "There has to be a world that corresponds to each of our fictions, dear, since what never was nor will be is inconceivable. Still, I wonder what Thag really is." And the bear became a snake, pinned by the tail and struck an inch short of her heel. "Magister," Eric asked as the one-eyed man began to melt into the air, "what shall I call you? You said you were not Woden." "My name is Harry Naylor." Eric bowed again. "Harry Naylor. It is fitting, Magister." He was already thinking of the things he would do to the king. And as soon as the three were gone, he did them, and lived, in the most literal sense of the words, happily ever after. The Nebraskan and the Nereid. Copyright 1985 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine. The Nebraskan was walking near the sea when he saw her. 2 dark eyes, a rounded shoulder with a hint of breast, and a flash of thigh. Then she was gone. A moment later he heard a faint splash, or perhaps it was only the fabled 7th wave, the wave that is stronger than the rest, breaking on the rocks. Almost running, he strode to the edge of the little bluff and looked east across the sea. The blue waters of the Soronikos Kolpos showed whitecaps, but nothing else. "Then I felt like some watcher of the skies," he muttered to himself, "when a new planet swims into his ken, or like stout Cortez, when with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific and all his men." He groped for a moment for the final 2 lines as he studied the bluff, looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. Stout Cortez chuckled as he clambered down the bluff with his tape recorder bumping his side. He was no rock climber, but the slope was neither high enough nor sheer enough to require one. He imagined himself describing his adventure in the faculty lounge. It was nothing. Nothing, too, was the evidence he found on the beach, in some places hardly wider than a footpath, that wound along the base of the bluff. There were a few seashells and a rusty tin that had once held British cigarettes, but that was all. No cast-off bikini, no abandoned beach towel, no footprints, nothing. He looked up to see a tall and rather angular woman with a canteen at her hip, walking silently toward him along the strip of damp sand. He greeted her in his halting Greek, and she extended her right hand in a regal gesture, saying in English, "And a good morning to you, Doctor. I am Dr. Thoe Papamarkos. I am of the University of Athens. You are Dr. Cooper, and you are of an American university, but they do not know to tell me which." "The University of Nebraska at Lincoln. Pleased to meet you, Dr. Papamarkos." The Nebraskan was Lincoln-esque himself, tall and pleasantly ugly. "And you are a folklorist. You must be, from what they report of you, that you walk about all day, ask questions of old people, make recordings of their stories." "That's right," he said. "And you?" She laughed softly. "Oh, no, I am not the competition, as you fear." "Good," he smiled. She touched the 3rd button of her khaki shirt. "An archaeologist I am. Do you know of Saros?" He shook his head. "I know this is the Saronic Gulf," he said, "and I suppose it must be named after something. Is it an island?" "No. It was a city so long ago that even in the time of Socrates there was nothing left but ruins and a temple for Poseidon. Think on it, please, Doctor. You and I, we think of that time, the age of Pericles, as ruins. But to them, to Pericles and Plato, Themistocles and Aristides the Just, Saros was ancient. Saros was archaeology. Now I dig with 3 men from the village to work for me. About 5 kilometers that way. There I hear of you, stories of the folklorist, and I think we should know of each other. Probably we are the only truly educated people on this part of the coast. Perhaps some day we may even help each other, no?" "Yes," he said, "certainly." He discovered that he liked her. She was an old-maid schoolteacher, no doubt about it, with her graying hair tightly knotted in a bun. She could be Miss Twiddle from the Katzenjammer Kids, or the Miss Minerva of Miss Minerva and William Greenhill. And yet— "And you," she said, "folklore is so interesting. What is it that you do?" He cleared his throat as he tried to think of some way to explain. "I'm trying to trace the history of the Nereids." "Truly?" She looked at him sidelong. "You believe they were real?" "No, no." He shook his head. "But do you know about them, Dr. Papamarkos? Do you know who they were?" "I, who search for the temple of Poseidon? Of course. They were the ladies, the maids-in-waiting at his court, under the Aegean. He was one of the oldest of all the old Greek gods. They were old, too, very old, the Greek. What do you call them in English? Mermaids? Sea fairies? Tell me." She hesitated, as though embarrassed. I understand your English much better than I speak it. You must believe me. I was 3 years studying at Princeton." She unhooked the canteen from her belt and unscrewed the top. He nodded. "I'm the same way with Greek. I understand it well enough. I couldn't do what I do if I didn't. But sometimes I can't think of the right word or remember how it should be pronounced." "You do not want a drink of my water, I hope. This is so very warm now, but I have a nose disease. Is that what you call it? I must take my medicine to breathe, and my medicine makes me thirsty. Do you wish for some?"
"No, thanks," he said. "I'm fine."
"And did I say it correctly? Mermaids?"
"Yes, mermaids. Specifically, they were a class of nymphs, the sea nymphs, the 50 daughters of Nereid. There were mountain nymphs, too, the Oreads, and there were dryads and melii in the trees, epipotamides in the rivers, and so forth. And old people, rural people particularly." She laughed again.
"Still credit such things. I know, Doctor, and I am not embarrassed for my country. You have these too, but with you it is the flying saucers, the little green men. Why should not my Greece have its little green women?"
"But the fascinating part," he said, warming to his subject, "is that they've forgotten all the names except one. Modern Greeks no longer talk about nymphs, or Oreads, dryads, or Naiades. Only the Nereids, whether they're supposed to have been seen in springs or caves or wherever. I'm trying to find out just how that happened."
She smiled. "Have you thought perhaps only they still live?" When the Nebraskan got back to his tiny inn in Nemos, he stopped its dumpy little maid of all work and mustered his uncertain Greek to ask her about Dr. Papamarcos. "She does not live here," the maid informed him, staring at the toes of his boots. "Over there. She has a tent." She ducked through a doorway and vanished. It was not until some time afterward that it occurred to him that the Greek word for a tent also meant stage scenery. On the stairs he wondered again if it might be possible. Dr. Papamarcos taking off her heavy belt, the soldierish pants and shirt, flitting naked through the woods. He chuckled. No, the woman he had seen, and he had seen a woman, he told himself, had been younger, smaller, and, rounder. He suddenly recalled that Schliemann, the discoverer of Troy, had married a Greek girl of 19 at the age of 47. He himself was still years short of that. The thought returned the next time he saw her. It was at almost the same spot. He had been frequenting that spot too much, as he kept telling himself. He heard a noise and turned, but not quickly enough. The faint splash came again. Once more he hurried, actually running this time, to the edge of the little bluff, and this time he was rewarded. A laughing face bobbed in the waves 50 yards out, a face circled by dark and floating hair. An arm rose from the sea, waved once, and was gone. He waited 5 minutes, occasionally glancing at his watch. 10. The face did not reappear, and at last he scrambled down the bluff to stand upon the beach, staring out to sea. "Doctor! Doctor!" He looked around.
"Hello, Dr. Papamarcos. What a pleasure to meet you again."
She was coming from the other direction this time, the direction of Nemos and his inn, and she was waving something above her head. It really was a pleasure, he realized. A sympathetic ear, an older woman, no doubt with a certain amount of experience, who knew the country.
"Good to see you."
"And to see you, my friend. Oh, Doctor, my friend, look. Just look and see what we have found under the water." She held it out to him, and after a moment he saw it was a glazed cup, still somewhat encrusted with marine growths. "And it is to you that I owe everything." The background was red, the man's head black, his curling beard and wide, fierce eye traced in a lighter color that might originally have been white. A fish, small and crude, swam before his face. "And on the back, See, beside the trident, the 2 straight scratches, the bar at the top? It is our letter pi for Poseidon. They have finer cups, oh yes, much finer, at the museum in Athens. But this is so old. This is Mycenaean, early Mycenaean, from when we were yet copying, and badly, things from Crete. The Nebraskan was still staring at the bearded face. It was crude, hardly more than a cartoon, and yet it burned with a deft energy, so that he felt the bearded sea-god watched him, and might at any instant roar with laughter and slap him on the back. "It's wonderful," he said. It was as though she could read his thoughts. He was the sea-god, she said. Sailors prayed to him, and captains, also to Nereid, the old seaman who knew the future. Now it is to St. Peter and St. Mark. But it is not so different, perhaps. The fish, the beard, they are still there. "You say you found this because of me, Dr. Papamarcos?" "Yes. I meet with you, and we talk of the Nereids, remember? Then I walk back to my dig." She opened her canteen and took a healthy swallow. "And I kept thinking of them, girls frisking in the waves. I could almost see them. I say, 'What are you trying to tell me? Come, I am a woman like you. Speak out.' And they wave, 'Come, Thoe, come.' Then I think, yes, Saros was a seaport so long ago. But was the coast the same? What if the sea is higher now? What if the place where I dig was a kilometre inland then? They called it a city, a polis. But to us it would be only a little town, the theatre open to the sky, the temple, the agora where one went to buy fish and wine, and a few hundred houses." She paused, gasping for breath, and he remembered what she had said about having a nose disease. "I have no diving equipment, nothing, but we make a big strainer, you understand, from a fishing net. I tell my men, walk out until the sea is at your belts. Shovel sand so gently into the net. And today we find this." Carefully he handed back the cup. "Congratulations. It's wonderful, and it couldn't have come to a nicer person. I mean that." She smiled. "I knew you would be happy for me, just as I would be so happy for you should you find, I do not know, perhaps some wondrous old story never written down." "May I walk you back to your camp? I'd like to see it." "Oh, no. It is so far, and the day is so hot. Wait until I have something there to show you. This is all I have worth showing now." She gave him her sidelong look, and when he said nothing, she asked, "But what of you? Surely you progress. Have you nothing to tell me?" He took a deep breath, thinking how foolish his wild surmise would sound. "I've seen a Nereid, Thoe, or somebody's trying to make me think I have." She put her hand on his shoulder, and he could not believe her soft laugh other than friendly. "But how wonderful for you! With this you may rate the stories you collect by their accuracy. That, I imagine, has never been done. Now tell me everything." He did. The glimpse in the woods, the waving figure that had disappeared into the sea. "And so, when you said the Nereids you imagined had waved to you, I wondered." "Whether I did not know more? I understand. But I think really it is only one of our girls fooling you. We Greeks, we swim like fish, all of us. Do you know of the Battle of Salamis? The Persians lost many ships, and their crews drowned. We Greeks lost some ships too, but very few men, because when the ships were sunk, the men swam to shore. You are from America, Doctor, where some swim well and many not at all. What of you? Do you swim?" "Pretty well," he said. "I was on the team in college. I'm a little out of practice now." "Then you may wish to practice, and it is so hot. When we part, go back to the place where you saw this girl vanish. There are many caves along this coast with entrances that are under the water. Those who live here know of them. Possibly the Nereids know of them too. She smiled, then grew somber. "There are many currents also. It is they who make the caves. If you are truly a good swimmer, you know a swimmer must be wary." The Nebraskan was used to fresh water, and it was some time before he could bring himself to hold his eyes open in the stinging surge of the Saronic Gulf. When he did, he saw the cave almost at once, a dark circle in the sharply shelving bottom. He rose to the surface, took several deep breaths, swallowed, and held the last and dove. As he entered the cave's mouth, he wondered whether it held an octopus. Small ones were offered in the market at Nemos every Saturday. Twice he panicked and turned back. On the third attempt, he reached the air, just when he felt he could go no farther. It was dark, a little light conveyed by the water from the brilliant sunshine on its waves, a little more that filtered down from chinks in the bluff. It was damp, too, and full of the spumy reek of rotting seaweed. As he climbed from the water, two small arms encircled him. Her kisses were sharp with salt, her words Greek, but spoken with a lilting accent he had never heard. When they had loved, she sang a sea-song to him, a lullaby about a child safe in his little rocking boat. After a time they loved again, and he fell asleep. The sun had set behind the bluff when the Nebraskan waded up through the surf. He found his clothes where he had hidden them, and put them on again, humming the lullaby to himself. By the time he was halfway to his inn, he had recalled a song about a mermaid who lost her morals down among the corals. He whistled it as he walked, and he was trying to remember the part about 2 kelp beds and only one got mussed, when he opened the door of his room and saw his own bed had not been made. He found the innkeeper's wife in the kitchen and complained, and she brought him clean sheets. He was the only guest the little inn had, and made the bed herself. Next morning he set out along the beach instead of the top of the bluff. He saw her while he was still some distance off, and thought at first that her body was only the sail of some unlucky fishing boat washed ashore. After another 100 steps he knew without having to look at her face. He turned her over anyway, and tried to brush the sand from her eyes, then kicked at the little scuttling crabs that had nibbled at her arms. A voice behind him said, "She was the maid at your inn, Doctor." He spun around. "She loved you. Perhaps you do not think it possible." "Thoe," he said, and then, "Dr. Papamarcos." "And yet it is." The tall woman unscrewed the top from her canteen and drank. "You, I think, cannot imagine what village life is like for such a girl, who has no money, no dowry. And a stranger comes, and he is tall and strong, rich to her, a learned man, respected by everyone. She heard the questions you asked of others, and she whispered her plan to me. I promised to help her if I could. This is all the help I can give her now, to make you understand that once you were loved. When you record love stories from the lips of old people, remember it." "I will," he said. Something he could not swallow had lodged in his throat. "Now you must go back to the inn and tell them. Not about you and her, but only that she is dead, and you have recognized her. I will remain to watch." The path along the top of the bluff was shorter. He climbed to it, and he had gone perhaps 200 yards along it when he realized he could not convey the news of a tragic death with any decency in his inadequate Greek. Thoe would have to tell them. He would wait until someone came. From the top of the bluff he saw her take off her wide belt and canteen and drop them on the sand. The khaki shirt and trousers followed. She was lean, though not so gaunt as he had imagined. When she unbound her long dark hair and dove into the sea. When she did not come up again, he clambered down to the beach for the last time. A sign had been traced in the wet sand beside the dead girl's body. It might have been a cross with upswept arms, or the Greek letter psi. There was nothing in the pockets of the khaki shirt, nothing in any pocket of the khaki trousers. The Nebraskan opened the canteen and sniffed its contents. Then he put it to his lips and tilted it until the liquid touched his tongue. As he expected, it was brine, sea-water. In the House of Gingerbread. Copyright 1987 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in The Architecture of Fear, edited by Catherine Kramer and Peter D. Potts. The woodcutter came up the walk, and the ornate old house watched him through Venetian-blinded eyes. He wore a red-brown tweed suit. His unmarked car was at the curb. The house felt his feet on its porch, his quick knock at its door. It wondered how he had driven along the path through the trees. The witch would split his bones to get the marrow. It would tell the witch. It rang its bell. Tina Heim opened the door, keeping it on the chain, but more or less expecting a neighbor with coleslaw. She had heard you were supposed to bring chicken soup for Death. Here it seemed to be slaw, though someone had brought Waldorf salad for Jerry. "I'm Lieutenant Price," the woodcutter said, unsmiling. He held out a badge in a black leather case. "You're Mrs. Heim? I'd like to talk to you." She began. "Have the children—" "I'd like to talk to you," he repeated. "It might be nicer if we did it in the house and sitting down." "All right." She unhooked the chain and opened the door. He stepped inside. "You were busy in the kitchen." She had not seen him glance at her apron, but apparently he had. "I was making gingerbread men for school lunches," she explained. "I like to put a few cookies in their lunches every day." He nodded, still unsmiling. "Smells good. We can talk in there, and you can watch them so they don't burn." "They're out already. It only takes a few minutes in the microwave. Can you—" It was too late. He had slipped by her and was out of sight. She hurried through the dark foyer and shadowy dining room, and found him sitting on a dinette chair in her kitchen. "Can you just barge into someone's home this way?" He shook his head. "You know, I didn't think you could bake in a microwave oven." "It's hard to get cakes to rise, but nice for cookies." She wavered between hospitality and anger, and decided on the former. It seemed safer, and she could always get angry later. "Would you care for one?" He nodded. "And some coffee? Or we have milk if you'd prefer that." "Coffee will be okay," he told her. "No, Mrs. Heim, we can't just barge into somebody's house. We have to get a search warrant. But once you let us in, you can't stop us from going wherever we want to. I could go up to your bedroom now, for example, and search your bureau." "You're not—" He shook his head. "I was just giving you an example. That's the way the law is in the state." She stared down uncomprehendingly at the little mug with the smiley face on its side. It was full of black coffee. She had poured it without thinking, like an automaton. "Do you want cream, sugar?" "No, thanks. Sit down, Mrs. Heim." Tina sat. He had taken the chair she usually used. She took the one across from him, Jerry's chair, positioning it carefully and feeling as though she had gone somewhere for a job interview. "Now then," he said. He made a steeple of his fingers. It seemed an old man's gesture, though he looked no older than she. "This is my house," she thought. "If this is an interview, then I'm interviewing him." She knew it was not true. "Mrs. Heim, your husband died last year, in November." She nodded guardedly. "And the cause of death was—" "Lung cancer. It's on the death certificate." The covers of 1,000 paperbacks flashed past in her imagination. Murder on the Orient Express, Fletch, the Roman hat mystery. "You said you were a lieutenant. Are you on the homicide squad?" "My God, I'm in a mystery novel." "No," he said again. "This isn't fiction, Mrs. Heim. Just a little inquiry. Your late husband was a heavy smoker?" She shook her head. "Jerry didn't smoke." "Maybe he'd been a heavy smoker and quit." "No," she said. "Jerry never smoked at all." Price nodded as though to himself.
I've read that sidewise smoke gets people sometimes. He sipped his coffee. Are you a smoker, Mrs. Heim? I didn't see any ashtrays.
No, I don't smoke, Lieutenant. I never have.
Aha.
His right hand left the handle of the Smiley mug and went to his shirt pocket.
As it happens, I smoke, Mrs. Heim. Would it bother you?
Of course not, she lied. The ashtrays for guests were put away in the cabinet. She brought him one. He got out a cigarette and lit it with a disposable plastic lighter.
I'm trying to quit,
he told her. He drew smoke into his lungs.
Was your husband a chemist, Mrs. Heim? Did he work in a chemical plant?
She shook her head. Jerry was an attorney. Surely Price knew all this.
And his age at death was?
41.
That's very young for a non-smoker to die of lung cancer, Mrs. Heim.
That's what Jerry's doctor said. Not wanting to cry again, Tina poured coffee for herself, adding milk and diet sweetener, stirring until time enough had passed for her to get her feelings once more under control. When she sat down again, he said,
People must have wondered. My wife died about 3 years ago, and I know I got a lot of questions.
She nodded absently, looking at the little plate on the other side of the dinette table. The gingerbread man had lain there, untouched. Now it was gone. She said, They x-rayed Jerry's lungs, Lieutenant. The x-rays showed cancer. That's what we were told.
I know, he said.
But you don't believe Jerry died of cancer?
He shrugged. And now your little boy. What was his name?
Tina tried to keep all emotion from her voice, and felt she succeeded. It was Alan.
Just last month. Must have been pretty hard on you.
It was. Lieutenant, can't we be honest with each other? What are we talking about?
All right. He took another sip of coffee. Anyhow, you've still got 2 more. A boy and a girl, isn't that right?
Tina nodded. Henry and Gail. But Henry and Gail aren't actually mine.
For the first time, he looked surprised. Why's that?
They're stepchildren, that's all. Of course, I love them as if they were my own, or any way I try to.
I didn't know that, he told her. But Alan was...
Our child. Jerry's and mine.
Your husband had been married before, divorce?
Yes. Jerry got full custody. Rona didn't even have visiting rights.
Like that, he said.
Yes, like that, Lieutenant.
And now that your husband's dead...
Price flicked ashes into the salad plate that had held the gingerbread man. I don't know. If Rona tries to take them, I'll go to court. Then we'll see. Won't you tell me what this is about?
He nodded. It's about insurance, really, Mrs. Heim. Your husband had a large policy.
She nodded guardedly. They paid. Price was no longer listening, not to her.
Did Henry or Gail stay home from school, Mrs. Heim? It's only 1:30.
No, they won't be back until after 3. Do you want to speak to them?
He shook his head. I heard footsteps upstairs. A kid's, I thought.
Henry's 18, Lieutenant, and Gail's 16. Believe me, they don't sound like kids stamping around up there. Do you want to go up and see? You don't need an excuse, so you said. He ground out his cigarette in the salad plate.
That's right. I don't need an excuse. Alan was poisoned, wasn't he, Mrs. Heim? Lead poisoning?
She nodded slowly, pretending there was a lovely clay mask on her face, a mask that would be dissolved by tears, broken by any expression. He ate paint chips, Lieutenant. In his closet there was a place where the old paint was flaking off. We had repainted his room, but not in there. He was only 2, and...
It's okay, he told her. I've got 2 kids of my own.
No, it will never be okay. She tore off a paper towel and stood in a corner, her back to him, blowing her nose and dabbing at her tears. She hoped that when she turned around he would be gone. "Feeling better now?" he asked. He had lit another cigarette. "A little. You know, it's not fair." "What isn't?" "You're smoking like that. But you're still alive, and Jerry never smoked. But Jerry's gone." "I'm trying to quit." He said it mechanically, toying with his cigarette. "Actually, some insurance people pretty much agree with you, Mrs. Heim." "What do you mean by that?" "Your husband had a policy with Attica Life, $100,000. Automatically she shook her head. $200,000. That was what they paid. He inhaled smoke and puffed it from his nostrils. "It was $100,000, but it had a double indemnity provision for cancer. A lot of them do now, because people are so worried about it. Cancer generally means big hospital bills." This was it. She waited, fists clenched in her lap. "Not with your Jerry, of course. Or anyway, not so much. He was dead in what, 3 weeks?" "Yes," she said. 3 weeks after he went into the hospital." "And anyway, he had hospitalization insurance, didn't he? With his law firm?" She nodded. "And you've taken out policies on the kids, too, and on you, naturally. 25,000 on each kid, wasn't it?" "It still is. We have a very good agent, Lieutenant. I'll introduce you." "It still is on Henry and Gale, right? 25,000 with double indemnity for accidental death. When little Alan died, that was accidental death. A little kid, a baby, swallows paint chips. They call that accidental poisoning." "You think I killed him?" If only my eyes could blast, she thought, he'd be frying like bacon. He'd be burning in hell. "You think I killed my husband and my son to get that money, don't you, Lieutenant?" She tried to picture it, his brown suit blazing, his face seared, his hair on fire. "No," he said. "No, I don't, Mrs. Heim. Not really." "Then why are you here?" He ground out the new cigarette beside the last. "Your insurance company's making waves." He paused, but she said nothing. "Do you blame them? 2 claims, big claims, double indemnity claims in less than 2 years?" "I see." She felt drained now. The fire had gone out. "What do you want me to do? Take a lie detector test and say that I didn't murder my husband? That I didn't poison Alan? All right, I will." "I want you to sign something, that's all. This will most likely be the end of it." The hand that had fumbled for his cigarettes was fumbling again, this time in the breast pocket of his tweed jacket. "You can read it if you want to, or I'll tell you, either way." It was fine print on legal-length paper. Her eyes caught the word exhumation. "Tell me," she said. "This will let them, the coroner's office, check out your husband's body. They'll check his lungs, for example, to see if there really was cancer. Grave diggers working at night, perhaps. Men with shovels methodically, stolidly resurrecting those same lumps of earth. Yes, surely by night. They would not want the funeral parties to see that rest in peace. They would have lights with long orange cords to help them work, or maybe only battery torches." "Can they do that?" she asked. "Can they actually tell anything?" She remembered the woman in the Bible. "Lord, it has been 4 days now. Surely there will be a stench." She said, "It's been more than a year, Lieutenant." He shrugged. "Maybe yes, maybe no. Your husband was embalmed, wasn't he?" "Yes. Yes, he was." "Then there's a good chance. It depends on how good a job they did on him, the soil temperature, and how tight the box is. It depends on a lot of things, really, but there's a good chance. Then there are some tests they can always run, like for arsenic or lead. You can look at a body 100 years later and still find those things." "I understand. Do you have a pen?" "Sure," he said. He took it from the same pocket and handed it to her. first pressing the little plastic thing at the top to extend the point. Like a salesman, she thought. He's just like a salesman who's made the sale. She took the pen and signed, and he smiled and relaxed. You know, I didn't think they used those lead-based paints anymore. They don't. She pushed the paper back. This is an old house, and that was old paint. One doctor said it might be from the 20s. Do you want to see it? The closet, I mean, not the paint. I repainted it, so that it couldn't happen to somebody else's kid, he finished for her. Sure, let's go up and have a look. As they went up the stair, he said, From outside, I wasn't really sure this was an old house, even if it does have all that fancy millwork. It looks like it might have been built new in the old style, like they do at Disney World. It was built in 1882, she told him. We had a contractor paint the exterior. We were doing the interior ourselves. She led the way down the upstairs hall and opened the door. I haven't gone in here since I painted the closet. I think it's time I did. He nodded, looking appreciatively at the walls and the oak moldings. This was a maid's room, I guess, in the old days. No, this has always been the nursery. The maids' rooms were upstairs under the eaves. She fell silent. Newspapers daubed with dark paint were still spread over the floor. A can stood where she had left it, its interior hard and cracked. The caked brush lay beside it. She began to say, I didn't clean up. I suppose it shows. Before the first word had left her lips, there was a sound. It was a faint sound, yet in the stillness it seemed unnaturally loud, a scraping and shuffling that might have been a small dog scrambling to its feet, or merely some small hard object sliding from a collection of similar objects, a baby's rattle leaving the top of a careless pile of toys. So that in place of what she had intended, Tina said, There's a child in there. There's something in there, Price conceded. He went to the closet and twisted the old-fashioned china knob, but the door did not open. It's locked. I didn't lock it. Though she had not been conscious of moving them, her right hand had clasped her left arm, her left hand her right arm. It was cold in the nursery, surely colder than it was outside. Had she shut the vent? Sure, you locked it, he told her. It's a very natural thing to do. That's okay. I don't have to see it. He's looking at the evidence as a favor to me, she thought. Aloud she said, I don't even have a key, but we've got to get it open. There's a child inside. There's something in there. I doubt if it's a kid. He glanced at the keyhole. Just an old warded lock. Shouldn't be any trouble. The paint can had a wire handle. He pulled it off, bending it with strong, blunt fingers. I suppose you're right. There can't be a child in there. I mean, who would it be? He squatted before the keyhole. You want my guess? You've got a possum in the wall, or maybe a squirrel. This place doesn't have rats, does it? We've tried to get rid of them. Jerry set traps in the basement. There was a faint scrabbling from the closet. She spoke more rapidly to cover the sound. He even bought a ferret and put it down there, but it died. He thought Henry'd killed it. Oh, Price said. The lock squeaked, clicked back, and he rose smiling. Probably never been oiled. It was a little stiff. He twisted the knob again. This time it turned, but the door did not open. Stuck too. Did you paint the frame? She nodded wordlessly. Well, you locked it before the paint was dry, Mrs. Heim. He took a big utility knife from the right pocket of his jacket and opened the screwdriver blade. Call me Tina, she said. We don't have to be so formal. Only a moment before, she had seen him smile for the first time. Now he grinned. Dick, he said. No Dick Tracy jokes, please. I get enough at the station. She grinned back. Okay. The screwdriver blade slipped between the door and the jamb. He turned the knob again as he pried with the blade, and the door popped open. For an instant it seemed to her that there were eyes near the floor. He swung the door wide on squealing hinges. "Nothing in here," he said. "Jerry didn't believe in lubrication."
Yes, he did. He was always oiling things. He said he was no mechanic, but an oil can was half a mechanic.
Price grunted. He had a pen light, its feeble beam playing over the closet walls. "Something's been in here," he said. "It was bigger than a rat. A coon, maybe."
"Let me see," she said.
She had been picking up the paint-smeared newspapers and stuffing them into the can. Now she came to the closet to look. There were scratches on the walls, tiny scratches that might have been made by little claws or fingernails. Flakes of plaster and paint lay on the closet floor. Price snapped off the pen light and glanced at his watch. "I ought to be going. Thanks for signing the permission. I'll phone you and let you know how the tests came out." She nodded.
"I'd appreciate that."
"Okay, I will. What's that book you've got?"
"This?"
She held it up.
"Just an old children's book. Jerry found it when he was exploring the attic and brought it down for Alan. It was under the newspapers."
She led the way back down the narrow hall. The new bright paper she and Jerry had hung decked its walls, but could not make its way into her mind. When she took her eyes from it, the old dark paper returned. Behind her, Price said, "Careful on those stairs."
"We were going to get them carpeted," she told him. "Now it hardly seems worth all the trouble. I'm trying to sell the house."
"Yeah, I noticed the sign outside. It's a nice place, but I guess I can't blame you."
"It is not a nice place," she muttered, but her words were so soft that only the house heard them. She opened the door.
"Goodbye," he said. "And thanks again, Tina. It was nice meeting you."
Solemnly they shook hands. She said, "You'll telephone me, Dick?" She knew how it sounded.
"That's a promise."
She watched him as he went down the walk. A step or two before he reached his car, he patted the side pocket of his jacket, not the right-hand pocket, where he had put his knife, but the left one. For the laboratory, she thought to herself. He's taking it to some police lab to see if it's poisoned. She did not look down at the book in her hand, but the verses she had read when she lifted the newspapers that had covered it sang in her ears. You may run just as fast as you can, but you'll never catch me," said the gingerbread man. That evening the house played Little Girl. The essence, the ectoplasm, the soul of the child seeped from the cracked old plaster that had absorbed it when new. Watching television in the family room that had once been the master bedroom, Henry did not hear or see it. Yet he stirred plumply, uncomfortably on the sofa, unable to concentrate on the show or anything else, cursing his teachers, his sister, and his stepmother, hoping the phone would ring, afraid to call anyone, and unable to say why he was afraid, angry in his misery and miserable in his rage. Bent over her school books upstairs, Gail heard it. Quick steps, light steps, up the hall and down again. Gioconda is the model of the brilliant young sculptor Lucio Seitala. Although he struggles to resist the fascination that she exercises over him, out of loyalty to his witch, Sylvia, he feels Gioconda is the true inspiration of his art. During Lucio's illness, Tina arouses Gioconda's fury and is horribly burned by the model and her brother. I'll remember that, Gail thought. She wanted to be a model herself, like her real mother. Someday she would be. She balanced the book on her head and walked about her bedroom, stopping to pose with studied arrogance. Tina, drying herself in the bathroom, saw it. Steam left it behind as it faded from the mirror. The silhouette of a child with braids, a little girl whose head and shoulders were almost the outline of a steeply pitched roof. Tina wiped the mirror with her towel, watched the phantom reform, then thrust it out of her mind. Jerry should have put a ventilating fan in here, she thought. I'll have to tell him. She remembered Jerry was dead, but she had known that all along.
It was not so much that she had forgotten, as that she had forgotten she herself was still living, and that the living cannot communicate with the dead who neither return their calls nor answer their letters. She had felt for a moment that, though dead, Jerry was merely gone to New York or New Orleans or New Mexico, to some place new to see some client, draft some papers, appear before some board. Soon she would fly there to join him in the new place. He had given her perfumed body powder and a huge puff with which to apply it. She did so now because Jerry had liked it, thinking how long, how very long, it had been since she had used it last. The steam spectre that she had been unable to wipe away had disappeared. She recalled its eyes and shuddered. They had been, as she told herself, no more than holes in the steam, two spots where the steam, for whatever reason, would not condense. That made it worse, since, if that were the case, they were there still, watching her, and visible. She shivered again. The bathroom seemed cold, despite the steam, despite the furnace over which Jerry had worked so hard. She knew she should put on her robe, but did not, standing before the mirror instead, examining her powdered breasts, running her hands along her powdered hips. Fat. She was too fat. She had been too fat ever since Alan was born. Yet Dick Price had smiled at her. She had seen the way he had looked at her in the nursery, had felt the extra moment for which he held her hand. "Then it was cancer after all, Lieutenant?" Gail asked a few days later. "Don't stand, please." She crossed the wide, dark living room that had once been the parlor and sat down, very much an adult. Price nodded, sipping the drink Henry had mixed for him. It was Scotch and water, with too much of the first and not enough of the second, and Price was determined to do no more than taste it. Henry said, "I didn't think it could go that fast, sir." "Occasionally it does," Price told him. Gail shook her head. "She killed Dad, Lieutenant. I'm sure she did. You don't know her. She's a real witch sometimes." "And you wrote those letters to the insurance company?" Price set his drink on the coffee table. "What letters?" Henry grinned. "You shouldn't bite your lip like that, goony bird. Blows your cover." Price nodded. "Let me give you a tip, Gail. It's better not to tell lies to the police. But if you're going to, you've got to get your timing right and watch your face. Just saying the right words isn't enough." "Are you—" "Besides, a flat lie is better than a sidestep. Try, 'I never wrote any letters, Lieutenant.'" "They were supposed to be confidential." Henry was cleaning his nails with a small screwdriver. "You think confidential means they won't even show them to the police?" "He's right." Price nodded again. "Naturally, they showed them to us. They were in a feminine hand, and there were details only somebody living here would know. So they were written by you or your stepmother. Since they accused her, that left you. Once in a while we get a nut who writes accusing herself, but your stepmother doesn't seem like a nut, and when she signed and dated the exhumation papers for me, the writing was different." "All right. I sent those letters." The screwdriver had a clip like a pen. Henry replaced it in a shirt pocket. "I helped her with a couple of them. Told her what to say, you know. Are you going to tell her?" "Do you want me to?" Price asked. Henry shrugged. "Man, I don't care." "Then why ask me about it?" Price stood up. "Thanks for the hospitality, kids. Tell Tina I'm sorry I missed her." Gail rose too. "I'm sure she's been delayed somewhere, Lieutenant. If you'd like to stay a little longer." Price shook his head. Henry said, "Just one question, sir, if you know. How did Dad get lung cancer?" "His lungs were full of asbestos fibers. It's something that usually happens only to insulators." In the kitchen, Tina pictured the furnace, its pipes spreading upward like the branches of a long dead tree, tape peeling from them like bark, white dust sifting down like rotten wood, falling like snow upon Jerry's violated grave. It's the gingerbread house, she thought, recalling the grim paper they had painted over in the nursery. It doesn't eat you, you eat it. But it gets you just the same. She tried to move, to strike the floor with her feet, the wall with her shoulders, to chew the dish towel Gale had stuffed into her mouth, to scrape away the bright new duct tape Jerry had bought when he was rebuilding the furnace. None of it worked. The door of the microwave gaped like a hungry mouth. Far away, the front door opened and closed. She Used to Be My Girl blasted from the stereo in the family room. Fatly, importantly, Henry came into the kitchen on a wave of rock, carrying an almost full glass of dark liquid. "Your boyfriend's gone. Could you hear us? I bet you thought he was going to save you." He took a swallow of the liquid. Whiskey, she could smell it, and set the glass on the drainboard. Gale followed him. When the door had shut and she could make herself heard, she asked, "Are we going to do it now?" "Sure, why not?" Henry knelt, scratching at the tape. "I think it would be better to leave that on." "I told you the heat would melt the adhesive. You want to have to swab her face with paint thinner or something when she's dead?" He caught the end of the duct tape and yanked it away. "Besides, she won't yell. She'll talk. I know her." Tina spit out the dish towel. It felt as though she had been to the dentist, as though the receptionist would want to set up a new appointment when she got out of the chair. Gale snatched the damp towel away. "You fixed up the microwave?" "Sure, Goonie bird. It wasn't all that hard." "They'll check it. They'll check it to see what went wrong." Tina tried to speak, but her mouth was too dry. Words would not come. "And they'll find it," Henry grinned. "They'll find a wire that came unsoldered and flipped up so it shorted the safety interlock. Get me an egg out of the fridge." She knew she should be pleading for her life, yet somehow she could not bring herself to do it. "I'm brave," she thought, surprised. "This is courage, this silly reluctance. I never knew that." "See the egg, stepmother dear?" Gale held it up to show her. "An egg will explode when you put it in a microwave." She set it inside, and Henry shut the door. "It'll work now, whether it's open or closed, see? Only I've got it closed, so we don't get radiation out here." He pressed a button and instinctively backed away. The bursting of the egg was a dull thud, like an axe biting wood or the fall of a guillotine blade. "It makes a real mess. We'll leave it on for a while so it gets hard." Gale asked, "Is the music going to run long enough?" "Hell, yes." Tina said, "If you want to go back to Rona, go ahead. I've tried to love you, but nobody's going to stop you." "We don't want to live with Rona," Henry told her. "We want to get even with you, and we want to be rich." "You got 100,000 for Dad," Gale explained. "Then all that for the baby." Henry said, "Another 50,000. "So that's 150,000, and when you're dead, we'll get it. Then there's another 50 on you, double for an accident. We get that, too. It comes to $250,000. The oven buzzed. "Okay," Henry opened it. "Let's cut her loose." He got the little paring knife from the sink. "She'll fight," Gale warned him. "Nothing I can't handle, Goonie bird. We don't want rope marks when they find her." The little knife gnawed at the rope behind Tina's back like a rat. After a moment, her lifeless hands dropped free. The rat moved to her ankles. Gale said, "We'll have to get rid of the rope." "Sure. Put it in the garbage. The tape, too." 1,000 needles pricked Tina's arms. Pain came with them, appearing out of nowhere. "Okay," Henry said. "Stand up." He lifted her. There was no strength in her legs, no feeling. "See, you're cleaning it. Maybe you stick your head in so you can see what you're doing." He thrust her head into the oven. "Then you reach for the cleaner or something, and your arm hits a button." Someone screamed, shrill and terror-stricken. "I won't," she told herself. "I won't scream." She set her lips, clenched her teeth. The screaming continued.
Henry yelled and released her, and she slid to the floor. Flames and thick black smoke shot from the microwave. She wanted to laugh. So, Hansel, so little Gretel, cooking a witch is not quite so easy as you thought, nicht wahr? Henry jerked a cord from the wall. Tina noted with amusement that it was the cord of the electric can opener. Gale had filled a pan with water from the sink. She threw it on the microwave and jerked backward as if she had been struck. The flames caught the kitchen curtains, which went up like paper. On half-numb legs, Tina tried to stand. She staggered and fell. The kitchen cabinets were burning over the microwave, flames racing along dark, varnished wood that had been dry for a century. The back door burst inward. Henry fled through it, howling, his shirt ablaze. Stronger, harder hands lifted her. She thought of Gretel, of Gale, but Gale was beside them, coughing and choking, reeling toward the open doorway. As though by magic, she was outside. They were all outside, Henry rolling frantically on the grass as Dick beat at the flames with his jacket. Sirens and wolves howled in the distance, while one by one the dark rooms lit with a cheerful glow. "My house," she said. She had meant to whisper, but found she was almost screaming. "My home! Gone! No, I'll always, always remember her, no matter what happens." Dick glanced toward it. "It doesn't look good, but if you've got something particularly valuable—" "Don't you dare go back in there. I won't let you." "My God!" He gripped her arm. "Look!" For an instant, and only an instant, a white face like a child's stared from a gable window. Then it was gone, and the flames peered out instead. An instant more, and they broke through the roof. The house sighed, a phoenix embracing death and rebirth. Its wooden lace was traced with fire before its walls collapsed and the fire engines arrived. Later, the fire captain asked whether everyone had escaped. Tina nodded thankfully. "Dick, Lieutenant Price, thought he saw a face at one of the attic windows, but we're all here." The captain looked sympathetic. "Probably a puff of white smoke. That happens sometimes. You know how it started?" Suddenly Henry was silent, though he had voiced an unending string of puerile curses while the paramedics treated his burns. Now the string was broken. He watched Tina with terrified eyes. More practical, Gale edged toward the darkness under the trees. Tina nodded. "But what I want to know is how Dick came just in time to save us. That was like a miracle." Price shook his head. "No miracle. Or if it was the kind that happens all the time. I'd come at 8, and the kid said you were still out. Somebody I'd like to talk to about a case I'm on lives a couple of blocks from here, so I went over and rang the bell, but there was nobody home. I came back and spotted the fire through a side window as I drove up." The captain added, "He radioed for us. You say you know how it started, ma'am?" "My son Henry was cooking something. Eggs, wasn't that what you said, Henry?" Henry's head moved a fraction of an inch. He managed to answer, "Yeah." "But the oven must have been too hot, because the eggs, or whatever they were, caught fire. The kitchen was full of smoke by the time Gale and I heard him yell and ran in there." The captain nodded and scribbled something on his clipboard. "Cooking fire. Happens a lot." "I called Henry my son a moment ago," Tina corrected herself. "And I shouldn't have, Captain. Actually, I'm just a stepmother, and Gale's." "She's the best mother in the whole world," Henry shouted. "Isn't that right, Goony Bird?" Nearly lost among the oaks and towering hemlocks, Gale nodded frantically. "Henry, you're a dear." Tina bent to kiss his forehead. "I hope those burns don't hurt too much." Gently she pinched one of his plump cheeks. "He's getting fat," she reflected. "But I'll have to neuter him soon, or his testicles will spoil the meat. He'll be easier to manage then." She smiled, recalling her big black-handled dressmaker's shears. That would be amusing, but quite impossible, to be sure. What was it that clever man in Texas had done?
put some sort of radioactive capsule between his sleeping son's legs? Dick said loudly, "And I'm sure Henry's a very good son." She turned to him, still smiling. "You know, Dick, you've never talked much about your own children. How old are they?" The Headless Man. Copyright 1972 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Universe 2, edited by Terry Carr. It's really very good of you to read the history of someone as grotesque as I. Or perhaps you like grotesques. Most people would turn away, or stare, or be sick. I have no head. No, I'm not joking, and this is not some silly story about an execution. I was born this way. I don't remember it, of course, but Pliny the Elder, I think, you could look it up, told all about us. He said we lived in India. I live in Indiana, which shouldn't be the same thing at all, but somehow is. And in old manuscript illustrations of Marco Polo we appear. I say we because I feel a kinship. It's a lovely little picture, a miniature, and there is also a man, he's Pliny's too, shading himself with his foot, and another with one eye. Even though Marco Polo didn't say he saw, you know. We were gone by then, I suppose, except for myself, and I wasn't born. Just in case you still don't know what I look like, let me describe myself. My hands, reaching up beneath my shirt, tell me, and the old miniature, I never look in mirrors. My eyes are very large, twice, 3 times the size of yours. The lids are elaborately curved and open wide. They are large, bright eyes, and are placed just where the functionless nipples of most men are. I think my eyes are probably my best feature. I have a wide mouth, reaching completely across my belly, and big teeth. My lips, because I can bend at the waist, I can look down when I'm naked and see them, are redder than most people's lips. So that, ridiculously, I look as though I am wearing lipstick. And mine is not a straight mouth at all. I suppose it would be called a Cupid's bow if it were a woman's mouth, and not so wide. My nose is large and rather flat, which is a blessing because it doesn't make much of a bulge under my coat. Of course, it is possible that it has been flattened by the pressure of clothing all these years. Having no head, naturally, I have no neck. An unoccupied stump sticking above my shoulders would be silly after all. I suppose it was thalidomide or something. I'm sure you're wondering how my internal organs are distributed, and all that, but the truth is that I have no idea. I mean, would you if you couldn't assume you're just like everyone else? My mouth, I suppose, opens directly into my stomach, and my brain must be situated somewhere close to my heart, which no doubt assures it of a good supply of well-oxygenated blood, but this is just guesswork. As I said, I was born this way. I must have been a dreadful shock to my poor mother. At any rate, she took, at least I suppose it was she, though she may have been carrying out instructions from my father, a head. I mean a dummy head, in this case a doll's. Some dolls' heads resemble very closely the heads of human infants, and they are easily obtained, and attached it to my shoulders by straps. Fortunately, the faces of babies are not very expensive, while the faces of dolls, I mean the better quality dolls, are surprisingly suggestive. With my nose, my mouth, and my eyes all covered by the gown she made me wear in public, I dare say I cried almost continually, and the deception was completely successful. My first memory is of that doll's head. I was playing with blocks, colored wooden blocks painted not only with letters of the alphabet and numbers, but with pictures of various, mostly farmyard, animals. I picked up one of these, and it occurred to me that it was extraordinarily like the object on my shoulders. Don't smile, the memory even now is tender to me. It was a yellow block, smelling of the new paint, and I believe I put it in my mouth afterward. It's lucky I didn't swallow it. Why is it that a few moments of time are recalled so distinctly, and the events to either side, often more striking, forgotten? I was a sickly boy, and this, as well as my peculiarity, prevented me from taking part in scouting, sports, and the other ordinary boyish activities. Save for a few weeks in late spring, just before vacation, my mother drove me to school and picked me up afterward. A letter from our family physician delivered me from the embarrassments of the athletic program, although it occurred to me, I think at about the time I entered high school, that if I had been of more robust build and been permitted to unstrap my head, by this time made by one of those craftsmen who furnish ventriloquists with dummies, a long thread cemented to the skin between my lower lip and my navel sufficed to move the jaw when I spoke, I might have done well in football. My classes presented problems. I had discovered, or rather my parents at my insistence had discovered for me, a very cheap brand of boys' shirts, whose material was so flimsy as to constitute almost no impediment to vision at all. But it was necessary that I sit in the first row of every class, and that I slouch in my chair with my hips forward and my weight resting on my spine in order to see the blackboard. This, I think, since I am not going to reveal my name, is your best way of determining, assuming you wish to determine it, whether I was in one of your classes. If you remember a rather blank-faced boy who sat in the manner I have just described in the front row, you may have been a classmate. To be certain, you may wish to look for my picture in your yearbook, but the blankness will not be apparent here. My head at that time, as well as I can remember, possessed eyes of the kind called roguish, freckles, and an upturned nose. Of course it was necessary to exchange the old heads for new every year or so as I grew older, and I do not retain them. My current one is quite handsome, and has a speaker in the mouth to reproduce the words I whisper into a microphone. But, handsome though it is, I cannot bear to wear it a moment more than necessary, and remove it immediately as soon as my apartment door shuts me off from the headstrong, pig-headed, love that word, world outside. That was why I insisted to the girl that we turn the lights off and pull down the shades. I wanted to take it off, you see. I was tense as it was, and I knew that if I couldn't get that thing off, it was just no good. I had expected she would go along with it, because she had seemed, I think you know what I mean, unprofessional. But she said that it was hot, and it was true. It was very hot. The place should have been air-conditioned, but it wasn't. She said the tenants had to furnish their own air-conditioners, and she had meant to save enough to buy one back when it was cooler, but there had been so many other things to buy, and I knew what that meant. A girl like that you meet in an amusement park expects something. I don't mean that she is a real professional. She probably looks everyone over very carefully, and maybe only goes with men who appeal to her in some way. But just the same, she has learned that she can make a nice thing out of it. I asked if she had an electric fan, and she said she didn't. "You can get a nice one," I said, "for about $10. "25, she said, but she was smiling and good-humored. The lights went off, but with the shades up, enough light came in from the street for me to see her smile in the dark. "I've priced them, and a nice one costs at least 25. "15, I said, and I told her the name of a discount store. She had been going to the regular appliance stores. "You've been going to the regular appliance stores," I said. "They always charge twice as much." "Listen," she said. "Will you meet me there tomorrow about 6? We'll look at them, and if I can find one I like that cheap, I'll get it." I said that was all right, and I thought how strange it was getting a girl like that for an electric fan, discounted, and besides I could always stand her up, but she must know I wouldn't, because I'd probably want to see her again before long, and besides, it would be kind of interesting, walking her through the store and thinking about what I'd come to buy for her and why, and looking, much lower down than they thought, through my shirt at all the people who wouldn't know, and besides, we might want to do something afterward. So I said it was all right. I still wanted to pull down that blind, but it was on the other side of the bed, and there was no way right then for me to get past her. "Why do you want it so dark? At least with the blind up we get some breeze." I guess I'm just not accustomed to undressing with someone watching.
I know. You haven't got hair on your chest. She giggled and thrust a hand into my shirt.
Fortunately, she touched my eyebrow and drew her fingers back.
No, that isn't it.
I suffer from a grotesque deformity.
I guess everybody does, one way or another. What is it, a birthmark?
I was going to say no, but when I thought about it, you could say I was marked at birth, in a way of speaking. So I was going to say yes, and then suddenly it got much darker. I said, "Did you pull down the blind?"
No, they turned off the lights in the drugstore. They close now, and most of the light was coming from there.
I heard a zipper, and for a minute I thought foolishly, now where in the world did that come from? The back of her dress, of course, and I took off my shirt and tried to take off my head, but I couldn't. The catch on the strap was jammed or something, but it didn't bother me the way I'd thought it would. I just told myself it would save me trouble that way, so I'd just keep it on, and that way I'd know for sure I wasn't putting it on backward when I got dressed again in the dark. My eyes were getting used to it now, anyway, and I could see her a little. I wondered if she could see me. "Can you see me?" I said. I was taking my pants off. I might keep my head on, but no underwear, no shoes. She said,
"Not at all."
but she was laughing a little, so I know she could. I guess I'm too sensitive.
You haven't got anything to be sensitive about. You're nice looking. Broad shoulders, big chest.
I have a wooden face, I said.
Well, you don't smile very much. Where's the mark? On your stomach? I felt her hand in the dark, but she didn't reach out for my face, my real face, the way I expected her to.
Yes, I said. On my stomach.
Listen. I could see her white body now, but her head and heavier shadows seemed gone. Everybody worries about something like that. You know what I used to think when I was little? I used to think I had a face inside my belly button.
I laughed. It seemed so funny, so very humorous at the time, that I simply roared. No doubt I disturbed her neighbors. A belly laugh, that's what I have, I suppose. The only genuine belly laugh on earth.
Really, I did. Don't laugh.
She was laughing, too. I have to see it.
You can't see anything. It's too dark. It's just a little black hole in the dark, and there's not really a face in there anyway.
I have to see.
There had been matches, I remembered, beside the cigarettes on her night table. I found them. She said, "There was this story I told myself that I was supposed to be twins, but the other one never grew big, and was just a tiny little face in my stomach." Hey, what are you doing?
I told you I have to see.
I had lit a match and was cupping the flame in my hand. Listen, you can't. She tried to turn over, giggling more than ever, but I held her down with my leg. Don't burn me.
I won't.
I bent over her, looking at her navel in the buttery light of the match. At first I couldn't see it, just the usual little whirls and folds. Then, just before the match went out, I did. "Here," she said, "let me see yours." And she tried to take the matches away from me. But I kept them.
"I'm going to look at mine myself." I lit another match.
"You'll set your hair on fire," she said.
"No, I won't."
It was hard to see, but by bending at the waist I could do it. There was a face there, too, and as soon as I saw it, I blew out the match. "Well," she giggled, "find any lint?" Her body was a face, too, but with bulging eyes. The mouth was where it folded because she was half sitting up on the piled pillows. The flat nose was between the ribs.
We all look like that, I thought, and it went all through me. We all look like that. The little faces in our navels kissed. The Last Thrilling Wonder Story. Copyright 1982 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine. All right, Brick, I'm ready for you now. Hup. You're an ex-Marine, right? Yes, sir.
6'4", 220, curly red hair, rugged but honest face, fists like hams. Pavement breakers, sir. How's that? I'd rather think of them being like pavement breakers, sir. Okay, pavement breakers. Your name is Brick Bronson. What's yours, sir? Gene Wolfe, and you're in love with this girl called Carol Crane. You've never met her, but you're in love with her. Her father is Dr. Charles Crane, the great biochemist. Dr. Crane has invented this serum that will save tens of billions of human lives. Billions, sir? Over the long haul, say in 20 or 30 years, and a big pharmaceutical company is out to take it away from him. Their hit man is John Slade. Got it. Meanwhile, aliens in a flying saucer have landed. They need the serum, too, and they want to take Dr. Crane back to Rigel to make the serum there. There's a mix-up. Everybody's fighting everybody else. You and Carol are kidnapped to Rigel on the saucer. You see strange but beautiful stuff there. Between the two of you, you fix up the Rigelians' problems. Right, sir. They bring you back, and you use Rigelian super science to rescue Dr. Crane in an apocalyptic struggle. The end. Brick stroked his massive jaw. Sir, as he climbed into his faithful Ford pickup. Sir? What's the matter, Brick? Sir, where am I going? Out to Dr. Charles Crane's famous research ranch to see Carol. You get there just as Slade arrives, and... Sir, I don't even know Carol, sir. You said we haven't ever met. I'm just in love with her. I guess I saw her picture in the paper. So you want to meet her, get to know her. You can pretend to be a reporter or something. And, sir, if it's all right with you, I'd like to drop by St. Michael's and light a candle first. After all, if there's going to be gunfights and all that... How the hell do you know about gunfights? I saw the deer rifle in the back of my pickup, sir. And going to Rigel. Rigel's an awful way away, sir. Hundreds of light years, maybe thousands. Catholics don't light candles any more, Brick. I do, sir. I'm Irish, and my mother... For Pete's sake, Bronson's not an Irish name. What kind is it, sir? It's a pulp name. Now get going. Brick stroked his massive jaw as he climbed into his faithful Ford pickup with the 30-30 hanging over the rear window. Almost savagely he kicked the engine to life. The sun hung heavy over the dusty streets of San Franco as he pointed the rusty hood toward the mountains and the famous research ranch of Dr. Charles Crane. Palms drooped in the heat. Abruptly he jerked the wheel to the left. St. Michael's was only a few blocks out of his way. He was not a regular churchgoer. The ritual of the Mass soothed him, but the improvements and variations irritated and distracted him, and since there were now more improvements and variations than ritual, he had scarcely attended since his discharge. Yet he had never truly doubted the existence and the goodness of God, and as he drove he imagined himself on his knees before the Holy Virgin, while the bright flame of a newly lit candle proclaimed his devotion, the purity of his intentions toward Carol Crane. The ground shook beneath his truck. A fissure appeared in the baking asphalt. He slammed on the brakes, throwing the pickup into a screaming skid turn before it stopped. Tiles slid from the roof of a Spanish-style stucco house and crashed on the ground below. Someone screamed. All up and down the no longer sleepy street, people were running out of doors. For reasons he could not have explained, he got out of the truck. The main shock hit just as his feet touched the ground, and it knocked him flat. There was no other sound on earth like the collapse of a large building. He had never heard it before, but he heard it now, and he knew instinctively what it was. "You all right, son?" The speaker was a fat man in a light blue sports shirt. "Yeah, I'm okay." Brick scrambled up. "Just got knocked off my pins." "Wonder if they cracked my slab," the fat man said. He was looking speculatively at a small white bungalow. "Something fell down." "Uh-huh, I heard it." The fat man continued to stare at his house. "I wouldn't go back in there, sir. It might not be over yet."
When the fat man did not answer, Brick started down the street on foot, ignoring the chattering, half-hysterical people who had fled their homes. Despite what he had said, he did not believe there would be more shocks. The quake had come, and it had done what it had been intended to do. As he expected, St. Michael's lay in ruins, stone tumbled upon stone. Save for the fine haze that still hung over its destruction, it might have been sacked by the Goths, pulled down by Geiseric and his Vandals. "It's a real mercy," a woman told him. "Nobody inside. Father always locks up after the last morning mass."
"I didn't think they were ever locked," Brick said absently. "Guess I couldn't have gotten in anyway."
He began to pick through the rubble, and after 5 minutes of searching, discovered a small statue of Mary the Mother of God, holding the infant Jesus in her arms. The thumb of one hand and the head of the infant had been broken off. Mary's nose was battered. He pulled the statue upright, and for a moment knelt before it, crossing himself twice. The ranch house was big and sprawling, partly field stone, partly wood. Behind it, obscured by the bulk of the house, stretched a long, low, almost windowless wooden building that was presumably Dr. Crane's lab. Brick parked the truck beside a van and climbed out. A tall man with glossy black hair stood in the doorway watching him, arms folded, legs a bit too wide. Seeing him, Brick waved. The tall man conceded him no answering gesture. There was a stink like an open sewer, the reek of the corpses in a certain field of upland rice.
"Good morning, sir,"
Brick called when he was closer.
"I suppose you're Dr. Crane. My name's Brick Bronson. I'm a leg man for the San Francisco Sun."
Under his breath he added, "or something."
The tall man in the doorway continued to watch him without replying.
Brick was suddenly conscious that, although the tall man's face appeared in repose, his eyes were blazing. Their stare carried an almost palpable heat.
"I'd like to talk to you about your daughter."
"It is true that I have a daughter," the tall man said, nearly whispering. "But you would not wish to speak of her if you were wise. Certainly you would not wish to see her. My name is Lucifer Satanus." Brick stretched out his hand. Lucifer smiled at it. "That will not break my pavements," he said. "Despite so many wild rumors, they are not laid of good intentions, which are, in my experience, quite easily broken, and I will not take it in mine, since that would be so painful for you. In return, I ask you not to make a certain disgusting gesture while in my presence. We both know the one I mean, do we not?"
"You're the devil. I must be dreaming."
"I am the devil, in the sense that I am the emperor of all devils, the angel of the bottomless pit. More to the point, as you shall see, I am the prince of sin. You are acquainted with sin, are you not?" Brick nodded. And the devil laughed. "Ah, yes, those leaves in Saigon. Childish. You shall be better acquainted with it soon. You said you were dreaming. It is not now that you are dreaming, but when you thought you could appeal to a higher power, and that he would protect you from your author. Not in this world, Brick. By doing as you did, you have transformed yours into a religious story, and so released me upon yourself. Do you understand?"
"I'm afraid I do."
"I am gratified. By the way, the author has just informed me that you are torn between the desire to make that gesture and the urge to strike me in the face. Neither will be effectual. And there is one more thing I should tell you before I go. Earlier you were led to expect the Rigelians. They will not appear. I am here in their place." Brick's big fist fanned empty air. As he stood staring at the spot where Lucifer Satanus had stood, he heard footsteps from inside the house. A rather stooped, white-haired man appeared, glanced at the open door in some surprise, and came to greet Brick. "I thought it was getting warm in here," he said in a gentle, cultivated voice. "Someone's been letting our air conditioning out. You didn't by any chance open this door, did you, young man?" "No, sir. It was open when I pulled in. I was just about to ring your bell." "Strange." The white-haired man hesitated a moment, looking at the door, then extended his hand. "I'm Charles Crane, by the way." "Brick Bronson. It's an honor, Dr. Crane." "Brick? Really? What an unusual name." Brick flushed. "Really, it's Roscoe, but when I was a kid somebody started calling me Brick. With a name like Roscoe, you can see why I stuck with it." The scientist smiled. "I do indeed. I shall call you Brick, and I hope you'll call me Charles. Now, won't you step out of the sun, Brick?" West and East, supposed never to meet, met in that room. There were horns and antlers on the walls, and wide chairs covered with saddle skirting, a Steinway grand, and Dresden figurines. "It's a trifle mussed now," Dr. Crane said, seating himself in the largest of the leather chairs and glancing at the untidy newspaper lying beside it. "This is one of Juanita's days off. But do sit down, Brick. What can I do for you?" Brick cleared his throat. "When you saw that open door, Doc," he hesitated. "Yes?" "Well, you said, 'strange.' Something about the way you said it made me think that there had been other strange things going on. I'd like you to tell me about them." For a moment the scientist's wide eyebrows rose in two little arches, then the corners of his mouth followed them. "All right," he said. "I don't see what harm it can do. A good many of the rooms of this house overlook the valley. Possibly you noticed that on your drive up. There have been some odd-looking lights down there, and some more in the air over our mountain." "UFOs?" "Flying objects that at least, cannot identify, yes." "I don't think you have to worry about those any more, Doc, but I don't think those were what was worrying you mostly. You'd be curious and excited about saucers if there were any such thing." "You don't believe in them?" "Not now, no. What's the real problem, Doc?" The white-haired scientist shrugged. "Just a feeling of being watched. Paranoia, if you like. Then once, when the feeling was very strong, and I stopped what I was doing and looked about, I could almost swear I saw the flash of binoculars up on the mountainside." "I understand." "I hope you do, young man, because I don't. Now I've answered your question, and I'm going to ask you one of my own. Why are you here?" Brick hesitated. "I know about your work. The serum." "There was something in the newspaper, I believe." "Down in San Franco, I've heard some rumors, third and fourth-hand stuff, but somebody's after you, Doc. Somebody with money and an organization. They want that serum bad. In a few months, when I've perfected the process, they will only have to ask. I intend to offer my serum to humanity without charge." "I don't think they want it like that. They want it all, and that's why I'm here. With me around, I don't think they're going to get it unless you want to give it to them." "You're offering me your services as a security officer. Have you credentials?" "Maybe none you'd find convincing. The Silver Star and a few boxing and marksmanship trophies." "But you can judge for yourself if I'm qualified. Let me stay here and keep an eye on things for you, and when you've had a chance to check me out, we'll talk about pay. If you don't think I've earned any, I'll be on my way." "I'll have—" A radiantly lovely girl stepped into the room, then hesitated. "I'm sorry, Dad. I thought you were alone." "It's quite all right, Carol. This is Mr. Bronson. He'll be staying with us, for a few days at least." That night in the guest room, Brick cleaned and oiled his Winchester before preparing for bed. "Sir! Mr. Wolfe, sir!"
For Pete's sake, Brick, you'll wake everybody up. They can't hear me. They're on another part of the page. Listen, sir, the old guy's nice enough, but I came out here for the girl. So what? I got a 15-second look, and the next thing I know, I'm up here with this damn gun. Sir, you laid the devil himself on me. They don't come any rougher than that. Don't I have any rights? No, not one single goddamn one. Sir, I'll die. I won't let you. Not that way, sir. I'll die inside. I'll turn into a store window dummy and a tape recorder. Pull the string and I say my lines. Push me over and I'll never get up.
There was a soft tap at the door.
Come in, Brick called. It's not locked.
Carol entered, closing the door swiftly behind her. She wore a quilted robe. "You'll think I'm terrible," she said, "but I have to talk to someone."
I couldn't think you were terrible under any circumstances, Brick told her.
"It's Father. He's in danger."
I know.
"He's been getting things in the mail. Notes."
"Threatening letters? He should have showed them to me."
"I think he's destroyed them. But he's afraid. You don't know him, Brick, but I do, and for the first time in his life he's frightened. He had a burglar alarm installed in the lab, and he's talking about getting a watchdog."
"He's got one now. Me. You don't have to worry any more."
"Brick, I want him to die, but—" A shot rang out. Brick was off the bed and out the door in one long jump, the Winchester in one hand and half a dozen cartridges in the other. The moon, shining through the windows, provided just enough illumination for him to find his way in the unfamiliar ranch house. To his left he heard the sob of indrawn breath, then the unmistakable sound a rifle bolt makes when it is drawn back to kick out empty brass and shoved forward to bring another round into the chamber. He had already slipped his own cartridges into the magazine. Now he jerked down the lever and brought it up again.
"Brick, is that you?"
Behind the words hung the familiar reek of gun smoke.
"Yeah, it's me, Doc. You okay?"
Light streamed from an open doorway. "I'm fine, Brick, but I don't think our friend here is in such good shape." Still in a half-crouch, Brick sprang into the room. Dr. Crane was standing near an open window, a Springfield rifle in one hand and a small black automatic in the other. He held the automatic up.
"Do you know about these? Is it going to fire?"
"A PPK. Not unless you give the trigger a good hard pull." Brick took the automatic and thrust it into his belt, then glanced down at the man who lay at the scientist's feet. He was small and dark, like his weapon, with a fuzzy beard that concealed most of the lower half of his face. His moccasins were worn, his jeans ragged. One side of his faded denim shirt was soaked with his blood. Brick knelt beside him.
"Better get on the phone, Doc. Get an ambulance up here."
Carol's voice said, "I'll do it."
"Thanks."
Bending over Brick and the wounded man, Dr. Crane asked,
"Do you think he'll live?" "He might. He's young. I've seen them hurt worse than this and still pull through, and I've seen some that weren't hit this bad die. Right lung's collapsed. You have silver tips in that rifle?"
The scientist shook his head.
"Full jacket, target ammunition. I was going to sight it in before elk season opened."
"That saved him." Brick rolled the wounded man over and slipped a wallet out of his hip pocket.
"A silver tip would have blown out a hole the size of your hat, and he'd be dead already. You have first aid supplies here? Gauze or tape? We can at least slow down the bleeding."
"Yes," Dr. Crane said. He seemed irresolute.
"I'll get them."
Brick flipped open the wounded man's wallet, glanced at the contents, rubbed the side of his nose with one finger, then looked again. When Carol returned, adding her own soft perfume to the pure desert air that floated through the open window, he had already staunched the flow of blood. She asked, "Do you need anything else?"
"A blanket to keep him warm. He's in shock."
She brought a striped Indian blanket from the sofa and helped Brick tuck it around the wounded man and raise his feet.
"Ambulance say they were coming?"
"Right away, they said." She paused. "But it's about 25 miles." Brick glanced at his wristwatch.
"Half an hour."
"I suppose. You can't do anything more for him?"
"No. He needs to get the blood out of his chest cavity, and any pieces of cloth and bone that may be in there with it. I don't think we have to worry about the bullet. It made a clean exit. Then the lung could be patched and reinflated and so on. But we don't have the equipment for any of that."
"Who is he, Brick?"
Brick grinned at her. "I'm glad you asked. I was trying to figure out how to ask you if you knew him."
Carol shook her head.
"According to the stuff in his wallet, his name's John Slade. That ring any bells?"
Carol shook her head again. "I don't think I've ever heard of him." They both turned at the sound of footsteps. It was Dr. Crane, still carrying his rifle.
"Where have you been, Doc?"
"Outside." The scientist dropped into a chair. "I thought there might be more."
"That was a hell of a risky thing to do."
"I doubt it. You say they want the formula for my serum, and if that is the case, the last thing they would be apt to do is to kill me before they get it."
"Sounds logical. I just hope they make as much sense as you do."
Under her breath, Carol murmured, "He wants to show you he's as brave as you are." Brick gave no indication of having heard her.
"Find anybody?"
The scientist shook his head. "No, no one."
"How'd he get here? Car?"
"I didn't see one. Do you know, I never thought of that."
"No horse? Nothing?"
"I didn't see any, no." Carol said, "Could he have been landed by helicopter?"
"Not close, or I would have heard it," Brick told her. "Of course, they could have dropped him out in the desert a mile or so, or somebody else could have been with him, somebody who drove his car away when he heard the shot. Doc, does the name John Slade mean anything to you? I've already asked your daughter."
"Is that who he is?"
"His wallet says so. Belongs to a lot of environmental groups and conservation clubs. Know the name?"
The scientist shook his head.
"How about the face? I don't want to have to turn him over again, but you saw him before, and if you look, you can still see him pretty well."
"Perhaps without the beard, but I doubt it."
"John Slade wasn't the name signed to those threatening letters you got?"
Dr. Crane's head jerked up. "How did you know about those?"
"Just a shot in the dark. You were worried when I came here, and tonight you were jumpy enough to grab a loaded rifle when you heard Slade here outside."
"I didn't hear him. I saw him in the moonlight."
"Swell. Instead of going to bed or reading or maybe watching TV, you were standing around looking out of windows. That has to be something more than some guy up on the mountain with field glasses. Hell, that could have been a bird watcher or somebody on the lookout for the UFOs. I figured you'd been getting letters or phone calls. Maybe both, but people don't usually sign phone calls."
Laying his rifle across his knees, the scientist ran both hands through his abundant white hair. "I see. No, John Slade wasn't the name."
"What was?"
The scientist ignored the question. "The most recent came today in the mail. They've all been mailed. About 6, I think. Perhaps 7. It said that he had found someone to kill me, and he would send him, have him do it, unless I—"
"Go on, Doc."
"Unless I made a certain gesture of surrender, set fire to my laboratory." Brick whistled softly. "I couldn't do it, you understand. I wouldn't do it. Literally, I would prefer to die." Carol was stroking the wounded man's cheek. "Brick, his skin is clammy, damp and cold."
"That's shock. There's nothing we can do besides what we've already done."
"Shouldn't we be hearing the ambulance by now?" Brick glanced at his watch.
"Not yet."
"I know they shouldn't be here yet, but shouldn't we hear them? At night we can hear ambulances and fire engines way down in the valley." Brick's shoulders moved 1/16 of an inch.
"I wouldn't know about that. Doc, I'd like to see some of those letters."
"You can't. I burned them." "I didn't want Carol to find them." The old scientist hesitated. "I suppose you killed a great many men in Vietnam. I've hunted all my life, but I've never killed anyone before."
You still haven't. If that meat wagon gets here in time, there's still a chance he'll pull through. You burned the envelopes, too?" Dr. Crane nodded. "You happen to notice where they were postmarked from?" Dr. Crane nodded again. "From San Franco. All the postmarks that could be read." "I see. Doc, I've been waiting for you to tell me how they were signed, but it seems like you're not going to unless I ask you. So don't tell me it was the Blue Avenger or some crap like that. You recognized the name?" The old scientist laughed. It was a dry sound, humorless, as the shaking of a pebble in an empty jar. He stood, and, still carrying his rifle, started out of the room. "Yes," he said, over his shoulder. "Yes, you could say I did." Brick glanced at Carol, but she seemed as puzzled as he. After a moment he asked, "Is there any chance he'll kill himself?" "I don't think so," she said. There was an edge of bitterness in her voice. "But you wish he would?" "Sometimes, I suppose." "You don't act like it when he's around." She bit her lip. "Brick, maybe sometime I'll explain. But this isn't the time or the place, and I've only known you a few hours." "It may be the only time and place we'll ever have," he said gently. "The story may be over soon." "What are you talking about?" He managed a rueful little shrug. "Things are happening fast tonight." "I know what you mean." "You and I could climb out this window, just like Slade climbed in. We could walk around in the desert in the moonlight holding hands, but it would mean leaving him, and he might start bleeding again." "We can't do that." "I know we can't. And so I thought maybe we could pretend we did, if it was all right with you. Carol, when they were flying me overseas, the plane had a little trouble, and we sat down on some little island in the Pacific. I don't even remember the name of it now." She watched him, her blue eyes as serious as his. "There was a landing strip there, left over from World War II. They still maintained it, and once or twice a month the mail plane came, and so forth. We stayed there a couple of days until they could fly in a part for one of our engines. There were a lot of birds on that island, and it was the mating season." He paused and chuckled softly. "They would pair off and kind of bob up and down at each other and keep it up for hours. Sometimes one would go get an oyster shell and lay it at the other's feet. I guess the one that carried the shell was the male, or maybe they both did it. Anyway, there was an ornithologist, a bird scientist, who'd come to study them. He was taking pictures and stuff, and one day I got to talking with him." "Yes, Brick?" "I asked why they did it, why they bobbed up and down like that, and he told me they had to. It didn't matter how much they wanted to get together. To mate. If they didn't bob up and down like that, they couldn't do it." "That's sad, isn't it? Sad and a little funny. But I don't understand why you're telling me about it now." "I just meant that we're people, not birds. If I could bring you candy and flowers and take you some place to dance, or for a walk in the desert in the moonlight, that would be nice. But we don't have to do it." "You want us to be lovers? With this man bleeding on the floor?" "I want us to be sweethearts. Sweethearts love each other, and they trust each other." Carol hesitated, then raised a finger to her lips. "Shh! Dad's coming back." Dr. Crane seemed more relaxed now. The rifle was gone, so was his suit coat. He dropped into a chair and looked benevolently and distantly down on the two younger people. "Is he going to die?" he asked. "If that ambulance doesn't get here pretty soon, he is, Doc." "Good." Carol's hand flew to her mouth. "Dad!" "You want him to die, Doc?" "Of course I do. He came into my house to kill me." "Then you should have put another bullet in him." "I suppose I should have. At the time I was too shocked. I saw him outside the window, you know,
and I recalled reading somewhere that it was best to wait until a prowler had actually entered, that there would be less difficulty with the police that way. The scientist tittered, then seemed to bite the shrill laughter back. And so I waited. He silhouetted himself ever so nicely against the moon when he climbed over the sill, just like one of those man-shaped targets you see at the range. Brick walked over to him and looked into his eyes. They were blind circles, like 2 flecks of blue paint. I waited until I heard his foot on my floor, a little shuffling sound. Then I squeezed off the shot. Actually, I couldn't aim very well. That scope isn't meant for shooting in the dark. "He's high," Brick told Carol. "Do you know what he uses?" She shook her head. "I've seen him this way before, but not often." "In Nam, I saw a lot of heroin and hash, but they don't talk that much on heroin, and hash doesn't do that to your eyes. What is it, Doc?" The scientist giggled and shook his head. "Come on, what did you shoot up on? Morphine? If you've got some, it might help this guy here." Unexpectedly, the wounded man stirred. "I won't say," Dr. Crane told Brick, "and you can't force me to. At this very moment there is a curtain, a wonderful curtain, invisible, beautiful, the strongest and most beautiful invisible object ever seen, between myself and yourself, between myself and the world. Do you wish to burn my arms with cigarettes? Please go ahead." "I've quit smoking, Doc." Brick had already turned away to see to the wounded John Slade. Slade's eyes opened, fluttered closed, then opened again. "It's okay, buddy," Brick told him. "You've been hurt, but an ambulance is on the way. You've lost a lot of blood, that's all. Don't try to get up." Carol grasped his arm. "Brick, listen. Don't you hear it?" A muted whine, faint as the scratching of a stereo needle when the record is over, floated up from the valley and in through the open window. A distant siren's song. Brick nodded. "Sounds good to me." "We can't let them see Dad. We've got to get him out of here." "Not until I find out what I've got to. Doc, you said you recognized the name on those letters. Whose was it?" "The name I know best." The words trailed off into high-pitched laughter. Brick slapped the scientist's left cheek. The smack of his calloused hand might almost have been the report of a small gun. "You're going to have to tell me, or I won't be able to help you and your daughter. No matter how high you are right now, you must know that you're going to have to come down sometime." The scientist giggled until a second blow snapped his head back. A trickle of dark blood stinged his chin. "If I'm not able to help you then, you're going to have a lot worse problem than some ambulance guy who saw you stoned." "Which is my own, of course," Dr. Crane murmured. "Charles C. Crane, Ph.D. That is how they were signed, you see, young man. My own name, my signature, my handwriting." "You wrote them yourself?" The scientist stared off into space, watching something no one else could see. Carol said, "Brick, he couldn't have." "Sure he could. Funnier things have happened." "But why?" "You don't like him, and I don't like him. Maybe he doesn't like himself much either. You get into town often?" "Hardly ever." "There's no box out at the road. How does he get his mail?" "We have a post office box in town." "I thought so. Who picks the mail up?" "I do. I mail his letters, too, and they're letters I've typed myself. If he had written anything by hand, I would have noticed it." "When I came here today, he said something about a housekeeper named Juanita. Said she was off. Does she go into town to shop?" Carol nodded. "Groceries and things. But, Brick, Juanita can't drive. I have to take her in our van. I drop her at the supermarket, do my own errands, and pick up the mail and any supplies Dad may have ordered. There's a scientific and medical supply house in San Franco. Then come back to the market and get her. Today I drove her to her sister's in Rio Lodo." Brick stroked his chin. "Somebody's forging his handwriting, then. That's what it looks like." "But why would anyone want to do that?"
For the psychological effect, I suppose. It seems to have worked. It should be pretty unsettling to realize that somebody who's after you can write letters, checks, or whatever using your name whenever he wants to. Besides, it might throw the police off. So if you're going to disguise your handwriting anyway, why not disguise it as your victim's? The twitching of the wounded man's face drew their attention. Hoarsely and almost unintelligibly, he said, "Not forged." "What's that?" Brick bent over him. "Not forged." He gasped for breath. Xerox." The whisper trailed away. "What the hell does that mean?" Brick muttered. Carol suggested, "That the letters Dad has been getting are really copies of letters he once wrote someone else?" Slade gasped. "Please. Terribly thirsty." "Get him a glass of water," Brick said. "I'll roll him over and try to hold him up a little." The song of the siren was much louder now as the ambulance wound its way up the mountain road. Brick listened to it and to the whisper of Carol's slippers as she went into the kitchen. Dr. Crane slumped in his chair. "Sin," Brick said to himself. "Lucifer, Satan, this prince of sin. You did all this to us. Dope. Attempted murder. Lies. But if you're real, he has to be real, too." He looked down at the wounded Slade to see if he was being overheard, and realized that he was not in fact speaking, or rather that the Brick who spoke was an inner Brick, a sort of operator animating the clay figure that supported the wounded man. This second inner Brick reached beneath his shirt for the silver medal his mother had once given him, then remembered that he had lost it in a rice field almost 10,000 miles away. "This stuff isn't going to help you, Brick. If the devil's real, sir, there has to be a God, too. The devil had to be cast out by someone. Now you're a theologian. You're supposed to be an ex-Marine. Sorry, sir. There is no God for you, Brick, and your devil wasn't cast out by anybody. He was cast by me, and cast into your life by me. If you've a God at all, never mind."
"Here, Brick, darling." Carol handed him a glass of cold water. "If you don't think it will hurt him."
"Not if he sips it. It's not a stomach wound."
Brick held the glass to Slade's lips.
"Carol, you called me darling."
"It slipped out, I guess."
"I hope it slips out often."
"Careful, you'll drown him." "Oh, Brick."
"What is it?"
"Why did we have to meet like this? It could have been so much nicer."
"Because I fished a statue out of the rubble this afternoon."
"I don't think I understand."
"And I can't explain, Carol. Not now, anyway." He put down the glass. "Will you kiss me, Carol? I've loved you from the beginning, and I've got a feeling it's the only kiss we'll ever get."
She kissed him. Somewhere down the mountain road the ambulance rounded a beetling outcrop. Its siren was suddenly louder, rising and falling like the whooping of a wolf.
"Again," Brick pleaded.
"They're coming. I have to get Dad out of here. I'll lock him in his bedroom."
She hurried over to the narcotized scientist, seeming to pull him erect by main strength. Brick felt the PPK slipping out of his belt and began a frenzied judo chop with his right hand. The sound of the shot filled the room, springing back from the walls with doubled force. The little German automatic went skittering across the carpet. Brick dropped Slade and leaped to his feet. For an instant he thought the shot had missed. Then, very slowly at first, Dr. Crane began to crumple. A red stain spread across his white shirt. Carol released him and backed away, hands covering her face. Slowly, then it seemed very fast, the old scientist pitched forward on his face. Outside, the ambulance ground to a stop.
"Sorry. Really sorry."
The whispering voice was Slade's. Brick demanded, "Why did you do it?"
"Would have killed us all. Killed world. He would told me
Billions of lives. There was a sharp knock at the door. "Let them in," Brick snapped to Carol. He bent over the wounded Slade. "What are you talking about?" "Crane serum would have saved billions. No room. No more animals, plants. We'd be—" The wounded man gasped for air. "Standing on everybody's shoulders. All have died." "So you came here to kill him first?" Brick heard the door open, the confused footsteps of the paramedics. "Dr. Crane told me." Slade's whisper was nearly lost. "Burn lab." A paramedic grasped Brick's shoulder and leaned heavily upon it as he bent to peer at Slade. "What happened to him?" Slade sighed. "No space. For billions. Not till we get into space. Dr. Crane." "Gunshot," Brick told the paramedic. "They shot each other." It sounded so simple when he said it that way. "He won't make it," the paramedic said. Swaying a little, he straightened up. "God damn it, aren't you even going to try to save him? Give him plasma?" "Won't make it," the paramedic said again. "Going into coma now. DOA for sure." "Brick," Carol called, "what's the matter with them?" The other paramedic said thickly, "What's the matter with you?" Brick stood. "Drunk, I think. I don't smell it on them, so it must have been vodka or maybe medicinal alcohol." "Listen, Mac," the first paramedic said. "We're not drunk. Sure, we had a couple, but we're not drunk." "Fine," Brick told him. "Get this guy some plasma. What about the old man?" "Old guy's DOA," the second paramedic told him. "No respiration, no pulse. Got a bullet in the belly, and his heart gave out." The first paramedic said again, "Listen, Mac, we're not drunk. You know what we've been doing all day. You know? You got plasma in your ambulance? We've been dragging the bodies out. That's what we've been doing. Had a big quake down in San Franco, see? 8.1 on the Richter scale. Women, kids. My God, you should have seen them." Brick took him by the arm. "Let's go get some plasma," he said wearily. "This man's still alive." "That man's dead," the paramedic told him. "He just hasn't stopped breathing yet." They got the needle into Slade's arm and carried him out to the ambulance, then took out Dr. Crane. "He did it to me," Carol said softly. "When I was just a little girl, about once a week for a year. Finally, Mother found out and made him stop. I've never been able to forgive him for that. I was hoping, but I still can't." She shuddered. "I suppose I never will. Oh, Christ." The second paramedic stumbled and dropped his end of the stretcher. Dr. Crane's body rolled off onto the graveled drive. With the sheet pulled partially away from his face, he appeared to be wearing a surgeon's mask. Brick turned Carol around until she could no longer see the corpse. "Why did you stay?" Her shoulders moved up and down under his fingers. "It doesn't matter." "Okay." She drew a deep breath. "Brick, we'll be rich. I know where he kept the formula for his serum. A brown notebook in his desk in the lab. He was just working out a system for making the serum in quantity, and any pharmaceutical company could do that. It virtually eliminates the onset of degenerative diseases. People will pay anything for it. Think of all the rich old men." "He was going to give it away," Brick told her. "For the prestige. That was all he cared about. Medals, the Nobel Prize. He wanted somebody to endow a real research center for him, where he could boss a big staff." "Sure," Brick said. The first paramedic was bending over Dr. Crane. "Hey," he called. "The old guy's heart started again. Shock must have done it." For a second, he stood there blinking, trying to reason through an alcoholic fog. "I'll give him some oxygen. Might have some brain damage, though. He was out quite a while." "Give the other one some, too," Brick instructed him. "It might help." "It might at that." Brick helped them get the old scientist into the ambulance, watched the first paramedic fumbling with his oxygen equipment for a moment, then closed the rear door. The second paramedic stumbled toward the cab. Brick asked,
You going to drive? Guess so. Al's busy back there. Al drove up? The second paramedic nodded. With you getting smashed most of the way, you're in no shape to drive. The girl will drive for you. My bus? Forget it. Brick hit him so hard his feet left the ground. Carol opened her mouth to scream, then shut it again. Brick said, Think you can drive this? Shouldn't be much different from your van. I suppose so. Sure you can. I'll put him in front with you. I think I broke his jaw, and that will give him something to worry about if he wakes up.
Brick, aren't you coming too?
I'll follow you in my pickup, Brick said. Otherwise, we won't have any transportation once we get to the hospital. I'd drive, but I don't know where it is. Now get going. He stood in the road and watched the ambulance's red tail lights until they vanished around a bend. A few seconds later, the siren came on. Carol had found the switch, he reflected. There was a galvanized scrub bucket in Juanita's kitchen. He used his pocket knife to cut the hose from the rinsing nozzle on the sink. In the living room, where two men had nearly died, he found Slade's PPK under a sofa and thrust it into his belt again, then retrieved his Winchester from the corner where he had left it. Back outside, he hung the Winchester on its mounts in the back of the pickup's cab and siphoned gasoline from the tank until the bucket was half full. Over a gallon, he figured. Nearly $2 worth. Carefully, he positioned the bucket near, but not too near, the back of the laboratory, struck a match, and tossed it in. The gas caught with a sound like the crackling of a giant whip. He jumped backward, then sprinted for the shadow of a hillock of boulders and sand. He had no sooner reached it and turned to watch the dancing flames than the giant's fist struck him behind the ear. For an instant, he saw the dark ground leaping toward him, but he was unconscious before he struck it. When he woke, it was to hear a rending, grinding crash. Vaguely, he pictured cars meeting head-on outside his dingy room in San Francisco, or a car crushed under the wheels of a tractor-trailer. He shifted his head. Sand grated on his cheek. The night wind stirred his hair. His hands would not come forward to help him up. After a moment, he found that they were bound behind his back. Much of the feeling had left his arms. He struggled erect without them, rolling on one side to get his knees under him, pushing himself up with an elbow. The crash had been his pickup. Its hood was buried now in the big double doors at the back of the lab. Orange flames danced along its sides. "You're awake," a familiar voice said behind him. "Would you like a closer view of the fire? I ran your truck over your bucket of gasoline, and it really should be quite spectacular." Brick turned. "Hello, Doc. All right if I call you that?" "Certainly." "You look just like him, too, nearly as I can see, except you haven't been shot lately. Twin?" The second Dr. Crane shook his head. "Then the Russians or somebody fixed you up to look like him, I guess. Plastic surgery and so forth. You are a curious man, whoever you are. Doesn't it concern you that you're about to die?" "I didn't know I was." "And you are ludicrously incorrect about the Russians. Appearance, voice, height. I doubt very much if they, or anyone on Earth, could do so well." The second Dr. Crane gestured with Slade's black PPK. "Now forward. Whether or not you care to have a better view of the conflagration, I do." Brick started toward the burning truck. "I've never had any luck at all with that gun, and now you never will." "Right. I figured, though, that if I made it look like the lab was burning, that would smoke out whoever had been sending the real doc those letters. I was right about that, anyway." "You were wrong about that," the second Dr. Crane told him. "I was here already, watching from behind those boulders. You very nearly trampled me when you ran there to hide. Fortunately, the light of the fire you had started in that bucket must have impeded your night vision." Brick said, "Or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it. You're a clone, right? I've heard of that." "No, I am a copy. But wouldn't you like to know what I struck you with?" "Not particularly. This close enough?" The heat of the burning truck washed his cheeks. The laboratory building itself was beginning to catch now. "Yes, this will do. It was a stone, a common desert stone. Was that courageous of me? A slight and rather elderly man?" "I guess so." "But I had no alternative. Had I fled, you would have heard me, pursued me, and almost certainly caught me within 100 yards. Had I remained as I was, you would surely have noticed me. As it happened, I struck, and in striking I won. But if I had possessed a pistol of my own, I would have killed my original almost an hour ago, when he came poking about with his hunting rifle. Did he suppose I would come so near my old home as that?" Brick said. "He was mostly showing off, but the pressure got to be too much for him." He glanced at his burning truck and took a step toward the second Dr. Crane, who stepped back. "I warn you, if you attempt to run at me, I'll fire." "Then I won't attempt it, Doc. Tell me about this copying business. Your man Slade said something about xerography, but we thought he meant the letter had been copied."
Momentarily, the second Dr. Crane looked puzzled. "Some people came. Nearly a month ago now. Our electricity went off, all of it. I thought it was some sort of storm. They landed out there, out in the desert." He looked sharply at Brick. "I don't suppose you believe a word of this, but it doesn't matter. You'll be dead quite soon." "Go on," Brick said. "I was working here in the laboratory, the original eye. They came and got me. My daughter and my cook must have been sleeping, and I don't think they ever knew. Presumably they were not permitted to wake up until the others had left. What is your name, by the way?"
"Bronson."
"I'm Charles Crane, as you know. Mr. Bronson, I'm supposed to be a biochemist, but I don't know quite how to explain. Suppose I were a medieval scribe. I'd spend my days in copying the Bible. Beautiful lettering, illustrated capitals. You've seen them?" Brick nodded. "And then someone showed me a modern color copier. Lay a page on it, and there it is again, just as good, or nearly just as good. That was what they did. They wanted me, you see. Or at least they wanted a Charles Crane to take back to wherever they came from. I can't imagine why, unless they'd forgotten the principles they'd used to build that machine. Or perhaps they had not built it, had got it from some other culture. In any event, they made a copy, then wiped an hour or so from the memories of the original."
"But you escaped?"
The second Dr. Crane shook his head. "I was left over, if you wish to put it so. They made me first, I think. I know that I am Charles Cabot Crane. I recall my childhood, college, marriage, my entire career. But when I remember all those things, I know that I would do certain things I did not do at the time."
"I see," Brick said.
The fire was advancing in columns along the walls of the laboratory building, blistering their dark paint. "I don't think I'm a very good copy. Not a perfect copy, at least. They threw me away, just left me behind."
"A little surprise for the real Doc."
Brick glanced at the truck again. Its steel body glowed with heat.
"Why'd you want him to burn his lab?"
The copy smiled. It was almost a pleasant smile. "To destroy his notebook, of course. My notebook. You see, there is a flaw in the formula. The serum can be produced, and it will work, stave off cancer, cardiovascular degeneration, and so on. But in less than an hour, it goes bad."
So that was why the doc delayed making a formal announcement of his discovery. He said he was working on a way to manufacture it in quantity, and that bothered me. Like his daughter said, any of the big drug companies could have worked out a production method, and they probably could have done it better than he could. But it could not be made in quantity, you see, Mr. Bronson, until that flaw was eliminated. It had to be made and used on the spot, which rendered it rather impractical. But I, in that last hour, the hour before they landed, found the way to eliminate that flaw. I recorded it in my notebook." "You mean the real Doc did," Brick told him. "Then the saucer people wiped his memory out, and he didn't look back at that page, because he thought he knew what was on it." "Exactly. And now you plan to replace him. You know Slade didn't kill him?" "But he may have brain damage. Yes, I overheard all that was said, once you were outside. For my purpose, it could not have worked itself out better. When he is somewhat recovered, Carroll will bring him back here, and I will eliminate him and take his place. A miraculous recovery. Not even Carroll need know. And blame me for destroying the lab, just in case the brain damage isn't all that bad, or some other scientist shows up to go through his stuff. Correct again. The building was locked, so you rammed the doors with your truck. The fire started as a result, and you fled into the desert. And now that I have seen that the fire will do what I want, you and I will indeed go into the desert, where you'll kill me and hide my body. Would you rather I kill you here? I would prefer not to have to drag you a mile or so, but if I must, I will. Walk, and you will have a few moments more." There was a shot. The bullet's impact almost knocked the second Dr. Crane off his feet. Reeling, he regained his balance, waved the PPK futilely in the direction of the burning truck. Brick kicked it from his hand. "You'll never get the guy that got you, Doc. There isn't anybody. I'm wounded." "Sure you are. If you get a gun hot enough, and it's got a round in the chamber, it'll go off. I've seen machine guns start to fire like that, with nobody pulling the trigger, because a few long bursts had overheated the barrel. My deer rifle was hanging in the back of the truck, and there was a round in the chamber, because I jacked one in when I heard the real Doc shoot the poor kid you sent in after him. When you walked me over here, I lined you up with it as well as I could." The second Dr. Crane was watching the blood that seeped from between his fingers. "You've been shot in the belly, Doc, just like he was. It would be interesting to know what's happened to the one in the saucer. I think maybe there's some sort of link between the three of you. But now, if you want me to patch you up, you'd better untie me." The second Dr. Crane said nothing. His face looked gray, even in the reddish light of the fire. Tears trickled down the gray cheeks. "You don't believe that crap you fed Slade, do you? We'll be saving the best people, engineers, physicists, craftsmen. If somebody found that serum in time, we'd still have Einstein, and by now we'd be selling fried chicken on Mars." The knees went first. The copy's blood-stained hands never left his waist to block his fall. Brick cursed, then dropped to the ground and lifted his hips and legs, kicking and squirming until his knife slid from his pocket. It took 30 seconds or so to get it open, and another 30 to cut away the electrical tape the second Dr. Crane had taken from his truck. By the time he got into the laboratory, the whole place was full of smoke and chemical fumes. Bottles of solvent were bursting like mortar shells. He tried to recall whether Carroll had ever mentioned the location of the desk, tried to hold his eyes open. Soon he could not. He dropped to the floor, hoping to find better air. "You see what it got you, Brick? You might have been rich and famous, married to a lovely woman. Where is the God you prayed to now?" "Everywhere, sir. Nowhere. I still haven't seen him." "You never will." "But you'll see me." "What are you talking about? You're burning to death right now, dying of smoke inhalation." "But he made me real. You'll pass me on the street some day, see me in some crowd. Don't mess with me then. Fists like pavement breakers, remember?" "Brick, you can never be real. Not real the way I am. When this is over, you'll be left behind on the page." "You sound a little scared, sir. Maybe you've already felt me close to you in the movie theater, seen me waving at the ball game, heard my voice around some city corner." "How did you know that?" "Answer me, Brick. How did you know that? All right, on TV tonight they showed a man who got pulled out of a fire in California. But his name was Rick Benson. As well as I could hear it. That wasn't you, was it, Brick? Brick? Answer me! Brick? House of Ancestors. Copyright 1968 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in I.F. The eye of the telescope looked upward giddy miles to where the last sphere, its sides pierced with yawning holes, swayed above the city. A teacher from Baton Rouge had paid her quarter, looked, and left a moment before. A man from Des Moines would come soon, but he would be too late. For a few seconds a figure stood at one of those holes, then another who struggled with him, then both were gone. The subway rocked and jerked in the malicious way subways have on Sunday afternoons, when the rocking and jerking are out of harmony with the mood of the time and the people on the trains, people crossing the city to visit relatives or seek the cool of the ocean. The motion did not seem to bother Bonnie, who sat with her hands upon the purse in her lap, with her arms enclosing protectively and possessively the scarcely noticeable swelling. Bonnie was pregnant. That made all the difference, as Joe told himself. Bonnie was pregnant. She was a tall, rather lanky girl, colored Scotch-Irish around her red-flushed elbows and hands. She wore a black maternity skirt with a hole for the belly in front. It had been lent her by her brother Chuck's wife, and a voluminous blue smock, like the uniform of one of those semi-public institutions whose inmates are issued clothing that does not seem to be a uniform until two of them are seen together. Joe was Irish-Italian, darker than she, with big hands and forearms. A group of men on the far side of the car stared for a moment at Bonnie, and he glowered at them. He wanted to ask them what the hell they thought they were looking at, but he knew Bonnie would be upset. He embarrassed her too often anyway, too often for him to do it when he could see it coming. Besides, someone might get really tough, and Bonnie would become frightened for him and cry, sniveling and choking with shame as she wept because it had been a crime to cry in Bonnie's family. For himself, he did not care if someone did get tough. Not that he wanted to die. "I think it's the next stop after this," Bonnie said above the clatter. It was the first time she had spoken since they had boarded the train. Joe nodded. He would be glad to get out. He had seldom been outside New York before, and the few occasions when he had were associated in his mind with pleasure, with sunny skies and fragrant winds. Those one-day trips on which someone brought a portable television so that they would not be bereft of the familiar computer-written jokes, and someone else, his friends, and the friends of his friends, so that the reassurance of the crowd was with them too. He played softball in the high grass of Meadows and enjoyed it much more than the semi-pro which had occupied his weekday evenings since he quit night school. "Come on." Bonnie was pulling at his shoulder. "This is our stop. You feel all right? It doesn't hurt?" He stood up, his broad body almost filling the narrow subway aisle, then waited for her to stand too. The train bumped to a stop. At the gate of the fairgrounds, Bonnie showed the pass Chuck had given her, telling the guard a lot more about Chuck's job selling for the plastics company and what his connection was with the fair than the guard wanted to know. Joe stood back away from them, looking up at the entrance arch with its 20-foot letters that read, New York World's Fair, 91. It was big as hell, but you could see the thing on past it, and the thing made it seem small. Of course, the thing made everything seem small. He had not been up there to see, because the elevator didn't go that high, and he was supposed to stay away from steps. But they said you could even see the thing from the roof of the buildings where he and Bonnie lived, way over in Yonkers. It was far higher than the Empire State Building. Finally, Bonnie quit talking to the guard, and he let them through the gate. "Where'd Chuck say he was going to meet us?" Joe asked, even though he was curious to see the inside of the thing, especially to see it now, before the public was admitted, before any of the people they knew had seen it.
He found himself hoping Bonnie's brother would not be there. "At Howard Johnson's, right at the foot of it. They've got that opened up already, so the people working on the pavilions from the different countries can eat there, and the reporters." He was walking a pace behind her, and Bonnie, looking at him seriously over her shoulder, said, "You didn't really want to come, did you, Joe?" "Sure I did. I was going crazy sitting around the apartment all day." Bonnie pursed her lips, turning to look up at him and seeming to understand everything with her blue eyes. "I know you were, but you feel bad about Chuck. Envious." He said, "No." But it was true. She waited for him to catch up to her and took his hand. "I just want to tell you that I'm not mad because of it. Chuck isn't either. We understand." Joe said nothing after that, just looking up at the thing as they walked along. Thousands upon thousands of colored balls linked together with slender-looking tubular stems he knew were really big enough to hold moving belts that would carry sightseers from ball to ball. Although there was no wind down here on the ground, it was blowing hard high up. You could see the top of the thing lean away from the wind. The engineers said, Joe had read it in time, that even a hurricane couldn't knock it down, but it looked as though it were about to go as he watched. He wondered what it would be like to be up in it with the wind blowing it like that. 2. Chuck was waiting for them in front of Howard Johnson's, jingling the change in his pocket as he stood there, the way he always did. Chuck was 10 years older than Bonnie. He had been selling those plastics ever since he got out of school. 2 years ago, when the fair was just in the planning stage, he had landed the contract for the stuff that went into the thing, and since then he had it knocked. The commissions were making him rich. You could see it, and not just from the clothes he wore. It was in the way he stood and the way he wore his hat. That was a hat that said, "I've got it made. I'm big time, and you'd better believe it." Chuck grinned big at him and shook his hand with his own soft one in that up-and-down way he had until Joe mashed it a little to see him wince. Joe's own hands had been getting soft during the months since the accident, but they were still firm and not flabby like Chuck's. He swore to himself he'd never let them get that way either. He'd find something he could do, even if it was only wood carving or something silly like that. "Come on in," Chuck said when Joe had let go of his hand. "Ed Baker, he's the guy I told you about, the chief engineer, is waiting in there already. I just stepped outside to look for you." The engineer rose when Bonnie came to the table. He was a tall man, thin as a rake, with a sharp V of hair beginning to gray at the sides. Chuck introduced both of them, Bonnie first, and beckoned to one of the uniformed girls who were waiting on the tables. "Chuck here says you people'd like to see the inside of the thing." Baker had a noticeable New England twang. "And if you would, now's the time to do it. They've sold tickets for 6 months in advance already." "Is it finished?" Bonnie asked timidly. Chuck laughed. "Not quite inside, sir, but it won't come down with you in it, if that's what you mean. Finishing up the displays in Ed's job, though. And believe me, he can make the ones that aren't complete more interesting than the stuff near the bottom that's ready to roll." "There aren't any steps, are there?" Bonnie looked at Joe, and he wanted to sink into the floor. He knew what was coming. Baker shook his head. "All the rises are by belt. Does your husband have a heart condition?" Chuck mentioned something. Bonnie's brother held his fingers an impossible distance apart. "He's got a nail in his heart this big, a great big galvanized nail." Baker's eyebrows went up, and Joe said quickly, "It's only 5/8 of an inch long, really, from a spiking gun, one of those tools that shoot a shell like a .22 so that you can nail furring strips onto concrete." "But it's in your heart?" The engineer was half astonished, half skeptical. "In one of the chambers. The doctor told me the name of it, but I forget now." "My God, what happened?" "You know how you got to push the barrel against something and pull the trigger at the same time to make it go off?" Baker nodded. "I've used them. They're practically foolproof." "Yeah.
Well, this guy at work was fooling around with one. I guess he must have had his finger on the trigger, and he bumped the end against a steel I-beam. Chuck broke in. It wasn't square against it, you see, Ed, kind of at a slant, so the spike caromed off the beam and hit Joe. The doctor told Bonnie it happens with bullets once in a while, especially small ones like maybe buckshot. They can go right through the wall of a man's heart, just puncture it and stay there, but without killing him. The heart heals up behind them. Baker picked up one of the cups of coffee the waitress was handing around, and although his hand was steady, Joe could see that he was shaken. They can't get it out? He won't let them, Bonnie said. I've begged him. Listen, Joe told them. I don't like to go over all this again. Let me say my piece now, and then let's shut up about it, and talk about the thing. That's what we came here for. You don't have to, Baker began, but Joe interrupted him with a gesture. Like I've explained to Bonnie 1,000 times, he was addressing the engineer alone now, I haven't got a lot of life insurance, just what the union gives everybody. And if they take it out, it'll have to be what they call open-heart surgery, where the chances aren't so good. This way, as long as I'm alive, I draw workman's compensation, medical benefits, and all that kind of stuff. If I drop over some day, Bonnie'll get the insurance anyway, so then she won't be no worse off. Now, tell us about the thing, huh? What's it supposed to be, anyway? Oh, you know. Bonnie seemed to be as relieved as he was at the change of the subject. You read to me about it out of the paper. Sure, Joe said, but I want to hear from an expert. The papers always get something wrong. What is it, Mr. Baker? You'd need a biochemist to really tell you. I can only repeat the same things you've already read, that it's actually a giant model of a molecule of deoxyribonucleic acid. What we call DNA for short. It's the stuff genes are made of, so in the fundamental sense, it's what determines that each of us has the heredity he has. Bonnie asked, And it looks like that? She was staring out the window toward the base of the thing. Somewhat like that. We followed the normal conventions for making a molecular model, of course. Those balls, as the public calls them, represent atoms in the model, although each one is actually a hollow sphere 30 yards in diameter. The black ones are carbon, the light blue ones oxygen, and so on. The engineer's interest in his work was infectious. Joe asked, But it really does have that crazy shape, all the DNA in the world? Chuck snorted. If all the DNA had the same shape, everybody'd be the same, Joe. Ed, you've got to excuse him. Joe's not too technically oriented. It does all have that general double helix construction, Baker said stiffly, and it's incorrect to think that a single molecule of DNA like the one we've modeled here determines its owner's complete heredity. It takes the entire set of human chromosomes to do that. The DNA molecule only determines the makeup of a single type of cell, although even so its structure seems to be minutely different for each person. Only identical twins can readily accept tissue grafts from one another, so one individual's cells must be subtly different from another's, even though the grafts are from corresponding parts of the body, liver tissue. Well, what kind of a cell would this make? Bonnie asked. And who is it from? Baker shrugged. This is just a typical human DNA molecule as far as I know. I'm only an electrical engineer, and I'm not sure even a PhD biochemist could tell you what sort of a cell would contain it from looking at it. It could be a brain cell, Joe said unexpectedly, and the other three stared at him. It could be, Baker agreed after a moment's pause. It would be strange, wouldn't it, if there actually were someone who had that exact pattern? Chuck said airily, The odds are probably 1,000,000 to 1 against it. I know, but suppose someone did. Baker seemed to be talking half to himself. Would the molecule itself recognize its own structure the way that a set of cell transducers read the history of gene structure? There must be a logic to the geometry we are completely incapable of recognizing. But it is the logic that makes all life possible, and the human race only stays alive because it's capable of duplicating itself endlessly. "Tell them how big the thing is, really," Chuck demanded. 300,000 million to 1. That's the scale this thing here is built to, Bonnie. It's the biggest model of anything ever built, and the tallest building in the world at the same time. And do you know what it is that makes something like this possible? "Yes," Joe said. "Glass fibers." Chuck was only slightly crestfallen. "That's right, what we call monomolecular strands. They're only 1 molecule thick, stronger than hell, and we embed them in high-strength resin, really key them in. Every one of those balls was made out of 2 bowls from the same mold, fitted together, and the tubes that connect them were extruded and cut off to length. After that, all they had to do was hang them up there, after they'd installed the partition floors that cut the top half of the ball, that you see off from the bottom half, where the machinery is." Baker seemed embarrassed by Chuck's exuberance, but he nodded verification. "We didn't even use a scaffold, just picked up the pieces with helicopters and fitted them into place. I suppose you saw it on television."
"And you've got displays inside all of them?" Bonnie asked. "That's what I want to hear about."
The engineer smiled. "I'm glad you do, because it's the displays and the analytical circuits, not the structure, that are really my responsibility. The civil engineering boys have done their job and left. They only come back to read their strain gauges every once in a while." Joe scarcely listened while Baker explained the displays. His attention was somewhat in his chest, in the area just beneath his breastbone, where a strange tightness had gripped him. He remembered the X-rays he had been shown, the spike moving, tumbling in the current of his blood, with each beat of his heart. The doctors had said that if it lodged in a valve— "Come on!" Suddenly they were all standing up, pushing back their chairs and setting down their coffee cups. He rose, too, feeling a little confused. There was no point in making a fuss. He would simply have to go on behaving normally until he fell over on his face, if that were what he was going to do. Outside, the engineer led them to the foot of the thing. Joe stood a little behind the others, his head thrown back to stare up at the dizzily swaying top thousands of feet above him. A droning little business jet of an airplane went past. It was only a tiny silver cross against the sky, but the lacework of the thing towered over it like a thunderhead. With dizzied eyes, he tried to follow the complexities of the spiraling pattern, becoming more certain as he did that some secret of colossal importance was contained in it. Bonnie was touching his elbow. He looked down at her, at last, the earth rocking under his feet. "What's the matter?" he asked. The entrance to the thing was still shut.
"Something's wrong with the door. Mr. Baker's key won't make it work."
Baker said, "Come along and we'll go to the shop and get someone who can open this up for us. It's at the back of the grounds."
Joe took a step forward as Bonnie released his elbow, then stopped, afraid he was going to lose his balance. The vertigo which had seized him while he was staring upward required a few seconds to subside. Bonnie and Chuck were leaving him, trailing after Baker. None of them looked back to see if he were coming too. Half in anger, half to have something against which to steady himself, he went over to the big door instead of following them. It was massive, impressive, and somber. He grasped the handle and pulled back. He was a big man, owning the strength that comes of hard physical work done every day, and the accident had done nothing to change that. The door gave almost imperceptibly. He pulled harder, throwing his weight backward. The door rasped a quarter-inch more, then suddenly gave free. "Stuck," he muttered to himself. He looked at his wife's back. She was almost out of shouting distance now. For half a second he thought of hurrying after her, then decided against it. Let them all walk to wherever it was they were going and back. He would make his own inspection of the thing, the lower levels at least, and be ready to laugh at them when they returned. 3. The base chamber was dark until he entered it. Then the light came up slowly, like the illumination in a theater. No doubt, in coming through the doorway, he had stepped on a pressure-sensitive plate, or interrupted a photocell beam. A man in a white laboratory smock stepped forward, smiling a greeting, and it was an instant before Joe realized that the man was an automaton activated like the lights by his entry. "Good day, sir," the robot began. "Are you interested in a guided tour of the exhibit in this atom?" "Sure, that's what I came for." It was amusing to address the mechanical toy as though it were in fact a human being. "I will be delighted to show you around. I will form my next tour in 2 minutes. Why can't we start now?" The robot shook his head regretfully. "My programming requires a 2-minute wait for others who might wish to join us." "Okay," Joe shrugged, grinning. "You don't mind if I look around a little on my own while you're waiting, do you? Nobody's really going to come anyway, you know." "There is always that possibility," the mechanical guide admitted diplomatically. "In the meantime, you have the freedom of the exhibit." Joe left him standing, still smiling, by the entrance, apparently oblivious to the fact that Joe had closed it behind him. Most of the material on display in this chamber of the thing was in the form of 3D projections, objects solid and real to the eye, but insubstantial. Mutated fruit flies, magnified 100 times, crawled about a section of the floor. He found himself wanting to kick them away when they approached his legs, and he went past them without bothering to read the printed explanations of their grotesque abnormalities that floated in the air above them. Beyond the fruit flies, an experiment still more bizarre claimed his attention. An egg, palely translucent, stood upright on its large end. The small end was 2 feet higher than his head, and the yolk could be seen through the shell, a golden globe showing a single dark speck. As he watched, the speck grew, developed a head, wings, and legs. It seemed to writhe with the energy of its thrust toward being. Behind him, the robot said, "My tour is ready to form, sir. Would you care to go back to the flies, or shall we begin here?" Joe said a little sarcastically, "Where's all the other people on this tour?" "There are no others," the robot replied in an unruffled voice. "If you are expecting friends or members of your family to join you, I will be happy to wait until they arrive." "They won't be along for a while yet," Joe told him. "I think I'll go ahead without them." He was still staring at the growing chick, now nearly ready to burst from its shell. "This display," the robot said chattily, "shows a white leghorn egg in incubation. The unfolding of the miracle of life. It is designed to illustrate the sequence of alterations every embryo undergoes before the final form is realized. The old naturalists used to say that every creature had to climb its own family tree to qualify for the privilege of birth, and although we are no longer accustomed to employ such quaint phrases, the old Thag illuminates a truth." The chick was scratching weakly at the shell with its egg tooth. Joe took his eyes from it long enough to glance at the guide. "What do you mean, climb his family tree?" "He goes briefly through the forms of each of his forebears. His father was a chicken, wasn't he? And he's a chicken, too. How could you tell whether he looks like his father or not?" "That's not what is meant," the robot began. "I know darn well it's not what you meant," Joe told him irritably. "You meant this chicken here goes up through evolution from just one little blob like a germ. So why couldn't you say so instead of all that junk about family trees? If that was true, it would mean everybody has their father and grandfather and all that inside them. You know what the trouble with you and all those smart guys that set you up is? You think that anybody that went to college is so stupid they've got to have everything explained to them like a little kid." "I'm sorry, sir," the robot said, "but it is interesting to consider that since each of us receives half his genetic structure from each parent—" "Oh, shut up." The chick had broken the shell now and was struggling through the hole it had created. The robot remained obediently silent, and for a few seconds Joe watched it without speaking. Then he asked, abruptly, "Where's the horn on its legs?" "Sir?" "I said, where's the horn on its legs? You said it was a leghorn chicken, and I'll bet you don't know why it's called that."
There was a barely perceptible hesitation before the robot replied, "No, I don't, sir. I find the information is not in my memory banks. Please rest assured that your question had been recorded and that the answer will be supplied to my program as part of the next reprogramming session." "I can tell you right now," Joe said sourly. "Leghorn's a place in Italy. That's where they got this kind of chicken from." The chick, its magnified image as tall as an ostrich, was struggling to its feet. The robot said nothing. "Here's some more for you, smart guy. Who was the king of the cowboys on the old TV movies, huh? And what year was it the Mets first won the pennant? Where was Grand Central before they tore it down?" The robot hesitated again, then said, "I'm afraid the answers to none of your questions are in my memory banks, sir. Would you like to see the other exhibits in this atom?" Joe was walking away. "No." "In that case, sir, the entrance to the pedestrian conveyor, which will take you to the next atom on the regular tour, is on your right. If you wish to leave the complex entirely, you may use the door by which you entered." "Does the next place have another dummy like you in it?" "Oh, no, sir. Each atom has a completely different guide." Not certain why he did it, Joe turned to his right and stepped onto the silently moving belt. 4. The upward angle was even steeper than he had expected, but the surface of the belt was ribbed with ridges almost like steps. The lights of the chamber behind him faded until he was left in near darkness. It reminded him of the Tunnel of Love at Coney Island, where he had gone once with Bonnie before they were married. Her perfume had seemed intensified in the dark until it was all around him, and in the boat ahead another couple, a boy and a girl he had not noticed particularly when they had gotten in, had made little animal sounds like chipmunks mating. Nothing had mattered then. Both Bonnie and he had believed that in spite of everything he would be a success. He would go to night school, take a Saturday job, and nothing at all, had worked out as they had planned. Ahead of him light grew, not merely because he was approaching it, but as in the chamber below, because the voltage was being turned on gradually. He could make out the displays in the area immediately in front of the end of the connecting tube now, and a flicker of motion beyond them. He stepped off the belt. An elderly man came forward to greet him. He wore a black cassock and a Roman collar. "Good morning, sir," the new guide said in a gentle, slightly accented voice. "I am Father Gregor Mendel. Good morning, madam." With a start, Joe turned to look behind him at the person the cybernaut priest was addressing. A young woman, almost a girl, was stepping from the belt. "Hello." She had a soft voice that was somehow familiar. "Do you mind if I join your tour?" Joe shook his head, then remembering his manners, said, "No, not at all." He was looking at the girl's clothing, a skirt fully 8 inches shorter than was currently fashionable, and a blouse fantastically patterned with interlaced squares. "Where did you come from?" he asked. The girl smiled, brushing back her long straight hair. "I came in with you, actually, when you opened the door." "I didn't see you." After a moment he realized how hostile the flat statement sounded, and added, I'm surprised I didn't notice you down below." "I kept in the background. I'm afraid that's rather a fault of mine." The figure of Mendel made a little gesture of welcome. "This is nice, very nice. The two of you will make an ideal party to tour my little exhibit." "Wasn't there somebody here before us?" Joe asked. "I thought I saw him go out the exit over there just as we came in." Mendel nodded. "There was, my son, but he did not stay. I didn't even have time to speak to him." Puzzled, Joe said, "I don't see how he could have gotten in ahead of me." The girl tossed her head. "It doesn't matter, does it?" "I guess not." She smiled suddenly. "Do you know that the only one who's formally introduced himself here is Father Mendel? Although I know your name's Joe. Let's say I overheard some people talking to you in Howard Johnson's." He told her his full name, adding unnecessarily, "I'm married." "I'm not," the girl said, "but I'm engaged." She held up her left hand so that he could see the ring she wore. "My name's Mary Hogan." He felt an unexpected warmth toward her. "That's my mother's maiden name. There's a coincidence."
"That's nothing." She was grinning now. "You have the same last name as the boy I'm engaged to."
Mendel cleared his throat. "I'm afraid my Adam is one of the dullest. But are you ready to see it now, my children?"
"What's it about?" the girl inquired.
"My discovery of genetics. I used garden peas, you know, and all my experiments are condensed here for you. The idea of the designers, I suppose, is to teach the principles in the same way in which they were originally discovered. I hope it is a good one."
To please the girl, Joe followed the monk scientist from display to display, looking at tall and short pea plants and genetic charts which appeared in glowing lines in the air. But he could not fix his attention on the exhibits or Mendel's rambling, accented lecture. The brief glimpse he had gotten of the man who had fled the exhibit just as he entered exerted a hypnotic attraction on his mind, so that he found himself recreating that flicker of furtive motion over and over again in his imagination while Mendel droned on. At last it was over, and the diminutive priest-robot made a little bow to them, then stood, smiling shyly. "That was wonderful," the girl said. "A wonderful discovery."
"He didn't do it," Joe told her, and hated himself for saying it as soon as he saw the hurt in her face. "I know I didn't," the robot admitted in its gentle voice. "But can't you think of me as a sort of actor?"
"I suppose so," Joe mumbled.
"I look much as the real Mendel did, and insofar as is possible my logic pattern has been shaped to duplicate his as revealed in his works. Although I admit we can't hope for the accuracy obtainable when the genetic pattern of one of the subject's descendants is available for study. Thus far, you two are the only audience to whom I have lectured. But I felt as proud when I was talking to you a moment ago as I would have if the work Mendel did was really my own."
The girl whispered in Joe's ear, "Ask his blessing. It will make him feel better." Before he was fully aware of what he was doing, he had dropped to his knees. He heard himself mumble, "Bless me, Father." An expression of bewilderment passed over Mendel's face.
"Are you Catholic, my son?" he asked.
"Does that matter? Couldn't you give me your blessing anyway?"
"I suppose it doesn't really," Mendel said. "And no, I couldn't."
He reached down and drew Joe to his feet again.
"This is like the story," he continued in his mild voice, "they used to tell about one of the Emperor Franz Joseph's visits to Baden. They were going to perform one of the operas based on Goethe's Faust for him, and when one of the Emperor's courtiers brought his little daughter behind the scenes in the theater, she saw an actor dressed as the Pope and asked for his blessing."
Mary Hogan asked curiously, "And did he bless her?"
Mendel shook his head. "He explained that he was only a make-believe pope, and when she understood, she said, 'Then bless my doll.' Just so, I cannot bless this young man, my daughter, but I will bless you."
His fingers sketched a cross in the air, and he murmured a Latin phrase. The girl knelt. When it was over, the two of them stepped onto the belt that would take them to the next hemispherical room, and the darkness of the tube closed around them. "Why would he bless you?" Joe asked, "and not me?" "Maybe you were too sincere about it." He felt the girl's fingers touch his hand. "It was sweet, though." He could sense her beside him in the blackness, and unexpectedly, overwhelmingly, the certainty came to him that they had waited together like this before, that the sensation he now felt was familiar through countless repetitions. He tried to recall when this might have been, and if he had not perhaps known this girl before he had met Bonnie, or before they had married, and he had cut off his contacts with other women. But no memory of her came, and he found his recollection forced backward instead to a place he had nearly forgotten, the tenement apartment in which he lived with his parents when he was very small. There had been only one bedroom, with the double bed on one side and his own with the high wooden railings on the other. An electric sign outside the window flashed blue, then yellow, then went dark.
Now in the darkness he found himself waiting for the blue flash again, and the bright spark when his mother drew on her cigarette, just as he had on nights when he would awaken to see her waiting for his father to return home. Instead, white light gleamed in front of them, the lights of the next chamber springing into life. "I wonder what this one will be," the girl said, but he did not answer her. He was looking for the man he had glimpsed in the chamber below, somehow certain that he would be here too. He was, but he remained hidden until they were almost ready to get off the belt. 5. Perhaps because it was so crowded, this exhibit seemed smaller than the others. Poultry cackled and quacked around the attenuated legs of a giraffe. Huge beetles climbed the walls and, slipping, fell back to the floor to wiggle and struggle before they could turn themselves over and climb again. Then, on the far side of the chamber, peering from behind a huge empire wardrobe of oiled walnut which stood in Napoleonic grandeur among the animals, Joe saw the man's eyes. For an instant they stared at him. He received an impression of malice unfathomable. Then they were gone. A hunched, hurrying figure scuttled like one of the beetles, darting from behind the wardrobe and disappearing into the darkness of the next exit. He yelled and jumped from the end of the steeply rising belt, wading through the insubstantial animals that surged about his feet. But as he reached the middle of the room, the doors of the wardrobe flew apart like the doors of some Christmas toy, and the man with bandaged eyes stepped directly into his path. They collided and went crashing to the resilient plastic floor. By the time he got to his feet again, he knew it was too late. With the girl's help, he pulled the robot erect, wondering all the while, rather vaguely as he might have wondered about some back-page story in a newspaper, whether or not the exertion he had just undergone would kill him. He could feel the thumping of his heart as clubbed blows from inside his chest. "Bonsoir," the blind robot said. "I am Jean-Baptiste Pierre-Antoine de Monet, Chevalier de Lamarck." He made a courtly bow. "What happened to you?" the girl asked suddenly. She pointed, and Joe saw that Lamarck's right hand was missing. It seemed to have been torn or hacked away. The plastisol flesh was ragged around the amputation, and color-coded wires, blue and yellow, dangled from the stump. "I fear, mademoiselle," Lamarck murmured, "that there may be a vandal in our complex." He seemed ashamed of the injury that so clearly revealed his nature and thrust the injured limb behind him. "Yes, and I almost caught him," Joe said. "If you hadn't jumped out of that big cabinet when you did, I would have. What were you doing in there, anyway?" "It is a service closet," Lamarck explained. "Each atom has one, equipped to perform routine maintenance on the guide assigned to it and to make minor repairs. When the vandal released me, I went in, hoping to have something done about my hand. When I heard the three of you coming, however, I felt that since I retained sufficient functioning to perform my office, I should do so." A tall wading bird, insubstantial as mist, flew through his body as he spoke, its stilt legs trailing behind it. "3 of us?" Startled, Joe glanced back at the tube from which he and Mary Hogan had entered. A second girl was standing near the end of the belt. She was taller than Mary, but seemed even younger, coltishly unsure of herself. Like Mary's, her skirt ended well above her knees, but short blonde hair peeped from under her close-fitting hat, and she carried a beaded handbag with a long strap. Looking at the 3 of them, she swung it nervously. "Come on," Mary gestured to her. "Join the freak-out. We won't put you down." "I overheard you talking about someone damaging something in here." The new girl's voice was shrill and self-conscious. "And I just wanted to tell you it was not me." "We know who it was," Joe said gruffly. "It's a man, and he's ahead of us, not behind us. I'm not going to stay here and look at the exhibits. I'm going on ahead and try to get him." The resolve had formed in his mind, so it seemed to him as he spoke, but once formed and articulated, he felt that it had the force of divine law. In his imagination he saw himself dying, the spike jamming his heart action at the very moment the scuttling man he had seen come from behind Lamarck's cabinet sprang some simple, horrible trap that would leave his body mangled. And he did not care. "Wait!" The blind robot grasped him by the arm with his one hand. "If you don't see the things here, if you don't listen to what I must tell you about them, you will miss the point of all of it." "I think he should go." The voice was the girl's, shrill and insistent. "I think he should, too," Mary Hogan said. "There's no telling how much damage that thing loose up ahead may do." "I shall ask the master computer." Lamarck's blind face looked at no one in particular. "Monsieur, when none of the programmers are here, the master computer is the highest authority. Will you abide by the decision of the master computer?" The girl with the beaded bag said, "It's the unit that controls the whole thing. All of it, all the exhibits." Joe wanted to shake himself free. He could have done it easily. The tiny servo motors which powered robots' actions were strong only on televised horror dramas, but he found himself unable to do so. Lamarck's aged face, although he knew it to be a plastisol mask, his sightless eyes, and his intangible air of genius and defeat held him. "All right," he said at length. "I'll do whatever your computer says. How do we consult it?" "I can contact it from the service closet, monsieur." Lamarck released his arm and wheeled with uncanny accuracy to face the Empire wardrobe. The two girls watched him expressionlessly. As soon as the doors had closed, Joe bolted for the exit leading to the next atom. He did not wait for the belt to carry him this time, but scrambled up it. Behind him, the unsteady tapping of high-heeled shoes told him that at least one of the two girls was following him. The atom into which he burst held Charles Darwin, but the great scientist lay tumbled on the floor, his midsection a mass of smashed circuit elements, which a Galapagos tortoise near him appeared to regard incuriously. Moths big as swans covered every wall, their wings stiffly extended to make an incredible pattern of iridescent color. He was bending over the inert Darwin when something whistled past his head. He heard it strike the wall behind him and fall clattering to the floor as he looked up. The vandal was no longer hiding. He stood near a scale model of HMS Beagle, his left hand grasping a bundle of slender rods with ragged, razor-sharp ends. His right arm was drawn back as though to cast a spear, and as Joe watched, he whipped it forward. There was barely time to jerk himself to one side as the jagged sliver hurtled toward him. With a solid thudding sound, it buried itself in Darwin's chest. He jerked it out as he drew himself erect, poised to dodge the next missile. It came flying at his face. As he ducked, the vandal leaped onto the belt, which would carry him to the next atom. That atom was empty a moment after Joe arrived, but a metal sliver plucked at his shirt as he jumped from the belt, and he saw his quarry disappear into the next tube. After that he lost count of the atoms through which they passed, and he no longer noticed what displays they held and whether they were complete or not. The structure of the thing was complex, and most of the atoms possessed several radiating tubes, so that the figure he was pursuing could easily have shaken him off. But he did not seem to wish to do so, and when Joe grew too fatigued to climb along the steep belts that carried them higher and higher, he found that he lost no ground in the pursuit. Always at the end of each tube he glimpsed the man running for the next belt, and it was always the belt which would loft them highest that he finally chose. But as he continued the pursuit, Joe came to realize that he also was followed. Behind him the sound of the two girls' feet grew until it was the roar of a crowd, high-pitched and quick-voiced. At last they reached an atom which had no floor, and from which no belt led, an empty globe of fiberglass with gaping holes in its sides. He saw the man he had followed waiting with a metal sliver upraised beside the lowest of the holes, and only blue sky and clouds beyond. Behind him were the hurrying noises of 100 women. "Go ahead," he called. "What are you going to do? Jump?" The figure silhouetted against the sky only stared at him dumbly. Upright, Joe walked forward, down the curving inside of the sphere that led to the level bottom, then slowly up
until the man he had followed all these thousands of feet into the air and he were no more than a few yards apart. The spear-like fragment of metal rod remained poised, but the corners of the man's mouth drew down and down with each step he took, until the yellowish skin must have been ready to tear under the strain, and the mouth was drawn open to show the square white teeth. Then, with a gesture that was almost casual, the metal sliver was flipped into the void. With a shoulder down, Joe rushed forward, struck the man, and drew him away from the edge. The man's resistance revived at the moment of contact, and for a few seconds he struggled desperately. He still held 4 or 5 pieces of metal, similar to the one he had thrown away in his left hand, but Joe pinned it, then jerked one from him to drive against his throat. The struggling stopped. "What's happening?" someone behind him asked. "What are those things?" 6. From the corner of an eye he saw the girl who had called herself Mary Hogan. Behind her came the girl with the beaded bag, then, as he watched, a third girl who wore a skirt that reached her ankles. And behind her, some stepping agilely from the belt, some staggering clumsily, came woman after woman. Many were young, and some were pretty and even beautiful, but others were neither, and a few were monstrously fat. Several wore silks, but most were in plain dresses, not much better than rags. "What are those things?" Mary Hogan asked again. She was standing close to his shoulder now. "What are you going to do?" "Steel construction strips he's ripped out of something," Joe told her. "And I'm going to kill him with this one, rip him wide open. Want to watch?" He pushed one jagged end of the piece he held against the other's body. "Don't!" Joe stared down at the impassive face of the man under him, and drove the splinter tighter still. The face contorted under the pressure until malice blasted from it like heat from the top of an open crucible. The girl in the long skirt dropped to her knees beside him. "Don't you know who that is?" she asked. She was not pretty, but somehow clean-looking and attractive. "It's a robot." Joe's voice was stubborn, although he found himself gasping for breath in the thin air. "Another crummy, clanking robot. A robot with my face. I'm going to wreck him." "I wasn't sure you knew who it was," the girl murmured. "You think I don't know my own face? What I'd like to know is what sort of dirty joke is being played here." "I think I can tell you," Mary Hogan said. She stooped beside the kneeling girl, pushing her long hair away from her face. "It involves who all of us are, too. Have you guessed yet?" "You're robots, too," Joe said bitterly. "That's why the robot pretending to be a priest would bless you and not me. You aren't a real person any more than this thing is." "We're more. I'm more than that. Don't you know who I am yet?" He said something inaudible. "I couldn't hear you." She bent closer, the other women crowding around her. "You're supposed to be my mother. My mother the way she looked when I was born. My real mother is still alive in Brooklyn." "This is the way I was when you were conceived," the girl said. "It's at conception that the heritage is passed." Joe nodded. "I knew it once I thought of it. That skirt and blouse outfit of yours. Miniskirts and op-art prints mean 67 or 68. I'm 24, so that puts you just about right, and I guess the girl with the bag back there is your mother, and this one," he looked at the kneeling woman in the long skirt, "is her mother." Mary Hogan nodded. "Your grandmother and great-grandmother, really. It was from your cells that the transducers took the patterns. It used to be believed that only the parents' own heredity could be transmitted, but recently we've discovered that Lamarck was correct in certain respects. Every characteristic, as it exists at conception, is to some extent transmitted to the new generation. That's what he was supposed to explain to you in his atom." Joe said stubbornly, "But you're really a robot." "Physically, yes, but mentally, spiritually, if you will, I am a replica of the young woman who became your mother. Tomorrow I will be someone else." There was sadness in her voice.
You change?
Yes. That's the point of this entire complex. There are 100 of us here who constitute what might be called a repertory company. As visitors enter, the master computer reads a component of some randomly selected individual's genetic heritage, then programs one of us as that person's forebear.
But over and over? Joe looked at the crowd of women. Generation after generation, from the same person? The girl in the long skirt said,
"It wasn't supposed to work this way. But an automatic program sequence was installed that demands maximum utilization of us. With a whole crowd of visitors coming in, each of us would have been assigned to a different one. But with only you in the complex, I got red every time I went past a thingamajig, and they're in all the tubes. I see. But what about him?" "He was the first one, really," the girl with the beaded bag said unhappily. "Only something went haywire."
"Well, what went haywire? How does he fit into this?"
The other girls looked at Mary Hogan. "You have a death wish. Do you realize that, Joe?"
He shook his head. "I want to live as much as anyone else."
"Consciously, yes, but not subconsciously. No one who didn't want to die would make up that story of refusing surgery for his wife's sake."
"How did you know?"
"I've been contained in your body all your life. There's a carryover of information. Don't you remember that I knew your name when we first met? Insofar as I am your mother. And till my program is changed, that's very far. That carryover is all that holds me sane. Without it, I would be finding myself suddenly here without an explanation at all."
Joe looked down at the man he held pinned. "And that's the way you know about him, too?"
"Partly. And I can guess the rest. For a long time it's been known that a person's will to die could actually produce the death, and to do that it must effect a change in certain cell structures. Somehow, the first time the transducers tried to read your DNA, they produced this. The master computer corrected for the error on subsequent readings by automatically rejecting all male data matrices. But it could do nothing about this one, which was already programmed. He is your own personal hope for death personified."
Joe clenched his teeth. "He'll get what he wants, because I'm going to kill him."
"I wouldn't do that if I were you."
"Why not?"
"Your death wish is strong now. I can only guess what destroying an image of yourself will do to it. You've been using that metal thing to hold him down. Look at your own chest."
He looked. The opposite end of the steel sliver was as sharp as the one with which he was threatening his double. It had torn his shirt and scratched his chest until it was covered with his own blood. For a long time he stared at it. 7. They found him sitting outside the thing waiting for them. Chuck yelled, "See, I told you he'd be here. He's just got too much sense to wear himself out walking around the grounds with us." In Father Mendel's room he was able to get Bonnie alone long enough to explain that he had decided to have the spike removed after all, and had already telephoned the doctor from Howard Johnson's while he was waiting. When she asked if he were not afraid, he shook his head, remembering suddenly that Bonnie was pregnant. Our Neighbor by David Copperfield. Copyright 1978 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in future tense, edited by Lee Harding. Some earlier sketches of mine having been received with some slight approbation by the public, my good friend the editor has asked me, for the benefit of the previously named influential group, to prefix this one with some explanation of the means by which the affecting circumstances here related reached my attention. A thing I would not otherwise undertake to do, the relation being of so commonplace a nature that only my esteemed friend's request could embolden me to inflict it on my readers. I am lately married, and dwell with my dear wife Dora and a single servant in a beautiful little house. It fronts upon a beautiful road, and on the other side of the beautiful road stands another beautiful house, not as beautiful as ours, perhaps, but somewhat larger. As certain of my indulgent readers may know,
I am engaged in the business of reporting the debates of Parliament for a morning newspaper. But when I am not recording predictions that never come to pass, professions that are never fulfilled, and explanations that are only meant to mystify, I busy myself with tales of my own, things no more false and much more innocent than those I must often report as fact. My desk is in the parlor, where the light from the mullioned window renders writing easy and pleasant. That same window provides me with an excellent view of our road, when I care to use it, and of all the carriages and wagons and travelers on foot and horse. There is danger in such a window, and particularly to one like myself, whose trade it is to scribble down the doings of mankind. One wants a character. Very well, a suitable one will soon pass by. Then it is time for tea, which Dora and her dog Jip bring in, together with an hour and a half of conversation. I was sinking into just this ooze of difficulty, chewing on my pen and staring out the window, and wondering, without daring to look at my watch, if it were not time for my 2 afternoon visitors, when I noticed a lean and shabby young fellow lounging against my gate, and staring, as it appeared to me, at the traffic in the street with far more concentration than myself. Of course, that was the end of passer-by watching for me. From that time forward, for the better part of an hour, I watched him, and those who passed before him only incidentally. By the time my darling Dora had entered with her little blue Delft pot and its cozy, and the biscuits, and the bread spread with fish paste and butter, I was quite certain that the fellow had no interest whatsoever in the carters and peddlers and porters and costermongers passing up and down our street, however fascinating this gentry seemed to me. He was looking instead, I felt certain, at the house opposite, and was only vexed when a wagon-load of old furniture, or one of those useful but wildly misnamed vehicles called hansoms, blocked his view of it. Now this was a more serious matter. I had not the least idea who our neighbor might be, and no desire to know. But I conceived a responsibility to him based on our recent propinquity. In an excess of intimate spirit, I supposed the watcher might have been dispatched by some sinister enemy to spy on him, or might mean to rob his house. Thus, as soon as my darling Dora was gone, leaving, as her custom is, what remained of the tea-things behind her, I went outside, where, laying a firm hand on the fellow's shoulder, I invited him in. He came willingly enough, and seemed bemused rather than dismayed. "Sir," said I, "you must give me your name. There's nothing else for it." "Tom Tipsing," said he, and he gave me his hand as well. It was a large hand, and rather soft, but it had the small callus upon the index finger that betrays those who wield a pen by night and day. I know that callus well, for I bear it myself. "You are a clerk," said I. "Of Lincoln's Inn," said he. And now, dear reader, it is time, almost, for me to bow out of this story, which I have already encumbered far too long. Suffice it to say that my visitor was tall and thin, and not more than 23, that he had ink stains on his waistcoat, and a round, smiling face, and that though I discharged him as innocent when he explained to me the origin of his interest in my neighbor, yet he returned thereafter to share a late tea with Dora and me, and recount his adventures. I have already alluded to Tom's employment. He was an articled clerk. I shall not mention it again, or at least no more than is necessary. Suffice it to say that it required long hours of tedious work, and left him just enough money for the maintenance of what he chose to call a suite of rooms in a tumble-down building near Oldham Stairs. It was there that he repaired when he left me at last. He found a ragged old woman waiting him, and asked her in. "This is good of you, Master Thomas," she said, when she had seated herself in Tom's second-best chair. "For an old body like myself, there's not many young people that would do it. Do you think I'm mad? I own that suspicion occurs to me sometimes. Particular bad it is, just before I sleeps.
For how could a living man contrive such a thing?
"You're sound as a nut," Tom told her stoutly, "and will be until the day you die."
"Have you learnt aught?"
Tom shook his head.
"Another day wasted, then. Had he no one in?"
"4 visitors," Tom told her. He wore a long, snuff-colored body-coat, and was unbuttoning it as he spoke. "A poor woman with a child, a city merchant, and a gentleman of the legal profession. His name is Brass, I know, for he comes to our offices sometimes."
"Could you ask him what he did there?"
the old woman inquired eagerly. Tom shook his head. "I doubt that he would speak to me on the street."
"He's rich?"
"Very rich." Tom's round cheeks, red from the chill without, seemed to wax redder still. He seated himself opposite the old woman and leaned toward her, rubbing his hands. "There's money in the law, Mrs. Nettles. Heaps of it. Why, some of these cases drag on for 50 years, 100 years.
"I know, Master Tom."
1 or 2 good ones, that's all a fellow requires once he has passed the bar. You may see me riding in my carriage yet."
"I hope and pray so. Master Thomas, I think we must question some of them."
"The poor ones, you mean," said Tom. "It would be a rash action, Mrs. Nettles." Outside the light had nearly faded, but the last of it fell on the old woman's hands, picking at her skirt.
"We can't ask the rich, Master Thomas. They don't even tell the truth to each other, for all I hear. And think of all the time you've spent, and nothing to show for it."
"Is Jenny telling us everything that passed while she was there?"
"I do think so," said the old woman. "She's not a truthful girl. I know that, for all she's my own daughter. But I believe she's been truthful about that. And she never touched a drop, I swear, for a fortnight after she left that house. It's all back again now, but that fortnight was the happiest of my life. Never touched it, and said she didn't want it. She didn't know why. And him? The servants won't even let me talk to him. I took what we had, and bought flowers. Oh, I've told you all this."
She had begun to rock back and forth in her chair, with an excitement that was strange to see in one so old and sere. "That's all right," Tom told her.
"You don't know what it is to go looking after a daughter at night, hoping to find her asleep under a bench in some cellar, and nothing worse. You don't know, Master Thomas. The butler, he wouldn't even allow me to bring them in. The flowers, I mean. Daisies they were, chiefly. I had them from a friend in Covent Garden Market. He took them from me." She sighed. "I'll go now, though, and let you sleep. You must be tired after watching all day. Will you follow one of the poor ones next time, though, and ask questions of her? Promise me?"
"If the chance allows," Tom said. He got up to open the door for the old woman. When she had gone, he took a rusty matchbox from his waistcoat pocket and struck a light to kindle the room's one lamp. An open law book lay on the table before it. For his supper he applied himself to that and a pipe of tobacco. For 3 days his employment kept Tom's eye from my neighbor's door. But on the 4th he was back again, leaning on my gate-post. Winter was setting in, and the weather had turned dark as well as chill. For an hour or more his stoicism went unrewarded. Then, like a shower of gold, the rich came. 4 equipages, one after another, drew up to the door that had been the object of his faithful scrutiny. Then it began to rain, one of our fine, cold autumn rains. He knocked on my door, hoping for shelter, so he told us later. But Dora and I had gone a-visiting, and Marianne, our ordinary, would not admit him. She reported afterward that he had said something about a poor man coming. She thought that he meant himself, But I, by that time, knew enough of the mystery that engaged him to understand that he referred to the destitute person whom he expected to see admitted to my neighbor's house, together with the wealthy callers. Tom was just leaving my premises, as it would happen, when he was accosted by my neighbor himself. He had never seen the man before, but he knew his name, which was Dr. McApple, from inquiries he had made of the tradesman, and his appearance from the testimony of Mrs. Nettle's daughter Jenny, a tall, sharp-faced, hollow-cheeked old man with snapping black eyes. He wore a fine hat, Tom said, but had a square of oilcloth draped over it to keep off the rain, so that he looked like a Spanish duenna in a play. "Sir," this Dr. McApple called out, as if Tom were a furlong off instead of a foot away. "Sir, what do you here?" "Why," said Tom, who thought himself discovered, "I came to call on my acquaintance, Mr. Copperfield, but I find him not at home." "So?" Dr. McApple stepped back and seemed to examine the unfortunate clerk, as though he intended to buy him. "May I ask your business, sir, and place of lodging?" "My business here," Tom said, having recovered somewhat from the initial shock of near discovery. "I have already told you. I have rooms at number 27 Perry Lane, near Oldham Stairs. You may inquire for me there." And with that he turned and made as if to go. "Wait!" the old man cried. "You might almost do yourself. Sir, would you engage to find a pauper for me? I would pay £1, that is," he added hastily, 10 shillings to you and 10 to him." Tom's first impulse was to accept this offer, but he reflected that too quick an agreement might awaken the Scottish doctor's suspicions. "I am a gentleman, sir," he said, "and gentlemen do not act for shillings. If you wish me to do as you ask, it must be for a guinea. But if your purposes are philanthropic, explain them to me. Then, should I approve, I'll be your confederate for nothing." "My friend," Dr. McApple said, "they are the most philanthropic in the world, but I cannot explain them to you." "What?" said Tom. "Must charity be hid?" "At times it must. You will find me a poor man, you say, for a guinea. It is not a fair price, but I must accept. I had a beggar engaged to come, but it would appear that he has been detained, and my servant, who performs these offices for me, is on holiday. I cannot desert my guests, or be seen bringing such into my house, so I must ask help of you. A woman will suit me as well as a man, but no better. Bring who you will, but whomever you bring must be sober, or nearly, and no bedlamite. And destitute, you understand. They'll have a good meal with me. You may tell them that. But be swift. You have no more than an hour, and, sir, it would be to our benefit if the thing were done in less." Tom nodded and made off through the rain. His first thought was to fetch Mrs. Nettles herself, though he was by no means certain that he could find her and return with her in an hour's time. He had gone but a few streets over, however, when he saw just such a person as Dr. McApple seemed to require. He was tall, but much stooped, and as he was using his coat to cover what appeared to be a large box carried around his neck by a strap, his sodden shirt, clinging to his body, showed ribs as distinct and unpadded as the pickets of a fence. Tom approached him, and the poor fellow's face brightened for a moment as he saw him. "Bird, sir?" said he. "Would you care to buy a bird, young sir? It will sing in your room even when it's as dark as this out. They makes a fine gift to a young lady." "Birds?" asked Tom, for he did not at first quite understand what was meant. "Wrens," said the birdman. "Robins and larks, too. Just point out the chap you want, and I'll have him out for you quick as a wink." He drew his coat away from the box he carried, and Tom saw that there were indeed 8 or 10 damp, ruffle-feathered birds of various kinds inside, too tired and discouraged to flutter. "And I've a little basket wove that you can take the chap home in," the coatless man continued, "though you must have a cage for him once you get him there." "I don't want one of your birds," began Tom.
"Very well, sir. Perhaps some other time."
"But I can put you in the way to earn 10 shillings very easily. That's as much as 5 of your birds cost, isn't it?"
"Well, sir," the birdman said, "more normal. If you take my meaning, I gets 3 for them. Howsomever, because of the rain and all, I would take 2. But that's just to you, sir, special like."
"But you'd rather have 10, wouldn't you? Come along. You'll get a good meal to boot." Tom took a step in the direction of Dr. McApple's house, and the birdman followed him, limping.
"Please, sir, what am I to do?"
"No heavy work, I promise you."
"Ah," said the birdman, "that's well. I've got this timber leg, sir, and I can't do it. I would if I could, and that's the truth."
"You seem to get along pretty well," said Tom.
"It's not as bad as you would think, sir, for one that's took off just below the hip," said the birdman.
He fell silent after this philosophical observation, and because Tom did not wish to encourage further questions, he was silent as well. It seemed odd to Tom to knock on the door he had watched so long, but he was eager to get out of the rain, and pounded violently. The birdman stood a pace or 2 behind him, tugging at his hat, Tom said, and looking doubtful. Dr. McApple himself let them in, paying no attention to Tom, but a great deal to the birdman, whom he shook most heartily by the hand, and directed to the kitchen, where he declared the cook had a meal waiting for him. When the birdman was gone, he turned to Tom.
"There is a debt owing between us, sir," he said. "That I will settle now," handing Tom 2 half-sovereigns and a shilling. "Following which, I must ask you to leave."
"Thank you, sir," said Tom, and took the money. Then, seeing Dr. McApple turn away while his hand was still on the knob, he made a show of opening and closing the door, and stepped, exceedingly softly and silently, he says, behind the hall-tree. For 5 minutes he remained there, hearing nothing, and rather tickled about the nose by a greatcoat with a long nap. Then, venturing to peer out, he perceived that the doctor and his guests had assembled in a drawing-room opening off the hall. Tiptoe, he made his way to a spot near the entrance to this room, from whence he could hear all that was said.
"It is very good of you, gentlemen, to assist me with my investigations."
This was Dr. McApple. "No, no, not at all," so said several voices and another. "You are acquiring an outstanding reputation, Doctor. An acquaintance of mine in the city, Mr. Breedlove, has told me he considers you the only worthy successor to the great Franz Joseph Gall."
"Hardly," said the doctor, "though I think ye both kindly. But now we have finished your readings, I should like to demonstrate a second science to ye, that of mesmerism."
There was an excited murmur.
"Or, as others may call it," continued Dr. McApple, "animal magnetism. In phrenology we deal with what I may call the most concrete of mental phenomena, the skull itself."
"Concrete! That's good," said a jolly voice. "No wonder they call us hard-headed business men. Be quiet, Parsons, and let the doctor speak. We can hear you any time."
"As I was saying, we deal with the skull itself. Certain areas of the brain are responsible for specific mental qualities: humor, justice, judgment, temperance, strength of will, and the like. By palpitating the skull, we can determine the development of these qualities in the individual under examination, just as I have done with you gentlemen. The elements of phrenology are now well established. The only thing left for researchers like myself is the resolution of apparent conflicts, the cases in which we find that a man's behavior does not correspond in all respects to what his skull tells us it should be." "Your science is not perfected, then, I take it," said the jolly voice. "No. It sometimes occurs that a combination of other qualities may serve to stifle one that appears well developed."
"I see. You said Waterford here was good-natured, but it might be that the bumps of argumentativeness and all-around obstinacy are so perfectly developed that no one would ever know it. There was half a minute of general laughter. Then the doctor said, "Something like that, yes." And a new voice asked, "But what about mesmerism? I think we all understand phrenology well enough, thanks to the trouble you have put yourself to on our behalf." "It stands at the opposite pole," declared Dr. McApple, "as I have already indicated. It is said to rely on the magnetic manipulation of impalpable ethers, and even that is dubious. But I can produce startling, though often short-lived, effects. You gentlemen have all been grist for one set of experiments, so I will not ask ye to volunteer yourselves for another, particularly since magnetic subjects seldom recall the experience afterward. There is a poor wretch in my kitchen, whom I shall examine in your presence instead, allowing ye, as some small payment for the patience ye have shown me, to see how mesmerism can be used, as we have already used phrenology, to gauge the human qualities." As the doctor finished speaking, there came the tinkle of a bell, and Tom, guessing correctly that this was a signal to the cook indicating that the birdman was to be brought to the drawing-room, made haste to conceal himself behind the clothes-tree again. In a few seconds he heard the sound of footsteps, the thumping of the birdman's wooden leg, and the stolid tread of another. When the birdman had entered the drawing-room and the cook's steps had returned once more in the direction from whence they had come, Tom crept out again and took up his old post near the drawing-room door. One of the visitors was saying, "How can you be certain the trance is complete?" "Watch." For a moment, as Tom said afterward, the room was quiet as a church. Then there came a collective gasp of amazement, and someone asked, "Didn't that hurt him?" "He feels nothing," said Dr. McApple. "Now, John, you are bleeding, and it may get on my carpet. I want you to stop it." There was silence again, until one of the men who had spoken earlier said, "Astonishing!" "In the trance state, ye see, even bodily functions that are involuntary in the normal course of things can be brought under the control of the magnetic operator. In this same way we can learn the whole history of the poor man's life, all with a veracity we could not be certain of were it not for the condition we have induced in him." "Will it take long?" "I think not. That is another reason, ye understand, for employing a pauper as our subject. Such poor people's lives can be compressed into a simple narrative." There was a pause. Then Dr. McApple said, "John, I want you to tell these fine gentlemen the first thing you can remember, and then the next thing, and so on, until the present moment." "That's Mother." The birdman sounded sleepy, Tom thought, but not much different from the way he had on the street otherwise. "She took in washing, you know. I used to play in the water round her feet while she did it, and once I got hold of the soap and went to eat it, and she took it away, which perplexed me at the time, so I believe I cried. She had relatives in the country, I think, though I don't know who they were. We used to go to see them when I was small, her carrying me part way. Sometimes we got a ride on a donkey-cart going home. Possible they'd give her something to it, or possible it was them driving, I don't know. Then, when I was a big boy of 6 or 7, I went to work in the rope-walk. 'Twasn't an apprenticeship properly, for there was none to be served, but there was 20 or 30 of us boys, and some women too, combing hemp. It was hard on the hands. You could always tell those that was newly come to it by the claret on their fingers. Ruddy mittens was what they called us. There was a boy there that was from Somerset that everyone made a guy of for not talking proper. But I liked him, and I used to set by him, and it was him that taught me how to lime the birds. We were going to make a lark pie, was what we said, when we'd caught enough. Only we never did. I misdoubt we had the coppers to buy flour for the crust if we had.
But he showed me how to mix the lime, and the way to take the little chaps off without harming them when they were glued in it. After a time I couldn't stand the work no more, so I ran home to Mother. Only she was gone, and no one couldn't tell me where. It may be that I never did come to the right house. I was just a little lad, you know. However that may be, I never saw her after. It's my hope she married well, possible a butcher, for she often spoke of marrying a butcher or a sausage-maker, having a liking for those trades, as she said, for they knew you couldn't never get all the stains from their aprons, and didn't demand it. Then she might have sent for me, when she'd have reconciled the master to it, but I'd have been gone by then. But of course, as a lad, I never thought on all that. It never so much as entered my head. Instead, I met another boy that was going to list as a powder boy, so I listed too, on the Swiftsure. It all went well enough for me after that, except one time when I was a young man and decided I'd stay on in Spain, having tooken a liking to some people there. My captain got wind of that, and sent 8 Marines after me, and I was flogged on 4 ships for it, and lucky to have lived. Then I lost my leg. Wasn't shot off like you might think. 'Twas mashed when the slings broke and a gun fell on it. So that was the end of sailoring for me. I'm a man what doesn't know his letters, but I've had said I knew a lot. Why, I could manage most any sort of boat in any weather you please, and make rope or tie all kinds of knots you might wish, or mend sail, or do carpenter's work. I can load a gun, too, and fire it off, and before I got this spar limb, I was a good hand for laying aloft. But the only thing that has been of any service to me lately was what that Somerset boy taught, liming birds. I make my lime and carries it far enough out of the town to catch them, main hard that is, for it makes my stump sore. Then brings them back and sells them as I can. Today was bad, the weather being so chill and wet. There's a place you can sleep in for 3d, but there's another I like better for 7, and then I needed something to buy something for my birds with. Grain is good enough for some, but there's others that requires a smattering of meat. I can buy cat's meat for 1/2, but that's no help if I don't have 1/2. Dr. McApple said, "Do you know where you are now?" "In a gentleman's house." "And how old are you?" "That I don't know for certain, but by my way of reckoning, rising 50 years. "Have you ever wished to be young again, John?" "Oh, aye. I suppose we all want that one time or another." "You are going to get your wish. You are mistaken, you see, about your age. You are still only a boy. Do you understand?" "Aye, aye, sir." "A small boy." "Yes, sir." "In fact, it is the day you came home from the rope walk, looking for your mother. It is that very minute. You are knocking at the door of your old home." Tom said he held his breath when he heard this, for he didn't know what would happen. For half a heartbeat or so, nothing did. Then he heard 3 knocks. Tap, 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 spaced a long time apart, and a voice that might have been a child's say, "Mama? Mama?" Tap, tap. "Mama? Mama, are you in there? Mama? Mama, let me in." The tapping continuing all this time. One of the visitors said, "By heavens, he's beginning to weep. This is quite amazing, Doctor." "Mama!" "How long will he remain like this?" "For hours, unless I order him to desist." "It's Johnny, Mama." "Sir, please, sir, have you seen my mother? Do you know if she is to home?" "He won't become violent, will he?" "It's very unlikely." "Sir, please, sir, does she live here still?" "I think we had better go. Are you coming, Parsons?" The tapping continued, but Tom did not wait to hear more of it.
He was on the point of secreting himself once more behind the hall tree when he considered that as the guests took their departure they would also take their coats, leaving him revealed like the naked trunk of a beech in autumn. There was no other place in which he might conceal himself. He was about to throw open the door and run for it when the first of the guests stepped into the corridor. Tom would still have decamped even then, but a bit of a law case he had recently read, in which flight was adduced in court as evidence of guilt, came into his head and convinced him that it might be better to stay. He had, after all, entered the house in its owner's employ, and he could argue, if need be, that he had never been directly dismissed, and had remained in the hope of being of further service. With this in mind, he opened the door and assisted the gentlemen with their coats, and otherwise acted as it might be expected a major domo would. He saw the old Scottish doctor's face harden when he saw him, but he said nothing, and Tom contrived to ignore him. When the last of the guests had gone, the doctor himself went to the door and shut it. "You've rain upon your cheeks," said he. "I suppose I do," responded Tom. "Possibly your eyes have been watering from the wind." "That may be. May I ask where my birdman is?" "Sleeping now. I take it you were listening to us." "I was, yes." "It did him no harm, you may be sure, and he will remember naught when he wakes." "You think that I am a pryar and a spy," said Tom, "and I don't blame you for it. But I am a friend to the mother of a girl you have used, as you used that unfortunate man tonight. It is at her instigation that I have taken the liberties I have today." "Did this girl suffer by coming here?" Dr. McApple inquired. His frown had lightened somewhat. "No, sir. She was greatly benefited, at least for a time." "I recall the girl. I made a suggestion I felt would be to her improvement while she was in the trance state. Can you tell me how long it remained effectual?" "A fortnight, I believe." "It is longer than most. I attempt to help these people when I can, though that is not my real business." "May I be so bold," said Tom, greatly daring, "as to ask what your real business may be?" "Pity." The doctor's frown was entirely dispersed by this time, an expression of deep sadness having replaced it. "It is my theory that an area just here—" He reached up, and before Tom could object, touched the left side of his head, above and behind the ear. "Controls pity of the sort that persons of wealth might be expected to feel toward the destitute." "I see," said Tom. "Then you are trying to match that exhibited with the degree of development found there in wealthy individuals." "No, sir," replied the doctor. "Rather, I am attempting to determine why, no matter what the apparent development, the quality itself appears not to exist." After that he said no more, but turned on his heel, leaving Tom standing alone in the hall, from whence he came in time to recount his adventure to Dora and me. When I Was Ming the Merciless. Copyright 1975 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in the Ides of Tomorrow, edited by Terry Carr. Thank you. It is permissible for me to sit? Fine. No, I cannot complain, really. I'd like to say that everyone here has been as courteous as could be expected. That isn't quite true, actually, but you know what I mean. No one has struck me. No, I don't smoke. I'd appreciate some coffee, though. That was one of the things we missed, coffee. At least at first. There was a lot of tea in the supplies, but no coffee. I used to enjoy it while I was in there. Tea, I mean. But now I can't tolerate the taste. I don't know if it was intentional or not. I thought you would know. It's odd that you should put it as you did, because I've thought of it so often myself, since the end, in just that way. I remember how things used to be, the way I used to be myself outside. And the next thing I think of is the psychades breaking through the wall with the butts of their guns, and the way my guards fought them. We had pole arms, you know. Pole arms and swords. The swords were reserved for officers. Somebody told me a few days ago that 3 of the psychades were hurt, but I feel sure it must have been more than that. We were surprised, of course. Anyone would have been under the circumstances. Still, we fought well. My guards were well trained, and every one of them, man or woman, was a warrior of proven bravery. Listen, you don't have to stop him like that. That was a legitimate question. Aren't you ashamed? And I'll give him a legitimate answer. No, I am not ashamed. I am proud of the Empire, proud of what we did, proud of the way we fought at the end. It was a fight we couldn't win, but we fought well. That's what matters, fighting well. Who wins is a matter of chance and advantage. You don't have to tell me to relax. I am perfectly relaxed. I raise my voice only to bring home my point to you. It's a little trick I have, just like pounding the arm of the chair as I pronounce each word. We were talking about morality, and I feel that is a more fruitful and interesting subject. But I can tell you very briefly how we constructed our weapons if you want, provided you understand that we are going to return to the moral question afterward. No, I feel no need whatsoever to justify myself, not to you or to anyone else. But I want to make you understand the imperatives of the situation. After all, that was the whole point of the experiment, to clarify the imperatives of that type of situation. What was the use of all that time? Oh, Jesus, the building and the fighting. I'm sorry. I'm all right. Thank you for the coffee. The pole arms were easy, really. There were several cleavers in the kitchen, and a lot of knives. We sawed the handles off brooms and mops and joined two of them together. We made scarf joints at the ends. Do you know what a scarf is? Like a step in the wood, to give the glue more area. There was a glue in the wood ship that was stronger than the wood itself, if you let it set up overnight. We made tests, you see. Glued up pieces and broke them afterward. We made saw cuts in the ends of the poles and put the knife blades into them, clamped them, and glued them in place. Afterward, we put nails through the holes in the tangs. That was just extra insurance. Out here, there will be more scope for ingenuity. We might even be able to get hold of some fissionables. Just joking, of course. In there, the cleavers were the best of the kitchen material. We put them about 20 centimeters down the shaft, then put a boning knife blade in the end. With a weapon like that, the warrior could hack or stab. It was almost as good as a sword. The swords were the most difficult to make. That was why I restricted them, made them only for officers. Then, too, in that way they served as badges of rank. We tore up the floors in the Graphic Arts Center to get the steel reinforcing bars and heated them in the furnace burner, then pounded them out. A lot of them broke and had to be reforged, sometimes over and over. I had the best one, naturally. I suppose you people have it now? Yes, I suppose I would like to see it. I carried it in some good fights. You wouldn't understand about that. The hilt was bone, almost like ivory, and I had Althea burn the lung wren into the bone. Althea was our best artist. The lung wren? That is the symbol of the Empire, 2 dragons fighting. No, we didn't worship the lung wren. It was a symbol, that's all. In the long run, if you know what I mean, we were the lung wren. We had ceremonies, yes. We set up a figure to represent all the yellows. Don made it of wood and leather, and that was the center of the ceremonies. Althea helped him with the face, and I had her make it look something like me. You understand, a little psychology. It's odd, but you can make a thing like that and have everyone bow in front of it and offer it the things we took in war, and after a time it becomes, I don't know, something more. More than just the figure you set up in the beginning. Have you talked to Don? He had a theory. I don't know whether he believed it himself. I didn't, but still, there was something in it. Do you understand what I mean? It wasn't true, but still... All right, here's what he thought. Or anyway, what he said he thought. That there are things we don't know about that live in the world with us, things in another plane of reality. And when you make something like that, it comes, one of them comes. It shapes itself to fit your image of it, becoming the real spirit of the yellows. Anyway, When we had the torchlight processions, sometimes you might think you could see it move. It was just the flickering light, of course, and the fact that because it was so tall, the face was illuminated from the bottom. Any face will look strange when you light it from below, I suppose. We caught rats and pigeons when we built it, and put them inside, so it would make strange sounds. Some of them must have lived a long time. No, I don't know what happened to it, and I don't care. You can't kill the thing, the spirit of the Yellows. Not unless you kill all of us, and you won't do that. We'll be free some day. How could we forget? The experiment was the greatest thing in our lives. At night, before we had won, we used to sit around the fire. Outside, the buildings were too dangerous then, and talk. You've never done that. You weren't there. No, not about what we were going to do when we won, at least not mostly. Not even about our plans for the next day. Mostly we talked about our lives before the experiment. Each of us would tell the rotten things that had happened to him, and then someone else would talk. We never said it, but we were all thinking that it wasn't like that here. We were all together, all Yellows together. That was one of the first things we did. I think about the 4th day after the gates closed. We swore that we were going to stand together or fall together. There wasn't going to be any splitting. We had seen what happened to the Greens. They were always going in all directions. They wouldn't support each other. By the time they got organized, it was too late. The others had the weapons and the organization and the fighting spirit. They'd been knocked down too much, and they'd been cut up too much. Do you understand what I mean? If you take people like that and beat them over and over and over again, most of them stay beaten. 1 or 2 will go the other way, become so hard and strong that they're as good as anything you've got. But not most of them. So when the 1 or 2 try and lead them, there's no support. Then, too, there's the sexual effect. Maybe I shouldn't talk about this. Do you want to turn off the recorder? Well, all right. Everybody saw, almost from the beginning, that the women would have to fight just like the men. Jan was the best woman warrior we had, and she came out for it from the beginning. The Blues were already doing it, and if we didn't, we'd lose. Besides, if the women didn't fight, there couldn't be real equality, because if a woman said we ought to stand up to the other colors, all the men would say it wasn't her that was going to bleed. Some of the women didn't want to, of course, and some of the men didn't want to have them do it either. I'd say that there were perhaps 8 women against and 5 men. That was where the drill came in. Most of all, there. It's hard, very hard, to get people to drill. You've got to work it in a little bit at a time. But once they do it, they learn to obey orders, and when you say, "Come on," they follow. I started them with practice in using weapons. It was just the knives and clubs then, and formalized it later. I said even if they weren't going to fight, the least they could do was practice with the rest of us, and then, if they had to sometime, they'd know how. Of course, after we were better organized, I could have simply ordered it, but I didn't have that kind of authority then. I wasn't emperor. No, I was a political science major. A lot were psych students, and a lot more were from the School of Sociology. I never noticed that they behaved differently than the rest of us. What I was coming to was that when a man, a male, let's call him, has been fighting a woman, and he wins and knocks her down, and she drops whatever it is she has, a club or whatever, and perhaps she's bleeding where he cut her or broke her lip, and often her shirt and shorts are torn, there is an impulse that takes command. Perhaps women don't feel that way, but men do. And then, when a woman has had that happen once or twice, it takes everything out of them. They won't fight any more. They just want to run or sometimes to hide. Some of the men said that they really liked it, underneath, but I don't think so. Still, they were the ones, mostly, who wanted to join us. No, of course we didn't let them. We couldn't let them. That was the point of the whole thing. We had the bands. I've still got mine, see, around my wrist. And we couldn't get them off. You can't get them off. Once they clamped your bracelet on you, you were a yellow or a blue or a green, and that was it. Some of the Greens, particularly, tried to cut them off before we got control of all the tools. It couldn't be done. A file won't even scratch them. Did that bother you? The clothes? Yes, we had colored clothes to begin with, yellow shorts and shirts, but they didn't really matter. It was the wristbands. In the end, I had all my guards go naked to the waist, with just a strip of yellow cloth around their heads to identify them. You see, I had noticed that the braver someone was, the more torn up their shirts got, until the best of them really didn't have any at all. Yes, the women, too. I'll tell you a secret. When you go out to fight, anything you can do that will make you look different, strange, helps. It takes the heart out of the others. I think the Blues had the advantage at first, those dark blue shirts and shorts. They looked like federal police. But the naked chests and the yellow head rags took care of that. We kept together and came at them in a solid mass, swords in front, and the pole arms poking between them, and everybody yelling. That's very important. And the flag. I gave my own shirt to make the flag. The front was all cut up by then, but there wasn't a rip in the back, not one. That was the part we took off and used for the flag. Althea sewed the long wren in it with red thread. Some of them said it would never stand out because there wasn't enough air movement in the building, where most of the fighting was. I told them that if they went forward fast enough it would stand out, and I was right. It was useful in another way, too. Once or twice we were scattered. I remember one time when the Blues ambushed us, and it showed us where our center was. Nils carried it. I don't know what's happened to it now. It would be nice to have when we get back together. I've already told you about that. It couldn't be done. If you were a yellow, you were a yellow. A blue was a blue, and a green was a green, and nothing anybody could say made any difference. Jan had a green slave lover for a while. He even fought with us a couple of times against the Blues. The Greens were finished by then, and he wasn't much good. No, as I said, the Greens had a few real fighters. I have no idea what their names were. That was one of the first rules I made. Greens and Blues have no names. If you knew one of them by name before the experiment, you forgot it as quickly as possible. If we had to talk about one particularly, we said, the blonde blue woman, or Jan's green boy, like that. Another thing that helped us fight was the idea of the Empire. If you talk about a thing like that, it becomes real, just like the figure we set up. We had the Imperial Guards, and they were brave because if they weren't, they'd lose their places. They wouldn't be guards anymore. And the others fought harder, hoping to get in. If someone distinguished himself or herself, I made them a guard. And if a guard did, I made that guard an officer. And once I had the guards, I used them to keep the rest in order. What it was about? The whole experiment? You know, the world. Only so many resources, you see, and so many groups of people. I understand some of the other runnings of the experiment came out a little differently, but they wanted to see how we worked it out, what our solution was. That's why I don't feel bad about what we did. It was our problem, set to us, if you want to put it that way, and we solved it. When they broke the wall, we were organized. Everyone knew his place, who he took orders from, and how much he got. How much food, drinking water, bath water. That was the Empire. Mostly we just called it that, the Empire. Officially, we began by calling it Mongolia, because we were the Yellows. Later we shortened it. No, I don't feel bad about her, whoever she was. We were all volunteers originally, you have to remember. And she kept getting out of line over and over again when she was just a stinking green or blue or whatever she was. I can't even remember. So I decided she should be punished. We made a ceremony out of it, with fire in the braziers and the big gong. I had Jan do it. Jan was a colonel. Neil and Ted held her, and Jan put the sword through her belly, so she'd live long enough to know what was happening. When Jan pulled it out, she licked the blood from the blade. The rest of the Greens and Blues would have obeyed after that, believe me. Yes, when she finally died, that was why they broke down the wall. They were monitoring a few selected individuals, I suppose. though we didn't know it. She must have been one of them. Naturally. I understand how you feel about it now, how the school feels and how the public and the president feel. But do you understand how we felt? You haven't been through what we went through together. We have learned a great many things we will remember, but none of you could possibly know how it was then, when I was Ming the Merciless. The God and His Man. Copyright 1980 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine. Once, long, long ago, when the universe was old, the mighty and powerful god Isid Ayui, whose name is given by certain others and other ways, and who is determined in every place and time to do what is good, came to the world of Zed. As every man knows, such gods travel in craft that can never be wrecked, and indeed, how could they be wrecked when the gods are ever awake and hold the tiller? He came, I say, to the world of Zed, but he landed not and made no port, for it is not fit, as those who made the gods long ago ruled, that a god should set his foot upon any world, however blue, however fair. Therefore Isid Ayui remained above the heavens, and his craft, though it travelled faster than the wind, contrived to do so in such a way that it stood suspended, as the many-hued stars themselves do not, above that isle of Zed that is called by the men of Zed, for they are men, or nearly, land. Then the god looked down upon Zed, and seeing that the men of Zed were men, and the women thereof women, he summoned to him a certain man of earth. The summons of Isid Ayui cannot be disobeyed. Man, said the god, go down to the world of Zed, for behold, the men of Zed are even as you are, and their women are women. Then he let man see through his own eyes, and man saw the men of Zed, how they herded their cattle, and drove their plows, and beat the little drums of Zed. And he saw the women of Zed, and how many were fair to look upon, and how they lived in sorrow and idleness, or else in toil and weariness, even like the women of earth. He said to the god, If I am ever to see my own home, and my own women, and my children again, I must do as you say. But if I go as I am, I shall not see any of those things ever again. For the men of Zed are men, you yourself have said it, and therefore crueler than any beast. It is that cruelty we must end, said the god. And in order that you may assist me with your reports, I have certain gifts for you. Then he gave man the enchanted cloak, Tarnung, by which none should see him when he did not wish to be seen. And he gave man the enchanted sword Master, whose blade is as long as the wielder wishes it, though it weighs nothing, and against which not even stone can stand. No sooner had man tied Tarnung about his shoulders and picked up Master than the god vanished from his sight, and he found he rested in a grove of trees with scarlet flowers. The time of the gods is not as the time of men and women. Who can say how long man wandered across land on Zed? He wandered in the high, hot lands, where men have few laws and many slaves. There he fought many fights, until he knew all the manner of fighting of the people of the high, hot lands, and grew shamed of killing those men with Macer, and took for himself the crooked sword of those lands, putting Macer by. Then he drew to him 100 wild men, bandits and slaves, who had slain their masters and fled, and murderers of many kinds. And he armed them after the manner of the high, hot lands, and mounted them on the yellow camels of those lands, that oft times crush men with their necks, and led them in many wars. His face was like the faces of other men, and his sword like their swords. He stood no taller than they, and his shoulders were no broader. Yet because he was very cunning and sometimes vanished from the camp, his followers venerated him. At last he grew rich and built a citadel in the fastness of the mountains. It stood upon a cliff, and was rimmed with mighty walls. 1,000 spears and 1,000 spells guarded it. Within were white domes and white towers, 100 fountains, and gardens that leaped up the mountain in roses, and ran down it like children in the laughter of many waters. There man sat at his ease, and exchanged tales with his captains of their many wars. There he listened to the feet of his dancers as the pattering of rain, and meditated on their round limbs and smiling faces. And at last he grew tired of these things, and wrapping himself in tarnung, vanished, and was seen in that citadel no more. Then he wandered in the steaming lands, where the trees grew taller than his towers, and the men are shy, and kill from the shadows with little poisoned arrows no longer than their forearms. There for a long while he wore the cloak tarnung always, for no sword avails against such an arrow in the neck. The weight of the sword he had fetched from the high, hot lands oppressed him there, and the breath of the steaming lands rusted its blade. And so he cast it one day into a slow river, where the black crocodiles swam, and the river horses with amber eyes floated like logs or bellowed like thunder. But the magical sword Macer he kept. And in the steaming lands he learned the ways of the great trees, of which each is an island, with its own dwellers thereon. And he learned the ways of the beasts of Zed, whose cleverness is so much less than the cleverness of men, and whose wisdom is so much more. There he tamed a panther with eyes like 3 emeralds, so that it followed him like a dog, and killed for him like a hawk. And when he came upon a village of the men of the steaming lands, he leaped from a high branch onto the head of their idol, and smote the hut of their chief with the sword, Macer, and vanished from their sight. And when he returned after a year to that village, he saw that the old idol was destroyed, and a new idol set up, with lightning in its hand, and a panther at its feet. Then he entered that village, and blessed all the people, and made the lap of that idol his throne. He rode an elephant with a blood-red tusk and 2 trunks. His war-canoes walked up and down the river on 100 legs. The heads of his drums were beaten with the white bones of chiefs. His wives were kept from the sun, so their pale beauty would lure him to his hut by night, and their fresh skins give him rest even in the steaming lands, and they were gorged with oil and meal until he lay upon them as upon pillows of silk. And so he would have remained, had not the god Isid Iui come to him in a dream of the night, and commanded him to bestir himself, wandering and observing in the cold lands. There he walked down 1,000 muddy roads, and kissed cool lips in 100 rainy gardens. The people of the cold lands keep no slaves, and have many laws, and their justice is the wonder of strangers. And so he found the bread of the cold lands hard and scant, and for a long time he cleaned boots for it, and for a long time dug ditches to drain their fields. And each day the ship of Isid Iui circled Zed, and when it had made several hundred such circles, Zed circled its lonely son, and circled again, and yet again, so that man's beard grew white, and the cunning that had won battles in the high hot lands, and burned the idol in the steaming lands, was replaced with something better and less useful. One day he plunged the blade of his shovel into the earth, and turned his back to it. In a spinney he drew out Macer, which he had not drawn out for so long that he feared its magic was no more than a dream he had had when young, and cut a sapling. With that for a staff, he took to the roads again, and when its leaves withered, which they did but slowly in that wet, cold country, he cut another and another, so that he taught always beneath a green tree. In the market-place he told of honor, and how it is a higher law than any law. At the crossroads he talked of freedom, the freedom of the wind and clouds, the freedom that loves all things and is without guilt. Beside city gates he told stories of the forgotten cities that were, and of the forgotten cities that might be, if only men would forget them. Often the people of the cold lands sought to imprison him according to their laws, but he vanished from their sight. Often they mocked him, but he smiled at their mockery, which knew no law. Many among the youth of the cold lands heard him, and many feigned to follow his teachings, and a few did follow them, and lived strange lives. Then a night came when the first flakes of snow were falling, and on that night the god Isid-Ayu-Ayui drew him up, as the puppeteer lifts his doll. A few friends were in the lee of a wood with him, and it seemed to them that there came a sudden flurry of snow spangled with colors, and man was gone. But it seemed to him, as he stood once more in the presence of the god Isid-Ayu-Ayui, that he had waked from a long dream. His hands had their strength again, his beard was black, and his eyes had regained their clarity, though not their cunning. "Now tell me," Isid-Ayu-Ayui commanded him, "all that you have seen and done." And when man had told him, he asked, "Which of these three peoples loved you best, and why did you love them?" Man thought for a time, drawing the cloak of Tarnung about his shoulders, for it seemed to him cold in the belly of the ship of Isid-Ayu-Ayui. "The people of the high hot lands are unjust," he said. "Yet I came to love them, for there is no falsity in them. They feast their friends and flay their foes, and trusting no one, never weep that they are betrayed. The people of the cold lands are just, and yet I came to love them also, though that was much harder. The people of the steaming lands are innocent of justice and injustice alike. They follow their hearts, and while I dwelt among them, I followed mine and loved them best of all." "You yet have much to learn, man," said the god Isid-Ayu-Ayui, "for the people of the cold lands are much the nearest to me. Do you not understand that in time the steaming lands and all the land of Zed must fall to one of its great peoples or the other?" Then, while man watched through his eyes, certain good men in the cold lands died, which men called lightning. Certain evil men died also, and men spoke of disease. Dreams came to women, and fancies to children. Rain and wind and sun were no longer what they had been. And when the children were grown, the people of the cold lands went down into the steaming lands and built houses there, and taking no slaves, drove the people of the steaming lands behind certain fences and walls, where they sat in the dust until they died. "In the high hot lands," commented man, "the people of the steaming lands would have suffered much. Many of them I had, toiling under the whip to build my walls. Yet they sang when they could, and ran when they could, and stole my food when they could not. And some of them grew fat on it." And the god Isid-Ayu-Ayui answered, "It is better that a man should die than that he should be a slave." "Even so," man replied, "you yourself have said it." And drawing Macer, he smote the god, and Isid-Ayu-Ayui perished in smoke and blue fire. Whether man perished also, who can say? It is long since man was seen in the land of Zed, but then he was ever wont to vanish when the mood took him. Of the lost citadel in the mountains, overgrown with roses, who shall say who guards it? Of the little poisoned arrows, slaying in the twilight, who shall say who sends them? Of the rain-washed roads, wandering among forgotten towns, who shall say whose tracks are there? But it may be that all these things now are past, for they are things of long ago, when the universe was old, and there were more gods. The Cat. Copyright 1983 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in the 1983 World Fantasy Convention Program Book. I am Odilo the Steward, the son of Odilo the Steward. I am he who is charged by our autarch, Severian the Great, whose desires are the dreams of his subjects, with the well-being of the hypogeum apotropaic. It is now the 5th year of his reign. As all who know the ways of our House Absolute, and I may say here that I neither hope nor wish for other readers, are aware, our hypogeum apotropaic is that part devoted to the needs and comforts of Father Eniri, and in the 20 years in which I have given satisfaction, as I hope, at my post, and in the years before them when I assisted my father, also Odilo the steward, I have seen and heard many a strange thing, my father likewise. This evening, when I had reached a respite in the unending tasks entailed by such a position as mine, I took myself, as my custom is, to the colonna magna of our hypogeum to obtain some slight refreshment. The cook's labours, too, were ended, or nearly, and half or more, with a kitchen boy or 3 and a gaggle of scullery maids, sat about the dying fire, seeking, as such people will, to amuse one another by diverse boasts and recitals. Having little better to do, and being eager to rest, I bid the chief cook surrender his chair to me, and heard them as I ate. It is now Hallowmas Eve, which is to say, the full of the spading moon, and their talk had turned to all manner of ghosts and bogies. In the brief time required for me to chew my bread and beef and sluice them down with hot spiced ale, I heard such recountings of larvae, lemuries, and the like, as would terrify every child in the Commonwealth, and make every man in it laugh most heartily. So I myself laughed when I returned here to my study, where I will scrutinize and doubtless approve the bills of fare for Hallowmas. And yet I find I am bemused by these tales and lost amid many wondering speculations. As every thinking man acknowledges, mighty powers move through this dark universe of Brya, though for the most part hidden from us by its infinite night. Is it not every man's duty to record what little he has glimpsed, that may give light to it? And do not such idle tales as I heard by the fire but serve to paint yet blacker that gloom through which we grope? I am therefore determined to set down here for the enlightenment, as it may be, of my successors and whoever else may read the history, whole and entire, in so far as I know it, of a series of incidents that culminated, as I believe, this night 10 years gone. For the earlier events I give the testimony of my father, Odilo the steward also, a contemporary of the chatelaine Sancha. She was, so my father said, an extraordinarily charming child, with the face of a Peri, and eyes that were always laughing, darker than most exalted children, but so tall that she might have been supposed, at the age of 7 or 8, to be a young woman of 16. That such a child should have attracted the attention of Father Eniri is scarcely to be wondered at. He has always been fond of children, and particularly of girls, as the oldest records of our hypogeum show, and I sometimes think that he has chosen to remain on earth as a tutor to our race because he finds even the wisest of us to be children in his sight. Permit me to say at once that these children have often benefited from his attention. It is true, perhaps, that they have sometimes suffered for it, but that has been seldom, and I think by no means by his wish. It has ever been the custom of the exaltants resident in our House Absolute to keep their children closely confined to their own apartments, and to permit them to travel the 10,000 corridors that wind such distances beneath the surface of the land, even so far as the old citadel of Nisus, some say, only under the watchful eyes of some trustworthy upper servant. And it has ever been the custom of those children to escape the upper servants, charged with their supervision whenever they can, to join in the games of the children of the staff, so much more numerous, and to wander at will through the numberless leagues of the 10,000 corridors, by which frolic many have been lost at one time or another, and some forever. Whenever Father Eniri encounters such a child not already known to him, he speaks to her, and if her face and her answers please him, he may pause in the conduct of great affairs to tell her some tale of the worlds beyond dis. No person grown has heard these tales, for the children do not recall them well enough to recount them afterward, though they are often quite charmed by them, and before they are grown themselves they have forgotten them, as indeed I have forgotten all but a few scraps of the tale Father Anire once told me. If he cannot take the time for that, he often confers upon the child some many-hued toy of the kind that wise men and humble men such as I, and all women and children, call magical. Should he encounter that child a second time, as often happens, he asks her what has become of the toy, or whether she wishes to hear some other story from his store. Should he find that the toy remains unbroken, and that it is still in the possession of the child, he may give another, and should the child ask politely, for Father Anire values courtesy above all knowledge, he may tell another. But if, as only very rarely happens, the child has received the toy and exhibits it still whole, but asks on this occasion for a tale of the worlds beyond this instead of a second toy, then Father Anire takes that child as a particular friend and pupil for so long as she, or more rarely he, may live. I boast no scholarship of words, as you that have read this account do already well know. But once I heard a man who was such a scholar say that this word pupil, in its most ancient and purest state, denominates the image of oneself one sees in another's eyes. Such a pupil Sancha became, one winter morning when she was 7 years, or thereabout, and my father much the same. All her replies must have pleased Father Anire, and he was doubtless returning to his apartments in our hypogeum apotropaic from some night-long deliberation with the autarch. He took her with him, and so my father met them, as he often told me, in that white corridor we call the Luminary Way. Even then, when my father was only a child himself, he was struck by the sight of them walking and chatting together, Father Anire bent nearly double, like a gnome in a nursery book, with no more nose than an alouette. Sancha already towering over him, straight as a sapling, sable of hair and bright of eye, with her cat in her arms. Of what passed between them in Father Anire's apartments, I can only relay what Sancha herself told a maid, called Ode, many years later. Father Anire showed the girl many wonderful and magical appurtenances, and at last that marvelous circle of specula by whose power a living being may be coalesced from the ethereal waves, or, should such a being boldly enter them, circumfused to the borders of Braya. Then Sancha, doubtless thinking it but a toy, cast her cat into the circle. It was a grey cat, so my father told me, with many stripes of a darker grey. Knowing Father Anire, as I have been privileged to know him these many years, I feel certain he must have promised poor Sancha that he would do all that lay in his power to retrieve her pet, and that he must have kept faithfully to that promise. As for Sancha, Ode said she believed the cat the only creature Sancha was ever to love beyond herself, but that, I think, was spite, and Ode was but a giddy-pate, who knew the chatelaine only when she was old. As I have often observed, rumor in our house absolute is a self-willed wind. 10,000 corridors there well may be, though I, with so many more immediate concerns, have forborne to count them, and 1,000,000 chambers or more, and in truth no report reaches them all. And yet in a day or less the least gossip comes to 1,000 ears. So it became known, and quickly, that the girl Sancha was attended by some fey thing. When she and some friends sat alone at play, a pochette was knocked from a table and broken, or so it was said. On another occasion, a young man who sat conversing with Sancha, who must, I should think, have been somewhat older than, observed the ruffled body of a sparrow lying on the carpet at her feet, though she could scarcely have sat where she did without stepping upon it, had it been present when they began their talk. Of the scandal concerning the Sancha and a certain Lomer, then seneschal to the chatelaine Nympha, I shall say nothing, or at least very little, although the matter was only too well known at the time. She was still but a child, being then 14 years of age, or as some alleged 15. He was a man of nearly 30. They were discovered together in that state which is too easily imagined. Sancha's rank and age equally exempted her from formal punishment. Her age and her rank equally ensured that the disrepute would cling to her for life. Lomer was sentenced to die. He appealed to the autarch, and as the chatelaine Nympha exerted herself on his behalf, his appeal was accepted. He was sent to the antechamber to wait a hearing, but if his case was ever disposed of, I do not recall it. The chatelaine Leocadia, who was said to have concocted the affair to injure Nympha, suffered nothing. When Sancha came of age, she received a villa in the south by her father's will, so becoming the chatelaine Sancha. The autarch Appian permitted her to leave our house absolute at once, and no one was surprised, my father said, to hear soon after that she had wed the heir of Fors. It was a country family, not liable to know much of the gossip of the court, nor apt to care greatly for what it heard, while the chatelaine was a young woman of some fortune, excellent family, and extraordinary beauty. And so far as we interested ourselves in her doings, she then vanished for the space of 50 years. During the 3rd year in which I performed the consequential charge which had once been my father's, she returned, and requested a suite in this hypogeum, which Father and Eyre granted in observance of their old friendship. At that time I conversed with her at length, it being necessary to arrange 1,000 details to her satisfaction. Of the celebrated beauty that had been hers, only the eyes remained. Her back was as bent as Father and Eyre's. Her teeth had been made for her by a provincial ivory turner, and her nose had become the hooked beak of a carrion bird. For whatever reason, her person now carried a disagreeable odor. She must have been aware of it, for she had ordered fires of sandalwood to counter it. Although she never mentioned her unfortunate adventure in our hypogeum, she described to me, in much greater detail than I shall give here, her career at Fors. Suffice it to say that she had borne several children, that her husband was dead, and that her elder son now directed the family estate. The chatelaine did not get along well with his wife, and had many disagreeable anecdotes to relate of her, of which the worst was that she had once denounced the chatelaine as a gligua, such being the name the autochthons of the south employ for one who has traffic with diaca, casts spells, and the like. Till that time no thought of the impalpable cat said to accompany this old woman had crossed my mind. But the odd word suggested the odd story, and from that moment I kept the most careful watch, though I neither saw nor heard the least sign of the phantom. Several times I sought to lead our talk to her former relations with Father and Eyre, or to the subject of felines per se, remarking, for example, that such an animal might be a source of comfort to one now separated by some many leagues from her family. The first evoked only general praises of Father and Eyre's goodness and learning, and the latter talk of birds, marmosets, and similar favorites. As I was about to go, Ode, whom I had assigned to the chatelaine Sancha's service already, for the chatelaine had brought but little staff with her from Fors, entered to complain that she had not been told the chatelaine had a pet, and that it would be necessary to arrange for its food and the delivery of clean sand. The chatelaine quite calmly denied she possessed such an animal, and demanded that the one Ode reported be expelled from the suite. As the years passed, the chatelaine Sancha had little need of birds or marmosets. The scandal was revived by doddering women who recollected it from childhood, and she attracted to herself a host of protégées, the daughters of armigers and exultants, eager to exhibit their tolerance and bathe in a notoriety that was without hazard. Rumors of a spectral cat persisted, it being said to walk upon the keyboard of the choral cello. But there are many rumors in our hypogeum, and they were not the strangest. It is one of my duties to pay my respects as the prolocutor of all Father and Eyrie servants to those who endure their mortal illness here. Thus I called upon the chatelaine Sancha as she lay dying, and thus I came to be in her bedchamber when, after having spoken with me only a moment before, she cried out her final breath. Having now carried my account to its conclusion, I scarcely know how to end it, save by an unembellished recitation of the facts. At the dying chatelaine's cry, all turned to look at her, and all saw, as did I, that upon the snowy counterpane covering her withered body there had appeared the dark paw-print of some animal, and beside it a thing not unlike a doll. This was no longer than my hand, and yet it seemed in each detail a lovely child just become a woman. Nor was it of painted wood, or any other substance of which such toys are made, for when the physician pricked it with his lancet, a ruby drop shone forth. By the strict instructions of Father and Eyrie, this little figure was interred with the chatelaine Sancha. Our laundresses, having proved incapable of removing the stain left by the creature's paw, I ordered the counterpane sent to the chatelaine Leocadia, who, being of a most advanced age, was even then but dim of sight. She has since gone blind, and yet her maids report that she sees the cat which stalks her in her dreams. It is not well for those of high station to involve the servants of their enemies in their quarrels. War Beneath the Tree. Copyright 1979 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Omni. "It's Christmas Eve, Commander Robin," the spaceman said. "You'd better go to bed or Santa won't come." Robin's mother said, "That's right, Robin. Time to say good night." The little boy in blue pajamas nodded, but he made no move to rise. "Kiss me," said Bear. Bear walked his funny, waddly walk around the tree and threw his arms about Robin. "We have to go to bed. I'll come too." It was what he said every night. Robin's mother shook her head in amused despair. "Listen to them," she said. "Look at him, Bertha. He's like a little prince surrounded by his court. How is he going to feel when he's grown and can't have transistorized sycophants to spoil him all the time?" Bertha, the robot maid, nodded her own almost human head as she put the poker back in its stand. "That's right, Miss Jackson. That's right for sure." The dancing doll took Robin by the hand, making an arabesque penché of it. Now Robin rose. His guardsmen formed up and presented arms. "On the other hand," Robin's mother said, "they're children only such a short time." Bertha nodded again. "They're only young once, Mrs. Jackson, that's for sure. All right if I tell these little cute toys to help me straighten up after he's asleep?" The captain of the guardsmen saluted with his silver saber. The largest guardsman beat the tattoo on his drum, and the rest of the guardsmen formed a double file. "He sleeps with Bear," Robin's mother said. "I can spare Bear. There's plenty of others." The spaceman touched the buckle of his anti-gravity belt and soared to a height of 4 feet like a graceful, broad-shouldered balloon. With the dancing doll on his left and Bear on his right, Robin toddled off behind the guardsman. Robin's mother ground out her last cigarette of the evening, winked at Bertha, and said, "I suppose I'd better turn in, too. You needn't help me undress. Just pick up my things in the morning." "Yes'm. Too bad Mr. Jackson ain't here, it being Christmas Eve and you expectin' and all." "He'll be back from Brazil in a week. I've told you already, Bertha. Your speech habits are getting worse and worse. Are you sure you wouldn't rather be a French maid for a while?" "May's none, Miss Jackson. I have too much trouble talking to the men that comes to the door when I'm French." "When Mr. Jackson gets his next promotion, we're going to have a chauffeur," Robin's mother said. "He's going to be Italian, and he's going to stay Italian." Bertha watched her waddle out of the room. "All right, you lazy toys. You empty them ashtrays into the fire and get everything put away. I'm going to turn myself off, but the next time I come on, this room better be straight, or there's going to be some broken toys around here." She watched long enough to see the gingham dog dump the contents of the largest ashtray on the crackling logs. The spaceman float up to straighten the magazines on the coffee table, and the dancing doll began to sweep the hearth. "Put yourselves in your box," she told the guardsman, and then she turned off. In the smallest bedroom, Bear lay in Robin's arms. "Be quiet," said Robin. "I am quiet," said Bear. "Every time I am almost gone to sleep you squiggle." "I don't," said the bear. "You do." "Don't." "Do." "Sometimes you have trouble going to sleep too, Robin," said Bear. "I'm having trouble tonight," Robin countered meaningfully. Bear slipped from his arms. "I want to see if it's snowing again." He climbed from the bed to an open drawer, and from the open drawer to the top of the dresser. It was snowing. Robin said, "Bear, you have a circuit loose." It was what his mother sometimes said to Bertha. Bear did not reply. "Oh, Bear," Robin said sleepily a moment later, "I know why you're antsy. It's your birthday tomorrow, and you think I didn't get you anything." "Did you?" Bear asked. "I will," Robin said. "Mother will take me to the store." In half a minute his breathing became the regular, heavy sighing of a sleeping child. Bear sat on the edge of the dresser and looked at him. Then he said under his breath, "I can sing Christmas carols." It had been the first thing he had ever said to Robin 1 year ago. He spread his arms. "All is calm, all is bright." It made him think of the lights on the tree and the bright fire in the living room. The spaceman was there, but because he was the only toy who could fly, none of the others liked the spaceman much. The dancing doll was there, too. The dancing doll was clever, but, well, he could not think of the word. He jumped down into the drawer on top of a pile of Robin's undershirts, then out of the drawer and softly to the dark, carpeted floor. "Limited," he said to himself. "The dancing doll is limited." He thought again of the fire, then of the old toys, the blocks Robin had had before he and the dancing doll and the rest had come, the wooden man who rode a yellow bicycle, the singing top. The door of Robin's room was nearly closed. There was only a narrow slit of light, so that Robin would not be afraid. Bear had been closing it a little more each night. Now he did not want to open it, but it had been a long time since Robin had asked about his wooden man, his singing top, and his A block, with all of its talk of apples and acorns and alligators. In the living room the dancing doll was positioning the guardsman, and all the while the spaceman stood on the mantel and supervised. "We can get 3 or 4 behind the bookcase," he called. "Where they won't be able to see a thing," Bear growled. The dancing doll pirouetted and dropped a sparkling curtsy. "We were afraid you wouldn't come," she said. "Put 1 behind each leg of the coffee table," Bear told her. "I had to wait until he was asleep. Now listen to me, all of you. When I call charge, we must all run at them together. That's very important. If we can, we'll have a practice beforehand." The largest guardsman said, "I'll beat my drum." "You'll beat the enemy, or you'll go into the fire with the rest of us," Bear said. Robin was sliding on the ice. His feet went out from under him and right up into the air, so that he fell down with a tremendous bump that shook him all over. He lifted his head, and he was not on the frozen pond in the park at all. He was in his own bed, with the moon shining in at the window, and it was Christmas Eve. No, Christmas night now. And Santa was coming. Maybe he had already come. Robin listened for reindeer on the roof, and did not hear the sound of any reindeer steps.
Then he listened for Santa eating the cookies his mother had left on the stone shelf next to the fireplace. There was no munching or crunching. Then he threw back the covers and slipped down over the edge of his bed until his feet touched the floor. The good smells of tree and fire had come into his room. He followed them out of the room, ever so quietly, into the hall. Santa was in the living room, bent over beside the tree. Robin's eyes opened until they were as big and as round as his pajama buttons. Then Santa straightened up, and he was not Santa at all, but Robin's mother in a new red bathrobe. Robin's mother was nearly as fat as Santa, and Robin had to put his fingers in his mouth to keep from laughing at the way she puffed and pushed at her knees with her hands until she stood straight. But Santa had come. There were toys, new toys, everywhere under the tree. Robin's mother went to the cookies on the stone shelf and ate half of one. Then she drank half the glass of milk. Then she turned to go back into her bedroom, and Robin retreated into the darkness of his own room until she had passed. When he peeked cautiously around the door-frame again, the toys, the new toys, were beginning to move. They shifted and shook themselves and looked about. Perhaps it was only because it was Christmas Eve. Perhaps it was only because the light of the fire had activated their circuits. But a clown brushed himself off and stretched, and a raggedy girl smoothed her raggedy apron with a heart embroidered on it, and a monkey gave a big jump and chinned himself on the next to lowest limb of the Christmas tree. Robin saw them, and there, behind the hassock of Robin's father's chair, saw them too. Cowboys and Native Americans were lifting the lid of a box, and a knight opened a cardboard door, made to look like wood, in the side of another box, made to look like stone, letting a dragon peer over his shoulder. "Charge!" Bear called. "Charge!" He came around the side of the hassock on all fours like a real bear, running stiffly but very fast, and he hit the clown at his wide waistline and knocked him down, then picked him up and threw him halfway to the fire. The spaceman had swooped down on the monkey. They wrestled, teetering on top of a polystyrene tricycle. The dancing doll had charged fastest of all, faster even than Bear himself, in a breathtaking series of jetés. But the raggedy girl had lifted her feet from the floor, and now she was running with her toward the fire. As Bear struck the clown a second time, he saw two Native Americans carrying a guardsman, the captain of the guardsmen, toward the fire too. The captain's saber had sliced through one of the Native Americans, and it must have disabled some circuit because the Native American walked badly. But in a moment more the captain was burning, his red uniform ablaze, his hands thrown up like tongues of flame, his black eyes glazing and cracking, bright metal running from him like sweat to harden among the ashes under the logs. The clown tried to wrestle with Bear, but Bear threw him down. The dragon's teeth were sunk in Bear's left heel, but Bear kicked himself free. The calico cat was burning. The gingham dog tried to pull her out, but the monkey pushed him into the fire. For a moment, Bear thought of the cellar stairs and the deep, dark cellar where there were boxes and bundles and 100 forgotten corners. If he ran and hid, the new toys might never find him, might never even try to find him. Years from now, Robin would discover him, covered with dust. The dancing doll's scream was high and sweet, and Bear turned to face the knight's upraised sword. When Robin's mother got up on Christmas morning, Robin was awake already, sitting under the tree with the cowboys, watching the Native Americans do their rain dance. The monkey was perched on his shoulder. The raggedy girl, programmed, the store had assured Robin's mother to begin Robin's sex education, in his lap, and the knight and the dragon were at his feet. "Do you like the toys Santa brought you, Robin?" Robin's mother asked. "One of the Native Americans doesn't work." "Never mind, dear. We'll take him back. Robin, I've got something important to tell you." Bertha, the robot maid, came in with cornflakes and milk and vitamins for Robin, and café au lait for Robin's mother. "Where is those old toys?" she asked. "They done a picky poor job of cleaning up this room." "Robin, your toys are just toys, of course." Robin nodded absently.
A red calf was coming out of the chute, with a cowboy on a roping horse after him.
"Where is those old toys, Miss Jackson?"
Bertha asked again.
"They're programmed to self-destruct, I understand," Robin's mother said. "But, Robin, you know how the new toys all came, the knight and dragon and all your cowboys, almost by magic? Well, the same thing can happen with people."
Robin looked at her with frightened eyes.
"The same wonderful thing is going to happen here, in our home."
Eyebem. Copyright 1970 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Orbit 7, edited by Damon Knight. I am lying, I say again, in the dark. In the dark in the hut Mark has built of frozen earth and pounded snow. My pack transformer ratio, .06, and I am dying. My identity, I say again, is 887332, and my friends call me Eyebem. Inside me, I know, my words are going around and around in slow circles as they have all my life. I never thought it would matter. When you are young, you think you will live forever. I remember very clearly old CDC describing this interior looped tape all of us contain. I think setting my pack transformer ratio so low has called all these memories forth, though why it should, I can't comprehend. Memory chips burning bright as the spark dies. A tape going around and around, CDC said, recording the last half hour of our talk, and then, when end meets beginning, writing over it so that only the last half hour remains. It was an idea, he told us, more than 100 years old, having been originally used to record the last transmissions of those picturesque, air-burning rockets called jets. CDC was my group's principal instructor at the creche, and I looked up to him. Now I want to talk about him, and though, since it doesn't pertain to the cause of my death, you won't like it, what can you do about it? I will be beyond the reach of your vindictive reprogramming, voltage gone, mind and memory zeroed. To tell the truth, I have said a great many things you would not like during the past 18 or 20 hours as I lay here talking to myself in the dark. Yes, talking, even though the voltage in my speaker is so low that Mark, lying a few feet away, cannot hear me. He cannot hear me, but I know he is awake, lying there eating and thinking. I cannot see his eyes, but how they burn in the dark. CDC, as I said, was old, so old that he could no longer be repaired sufficiently for active service, which was why we youngsters received the benefit of the deep wisdom he had won during his decades in the wild parts of the world. I recall his saying, "How many times, Eyebem, I've seen the trumpeter swans black against the morning sun." Then the little pause as he searched, the pause that told of hysteresis gathering on his aging mind like cobwebs. 123 times, Eyebem. That's an average of 3.8622 times a year. But the 124th time will never come for me. No, nor will the first for me. CDC's skin had yellowed. They said at the creche that it was an older type of vinyl, and that they had since improved the color stability so that our own will be virtually unaffected by the ultraviolet and sunlight. But I suspect that when my creche mates are as old as CDC, their skin too will be yellowed at the back of the neck and the back of the hands, where the harsh noon light will have seen it too often. It was because his skin was yellowed, or so I used to think, that CDC never left the compound. I was too young then to know that humans could always identify one of us in a second or two in spite of new skin and different face patterns with each creche cycle. Once I persuaded him to go with me to a little store my creche mates and I had found scarcely more than a block from the compound gate. It was run by a plump woman who, in order to get our custom, pretended to be too simple to recognize us. I think, too, that having us there attracted tourists for her. At least several times when I was there, people, humans I mean, entered the store and stared, only buying something when the plump woman pressed it into their hands. As young as I was, I understood that she was exerting some form of psychological pressure on them. Since our faces within the creche cycle were all the same, this woman pretended to think we were all the same human person, a young man who was her best customer, coming 10 or 20 times a day into her little shop. Pretending, as I said, to think we were all the same person, she called us all Mark. One of my creche mates had told her to, no doubt. It's the name stupid youngsters always give when they want to pass useful because it's a human name as well as being one of ours. How ironic that seems now. We would wander about the store one at a time, looking at the trusses and contraceptives we had no use for, and pretending to drink a carbonated liquid until the woman, with what I realize now was the most elephantine tact, contrived to turn her back so that we could pour it into a conveniently placed spittoon. On the one occasion that CDC accompanied me, we sat on high, swiveling stools, sloshing the sweet drinks in our cups and occasionally putting the straws to our mouths. CDC, I am certain, was only doing it to please me. He must have known I was the only one being deceived, but at the time I believe he felt I was weak in marine biology, and he was ready to take any opportunity to tutor me before the junior examination. The store faced west, and as we talked, I watched a spot of sunlight creep along the floor to his feet, then up his faded denim trousers, then past the moose-hide belt he had made himself, and over his patched hunting shirt, until his face and throat, and the hand that held his cup, were all brightly illuminated. I looked at them then, cracked with minute cracks and discolored, and it was as though CDC were an old piece of furniture covered with stiff, peeling plastic. It was terrible. I thought then that the woman must know, being too innocent to realize that she had known when the first of us walked in. But she was puttering in the back of the store, waiting, no doubt, for the display at her soda fountain to attract tourists. To keep myself from staring at CDC, I began watching the crowds on the street outside. In the space of a few minutes, 1,000 human beings must have passed the store. It made me interrupt CDC's lecture to ask, "When it's so beautiful out there, as the training tapes show and you and the other old ones say, why don't some of them," I waved a hand at the window, "go out and look at it? Why send us?" CDC laughed. "When I was a youngster, the explanation given was always black flies." "Black flies?" "A stinging insect. That explanation's just a put-off, of course. There are repellents to take care of them." Then, "A few of them do go out," CDC said. He went on to tell me about a man he had once rescued in the gorge of the Colorado. The man had been a fanatic ecumenical neo-Catholic, and had wanted to shoot the river on an air mattress because St. Kennedy the Less was reputed to have done something of the kind. "He was so naive," CDC said, "that he called me Ranger the whole time he was with me. Or perhaps he was just afraid of me, out there away from the cities, and thought that was safest. I doubt if there are 10 human rangers left in the world now." A pot-bellied man leading 2 children came into the store, then, pointing at CDC and me and whispering, we left. I think that was the only time CDC went out of the compound. Last month, it seems so much longer, when we graduated, he saw us off as we climbed into the trucks that would take us to the launch area. I was on the last truck, and I can still picture him waving as we went through the compound gate. At the time, I was eager to leave. The launch area was a new world to all of us, a huge building filled with bustling humans and machines, with the ships rising outside, on columns of fire. I wasn't thinking about it then, but I suppose it's having these ships, as well as being able to synthesize food, that have caused human beings to concentrate more and more in the cities.
In the old days they had to go out to get from one to another, or at least fly low enough that treetops and lakes became familiar. Now, well, my own experience was typical, I suppose. We were issued tickets, and after several hours, we sat around and compared tickets, the north for me, my ship was called. An enclosed traveling walk put me into it. That was the last I saw of my creshmates. After a few minutes more, a human girl with inquisitive fingers came and strapped me to my couch, giving herself a lesson on how our anatomy differs from theirs. Another wait, a recorded announcement, and the ship was rising under me, slowly at first, then faster and faster, until the acceleration drove me down against the upholstery so hard I could sense there wasn't enough strength in my servos to move my arms. And then nothing. The acceleration faded, and I was disoriented, feeling sure that something had gone wrong. After a short time, the disoriented feeling changed to one of descending in an elevator. The couch was beneath me again, and we were going down, slowly. There was no sensation of speed. This time, instead of the enclosed walk, there was an aluminum ramp. The building was older, and the concrete pad small enough for its edges to be visible. But there was no more feeling of having traveled or having been out of the city than I would have gotten from going to the top of the central shop complex in our compound. For me there was, however, at least one valid difference in emotional quality. I was alone, and as I carried my one small bag into the old and rather grimy port building, I came to realize what that meant. There were several machines moving smoothly over the terrazzo floor, but to these machines I was a man. There were a number of humans waiting for their ships to leave, or greeting arriving relatives, but to them I was a machine in spite of my pointed, broad-brimmed field hat and high-laced boots, and they stared. My orders had stated that I would be met here by someone from my assigned station, but for over an hour I was by myself in the middle of that crowd. In retrospect, I think the experience was good for me, and perhaps it was planned that way. I had been anticipating the loneliness of duty in some remote part of the wilderness outside of the cities, and I had been trained for that. But this was different. It taught me that I was vulnerable after all, and I think it made me accept Mark, when he came, more than I would have otherwise. I still remember how glad I was when I saw a hat like mine over the heads of that surging mass of people. I took off my own and waved it over my head to let him know where I was, and grasped his hand eagerly when he extended it. Half shouting to make myself heard, I said, "Identity 887332. Call me Eyebem." He said, "Call me Mark." I still don't know whether Mark is really Mark's name or merely one he has assumed to put us at our ease. I could ask him now, turning up my speaker until he heard me over the whistling wind, but he is thinking. All our own names, of course, derive from the dawn age of cybernetics. CDC's from the old Control Data Corporation computers, and Mark from the famous series which included the Mark 7 and Mark 8. At any rate, I had been expecting one of us, and the name postponed, for half a minute at least, my discovery that Mark was human. To be truthful, I don't believe I was really sure of it until we were alone in the cab of the copter. Then, sitting next to him as he started the engine, I could study the skin of his neck. After that, it seemed best to say something so he wouldn't realize I was staring, so I asked where we were going. "Main station," he said. "About 30 miles up the Kobuk River." I could tell that he wasn't accustomed to talking a great deal, but he was perfectly friendly. I asked if it were far, and he said 250 miles farther north. We had lifted off by then, and I was too busy looking at the country to want to ask more questions. It was rocky, with conifers on the higher ground, and alders following the watercourses. In places they had already shed their leaves, and I knew this must be one of the last good days we would have before the short Arctic summer ended and winter closed in. At the main station I was reassured to find that Mark was the only human. The station boss was one of us, very imposing in a huge old gray cabinet with censers scattered all over the station. But he made me welcome in a hearty, pleasant voice that made me feel right at home. There was another fellow, too, from the creche cycle 2 years ahead of mine, as it turned out, who had come in from a tour to report and rest up. With my own anxiety gone, I began to feel sorry for Mark. He had to prepare food when the rest of us were sitting around recharging our power packs, and a lot of the little jokes and things that were said pretty well left him out, not intentionally, but just by the nature of things. Since I had the least seniority, I had to cut wood for the fireplace and do the odd jobs the station boss couldn't be bothered with, around the low-yield pile that kept our generator running. But I didn't mind, and I felt sure Mark would have traded places with me gladly if he could. Then the pleasant time at the station was over, and Mark and I left for our tour. By then I had learned that Mark, who was nearly 30, would be retiring the next year, and I was to work with him until then, learning the territory and getting the specialized knowledge that can only be acquired in the field. We could have flown, since the first big storm of the winter hadn't come yet, but Mark was afraid that if we did, we wouldn't be able to get the copter back out when it turned nasty, so we took a snow jeep instead. The first night that we camped, I knew that I had reached the life in which I could fulfill myself, the thing I had been made and trained for. Without his asking, I carried water up from the creek for Mark, so that he could wash and make coffee. After he had gone to bed, I sat up half the night staring at the pole star, so bright and so high here, and listening to the sounds the wind made in the little spruce trees around us. The next day, Mark showed me the tracks of a bear overlapping my own beside the creek. "He came before the frost got to the mud," Mark said, "so it must have been pretty early in the evening. Did you see him?" I shook my head. "He's not dangerous, is he?" "I wouldn't want to blunder into him in the dark, and he might go after the grub I've got locked in the jeep." I hadn't thought of that. The bear couldn't eat amperes out of my power pack, but if it got to Mark's food, not here where we could easily get back to the station, but when we were farther out, Mark might starve. That knowledge hung like a dark cloud at the back of my mind while we broke camp and loaded the snow jeep. I hadn't realized I was allowing the worry to show on my face, but when we were underway, Mark asked, "What's the matter, Eyebem?" I told him what was troubling me, and he laughed. "I'm an old hand. Funny, but while you were worrying about me, I was fretting about you and the boss and the rest of you, wondering if you'll be all right when I leave." "About us?" Frankly, I was shocked. "Uh-huh." He swung the snow jeep around a fallen tree. "I know there are a lot of these completely automated stations operating successfully, but I still worry." Completely automated? I suppose in a sense Mark was right, but I hadn't thought of it that way. I said as gently as I could, "We're designed for it, Mark. This is our home out here. If anyone's out of place, it's you. And I'm sure the station boss and all of us will feel a lot less concern when you go to one of the cities." Mark didn't say anything to that, but I could see he didn't really agree. To change the subject, I said, "The bears will be going into hibernation soon, I suppose. Then we won't have to worry about them." "Most of them are in already." Mark sounded like a bear himself. "The one we had around camp was probably an old male. Some of them don't go until the last bit of food's gone, and they'll stick their heads out any time during the winter when there's a little stretch of better-than-average weather." I know all that, of course. I had asked the question to give him something to talk about that wouldn't hurt his pride. It worked, too. Bears around camp are always a problem, and he told bear stories for the rest of that day as we picked our way north. The storm came on our 5th day out, but we were expecting it and had made ourselves as secure as possible, pitching our tent in a sheltered spot and weighing down the edges with rocks until it looked almost like a stone house. The storm kept us there for 3 days, but when it was over, we could put the skis on the snow jeep and skim along where we had to pick our way before. We looked in on the sea otter rookeries north of the abandoned city of Kivalina, then followed the coast north toward Point Hope. We were still about 2 days' travel south of it when the second storm came. That one held us 5 days, and when it was over, Mark decided we'd better cut our tour short and head back toward the station. We dug the snow jeep out of the drifts and got ready to leave, but when Mark engaged the transmission, the engine died and would not restart. I know very little about turbines. I've only so much program capacity after all. But Mark seemed to be quite familiar with them, so while I built a snow wall to give him some shelter from the wind, he tore the engine down. A drive-shaft bearing race had shattered. It was broken so badly it wouldn't even keep the shaft in place, much less allow it to turn. It had jammed the turbine, and the overtorque breaker was what had actually shut down the engine. The trouble with the bearing had probably been due to cold shortness, the weakness that will make an axe head fly into 1,000 pieces sometimes when it's been left outside all night in sub-zero cold, and you slam it into a frozen knot. All our equipment is supposed to be tested against it, but apparently this slipped through, or more likely, as Mark says, some mechanic doing an overhaul made an unauthorized substitution. For as long as the battery lasted, we tried to raise the station boss on the radio, but the cold reduced its efficiency so badly that we were forced to disconnect it from time to time so that we could carry it into the tent to warm up. For a while we considered tearing the entire radio out of the Jeep so that we could take it inside, but we were afraid we'd damage something in the process. Neither of us were too clear on how closely its wiring was integrated with the Jeep's. And by the time we had about made up our minds to do it, the battery failed completely. After that, we had to reassess our position pretty thoroughly, and we did, sitting by our little stove in the tent that night. Mark had food for at least 10 days more, 20 with rationing, but it was too heavy to carry with us together with our other gear, and the loss of the snow jeep's engine meant no more power pack recharges for me. We decided the smart thing to do was to stay with the Jeep and our equipment, making what we had last as long as possible. We could burn the Jeep's fuel in our stove, and if we kept the snow off it, just having it near us would make us a lot more visible to a search party than we would be otherwise. When we failed to return from our tour on schedule, the station boss would send someone after us, and if we conserved what we had, we thought he ought to find us in pretty good shape. At first, everything went quite well. I cut my pack transformer ratio first to 0.5, then as the days went by to 0.3, without seeming to lose too much. I wasn't strong, of course, but as I told Mark, it kept my monitor on, kept me going, and I didn't feel too bad. If you're not familiar with us, you who are hearing this tape, you may wonder why I didn't simply turn myself off altogether and instruct Mark to reactivate me when rescue came. The reason is that my memory is dependent on subminiature semiconductor chips which make up bistable circuits. When there is no electromotive force on them, the semiconductors forget their position, and that would mean wiping out every memory I possess, the total erasure of my personality as well as the loss of all my training. 2 days ago, Mark built this hut of earth and snow for us, with the tent as a liner, but I was too weak to help him much. The truth is that for the past week I have been simply lying here conserving as much energy as I can. Yesterday Mark went out and was able to shoot a seal on the beach, and when he dragged it inside, I know he thought I was dead. He knelt beside me and passed his hand in front of my eyes, then slipped it inside my parka to feel the place in my chest above the heaters that prevent my hydraulic pumps freezing. There was so little current that he felt nothing, and I could see him shake his head as he drew his hand out. I should not have done it, but for some reason that made me angry, and I turned up the power to my speaker until I could make myself heard and said, "I'm alive, Mark. Don't junk me yet," he said. I wouldn't junk you, Eyebem. Then it all burst out of me, all the horror and frustration of these past days. I shouldn't have talked to Mark that way. He has never done me any harm, and in fact has done whatever he could to help me, but I lost control of myself. Perhaps the long period at reduced voltage had something to do with it. Perhaps I am going mad, but I told him over and over how unjust it was. We are the advance of the future, not you men. All your stupid human history has been just your own replacement by us, and there's nothing, not one thing, that you can do that we can't do better. Why don't you help me?" I suppose I was raving. He only took my hand and said, "I'll think of something, Eyebem. Turn down your power before you exhaust yourself." And now another storm has come up, which means that whoever has been sent out to look for me, if anyone has, is pinned down just as we are, sitting in his tent, while my power drains ampere by ampere, electron by electron, on the way to nothing, while Mark lies across from me in the dark, eating his filthy seal blubber. Has the half-hour loop completed its cycle yet? Have I already erased the last beginning I made? I have no way of knowing. I am lying. I say again in the dark. The Horrors of War. Copyright 1970 by Gene Wolfe. First appeared in Nova 1, edited by Harry Harrison. The three friends in the trench looked very much alike as they labored in the rain. Their hairless skulls were slickly naked to it, their torsos hairless too, and supple with smooth muscles that ran like oil under the wet gleam. The two, who really were 2909 and 2911, did not mind the jungle around them, although they detested the rain that rusted their weapons and the snakes and insects, and hated the enemy. But the one called 2910, the real as well as the official leader of the three, did. And that was because 2909 and 2911 had stainless steel bones, but there was no 2910, and there had never been. The camp they held was a triangle. In the center, the CP aid station, where Lieutenant Kyle and Mr. Brenner slept. A hut of ammo cases packed with dirt, whose lower half was dug into the soggy earth. Around it were the mortar pit, northeast, the recoilless rifle pit, northwest, and Pinocchio's pit, south. And beyond these were the straight lines of the trenches. First platoon, second platoon, third platoon, the platoon of the three. Outside of which were the primary wire and an anti-personnel minefield. And outside that was the jungle, but not completely outside. The jungle set up outposts of its own of swift-sprouting bamboo and elephant grass, and its crawling creatures carried out untiring patrols of the trenches. The jungle sheltered the enemy, taking him to its great fetid breast, to be fed while it sopped up the rain, and of it bred its stinging gnats and centipedes. An ogre beside him, 2911 drove his shovel into the ooze filling the trench, lifted it to shoulder height, dumped it. 2910 did the same thing in his turn, then watched the rain work on the scoop of mud until it was slowly running back into the trench again. Following his eyes, 2911 looked at him and grinned. The Horar's face was broad, hairless, flat-nosed, and high-cheeked. His teeth were pointed and white like a big dog's, and he, 2910, knew that that face was his own, exactly his own. He told himself it was a dream, but he was very tired and could not get out. Somewhere down the trench, the bull voice of 2900 announced the evening meal, and the others threw down their tools and jostled past toward the bowls of steaming mash. But the thought of food nauseated 2910 in his fatigue, and he stumbled into the bunker he shared with 2909 and 2911. Flat on his air mattress, he could leave the nightmare for a time, return to the sane world of houses and sidewalks, or merely sink into the blessed nothingness that was far better. Suddenly he was bolt upright on the cot, blackness still in his eyes, even while his fingers groped with their own thought for his helmet and weapon. Bugles were blowing from the edge of the jungle, but he had time to run his hand under the inflated pad of the mattress and reassure himself that his hidden notes were safe before 2900 in the trench outside yelled, "Attack! Fall out! Man your firing points!" It was one of the stock jokes, one of the jokes so stock, in fact, that it had ceased to be anything anyone laughed at, to say "Horar, your firing point," or whatever it was that, according to the book, should be manned. The Horars in the squad he led used the expression to 2910 just as he used it with them, and when 2900 never employed it, the omission had at first unsettled him. But 2900 did not really suspect. 2900 just took his rank seriously. He got into position just as the mortars put up a parachute flare that hung over the camp like a white rose of fire. Whether because of his brief sleep or the excitement of the impending fight, his fatigue had evaporated, leaving him nervously alert but unsteady. From the jungle a bugle sang, "Ta-ta! Ta-ta!" And off to the platoon's left rear the first opened up with their heavy weapons on a suicide squad. They apparently thought they saw on the path leading to the northeast gate. He watched, and after half a minute something stood up on the path and grabbed for its midsection before it fell. So there was a suicide squad. Someone, he told himself. Someone. Not something. Someone grabbed for his midsection. They were all human out there. The first began letting go with personal weapons as well, each deep cough representing a half-dozen dart-like flechettes flying in an inescapable pattern 3 feet broad. "Eyes front, 2910, barked 2900. There was nothing to be seen out there but a few clumps of elephant grass. Then the white flare burned out. "They ought to put up another one," 2911 on his right said worriedly. "A star in the east for men not born of women," said 2910 half to himself, and regretted the blasphemy immediately. "That's where they need it," 2911 agreed. "The first is having it pretty hot over there. But we could use some light here, too." He was not listening. At home in Chicago, during that inexpressibly remote time which ran from a dim memory of playing on a lawn under the supervision of a smiling giantess, to that moment 2 years ago when he had submitted to surgery to lose every body and facial hair he possessed and undergo certain other minor alterations, he had been unconsciously preparing himself for this, lifting weights and playing football to develop his body, while he whetted his mind on 1,000 books, also that he might tell, making others feel, at a remove. Another flare went up, and there were 3 dark silhouettes sliding from the next nearest clump of elephant grass to the nearest. He fired his M19 at them, then heard the Horars on either side of him fire too. From the sharp corner where their own platoon met the second, a machine gun opened up with tracer. The nearest grass clump sprang into the air and somersaulted amid spurts of earth. There was a moment of quiet. Then 5 rounds of high explosive came in, right behind them, as though aimed for Pinocchio's pit. Crump, 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 crump. 2900 would be running to ask Pinocchio if he were hurt. Someone else had been moving down the trench toward them, and he could hear the mumble of the new voice become a gasp when the HE rounds came in. Then it resumed, a little louder and consequently a bit more easily understood. "How are you? You feel all right, hit?" And most of the Horars answering, "I'm fine, sir," or "We're okay, sir." But because Horars did have a sense of humor, some of them said things like, "How do we transfer to the Marines, sir?" or "My pulse just registered 9 thou, sir." 3000 took it with the mortar sight. We often think of strength as associated with humorlessness.
he had written in the news magazine which had, with the Army's cooperation, planted him, by subterfuge of surgery, among these homologue organisms, Army replacement simulations. But, he had continued, this is not actually the case. Humor is a prime defense of the mind, and knowing that to strip the mind of it is to leave it shieldless, the Army and the Synthetic Biology Service have wisely included a charming dash in the makeup of these synthesized replacements for human infantry. That had been before he discovered that the Army and the SBS had tried mightily to weed that sense of the ridiculous out, but found that if the HORARs were to maintain the desired intelligence level, they could not. Brenner was behind him now, touching his shoulder. "How are you? Feel all right?" He wanted to say, "I'm half as scared as you are, you dumb Dutchman," but he knew that if he did, the fear would sound in his voice. Besides, the disrespect would be unthinkable to a HORAR. He also wanted to say simply, "A-OK, sir," because if he did, Brenner would pass on to 2911, and he would be safe. But he had a reputation for originality to keep up, and he needed that reputation to cover him when he slipped, as he often did, sidewise of HORAR standards. He answered, "You ought to look in on Pinocchio, sir. I think he's cracking up." From the other end of the squad, 2909's quiet chuckle rewarded him, and Brenner, the man most dangerous to his disguise, continued down the trench. Fear was necessary, because the will to survive was very necessary, and a humanoid form was needed if the HORARs were to utilize the mass of human equipment already on hand. Besides, a human-shaped homologue? No, that merely meant similar. Homological. HORAR had outscored all the fantastic forms SBS had been able to dream up in a super-realistic, public opinion would never have permitted it with human soldiers, test carried out in the Everglades. Were they merely duplicating? Had all this been worked out before, with some greater war in mind? And had he himself, the scientist himself, come to take the form of his creations to show that he too could bear the unendurable? 2909 was at his elbow, whispering, "Do you see something, squad leader? Over there?" Dawn had come without his noticing. With fingers clumsy from fatigue, he switched the control of his M19 to the lower 40mm grenade-launching barrel. The grenade made a brief flash at the spot 2909 had indicated. "No," he said, "I don't see anything now." The fine, soft rain, which had been falling all night, was getting stronger. The dark clouds seemed to roof the world. Was he fated to reenact what had been done for mankind? It could happen. The enemy took humans captive, but there was nothing they would not do to HORAR prisoners. Occasionally patrols found the bodies spread-eagled with bamboo stakes driven through their limbs, and he could only be taken for a HORAR. He thought of a watercolor of the crucifixion he had seen once. Would the color of his own blood be crimson lake? From the CP, the observation ornithocopter rose on flapping wings. "I haven't heard one of the mines go for quite a while," 2909 said. Then there came the phony-sounding bang that so often, during the past few weeks, had closed similar probing attacks. Squares of paper were suddenly fluttering all over the camp. "Propaganda show," 2909 said, unnecessarily, and 2911 climbed casually out of the trench to get a leaflet, then jumped back to his position. "Same as last week," he said, smoothing out the damp rice paper. Looking over his shoulder, 2910 saw that he was correct. For some reason, the enemy never directed his propaganda at the HORARs, although it was no secret that reading skills were implanted in HORAR minds with the rest of their instinctive training. Instead, it was always aimed at the humans in the camp, and played heavily on the distaste they were supposed to feel at being confined with half-living flesh still stinking of chemicals.
Privately, 2910 thought they might have done better, at least with Lieutenant Kyle, to have dropped that approach and played up 6. He also got the impression from the propaganda that the enemy thought there were far more humans in the camp than there actually were. Well, the Army, with far better opportunities to know, was wrong as well. With a few key generals excepted, the Army thought there were only 2. He had made the All-American. How long ago it seemed. No coach, no sports writer had ever compared his stocky, muscular physique with a HORARS. And he had majored in journalism, had been ambitious. How many men, with a little surgical help, could have passed here? "Think it sees anything?" he heard 2911 ask 2909. They were looking upward at the bird sailing overhead. The ornithocopter could do everything a real bird could except lay eggs. It could literally land on a strand of wire. It could ride the thermals like a vulture, and dive like a hawk. And the bird motion of its wings was wonderfully efficient, saving power plant weight that could be used for zoom lenses and telecameras. He wished he were in the CP, watching the monitor screen with Lieutenant Kyle instead of standing with his face a scant foot above the mud. They had tried stalked eyes like a crab's in the Everglades, he remembered, but the stalks had become infected by a fungus. As though in answer to his wish, 2900 called, "Show some snap for once, 2910. He says he wants us in the CP." When he himself thought he meant God, but 2900 meant Lieutenant Kyle. That was why 2900 was a platoon leader, no doubt. That and the irrational prestige of a round number. He climbed out of the trench and followed him to the CP. They needed a communicating trench, but that was something there hadn't been time for yet. Brenner had someone, 2788, looked like him, but he couldn't be certain, down on his table. Shrapnel, probably, from a grenade. Brenner did not look up as they came in, but 2910 could see his face was still white with fear, although the attack had been over for a full quarter of an hour. He and 2900 ignored the SBS man and saluted Lieutenant Kyle. The company commander smiled. "Stand at ease, HORARS. Have any trouble in your sector?" 2900 said, "No, sir. The light machine gun got one group of 3, and 2910 here knocked off a group of 2. Not much of an attack on our front, sir." Lieutenant Kyle nodded. "I thought your platoon had the easiest time of it, 2900, and that's why I've picked you to run a patrol for me this morning." "That's fine with us, sir." "You'll have Pinocchio, and I thought you'd want to go yourself and take 2910's gang." He glanced at 2910. "Your squad still at full strength?" 2910 said, "Yes, sir," making an effort to keep his face impassive. He wanted to say, "I shouldn't have to go on patrol. I'm human as you are, Kyle, and patrolling is for things grown in tubes, things fleshed out around metal skeletons, things with no family and no childhood behind them. Things like my friends." He added, "We've been the luckiest squad in the company, sir." "Fine. Let's hope your luck holds, 2910. Kyle's attention switched back to 2900. "I've gotten under the leaf canopy with the ornithocopter and done everything except make it walk around like a chicken. I can't find a thing, and it's drawn no fire, so you ought to be okay. You'll make a complete circuit of the camp without getting out of range of mortar support. Understand?" 2900 and 2910 saluted, about-faced, and marched out. 2910 could feel the pulse in his neck. He flexed and unflexed his hands unobtrusively as he walked. 2900 asked, "Think we'll catch any of them?" It was an unbending for him, the easy camaraderie of anticipated action. "I'd say so. I don't think the CO's had long enough with the bird to make certain of anything, except that their main force has pulled out of range. I hope so." And that's the truth, he thought, because a good hot firefight would probably do it, round the whole thing out, so I can get out of here.
Every 2 weeks a helicopter brought supplies and, when they were needed, replacements. Each trip it also carried a correspondent, whose supposed duty was to interview the commanders of the camps the copter visited. The reporter's name was Keith Thomas, and for the past 2 months he had been the only human being with whom 2910 could take off his mask. Thomas carried scribbled pages from the notebook under 2910's air mattress when he left, and each time he came managed to find some corner in which they could speak in private for a few seconds. 2910 read his mail then and gave it back. It embarrassed him to realize that the older reporter viewed him with something not far removed from hero worship. "I can get out of here," he repeated to himself. "Write it up and tell Keith we're ready to use the letter." 2900 ordered crisply, "Fall in your squad. I'll get Pinocchio and meet you at the south gate." "Right." He was suddenly seized with a desire to tell someone, even 2900, about the letter. Keith Thomas had it, and it was really only an undated note, but it was signed by a famous general at Corps Headquarters. Without explanation, it directed that number 2910 be detached from his present assignment and placed under the temporary orders of Mr. K. Thomas, accredited correspondent, and Keith would use it any time he asked him to. In fact, he had wanted to on his last trip. He could not remember giving the order, but the squad was falling in, lining up in the rain for his inspection almost as smartly as they had on the drill field back at the creche. He gave "at ease" and looked them over while he outlined the objectives of the patrol. As always, their weapons were immaculate despite the dampness, their massive bodies ramrod straight, their uniforms as clean as conditions permitted. The L.A. Rams with guns, he thought proudly. Barking "on phones," he flipped the switch on his helmet. That would permit 2900 to knit him and the squad together with Pinocchio and a unified tactical unit. Another order, and the HORARs deployed around Pinocchio with the smoothness of repeated drill. The wire closing the south gate was drawn back, and the patrol moved out. With his turret retracted, Pinocchio, the robot tank, stood just 3 feet high, and he was no wider than an automobile. But he was as long as 3, so that from a distance he had something of the look of a railroad flat car. In the jungle, his narrow front enabled him to slip between the trunks of the unconquerable giant hardwoods, and the power in his treads could flatten saplings and bamboo. Yet resilient organics and centered metals had turned the rumble of the old manned tanks to a soft hiss for Pinocchio. Where the jungle was free of undergrowth, he moved as silently as a hospital cart. His immediate precursor had been named Punch, apparently in the sort of simpering depreciation which found shillelagh acceptable for a war rocket. Punch, a bust in the mouth. But Punch, which like Pinocchio had possessed a computer brain and no need of a crew, or for that matter room for one, except for an exposed vestigial seat on his deck, had required wires to communicate with the infantry around him. Radio had been tried, but the problems posed by static, jamming, and outright enemy forgery of instructions had been too much for Punch. Then an improved model had done away with those wires, and some imaginative officer had remembered that Mr. Punch had been a knockabout marionette, and the wireless improvement was suddenly very easy to name. But like Punch and its fairy-tale namesake, it was vulnerable if it went out into the world alone. A brave man, and the enemy had many, could hide himself until Pinocchio was within touching distance, and a well-instructed one could then place a hand grenade or a bottle of gasoline where it would destroy him. Pinocchio's 3-inch thick armor needed the protection of flesh, and since he cost as much as a small city and could, if properly protected, fight a regiment to a stand, he got it. 2 scouts from 2910's squad preceded him through the jungle, forming the point of the diamond. Flankers moved on either side of him, beating the bush, and, when it seemed advisable, firing a pattern of flechettes into any suspicious-looking piece of undergrowth. Cheerful, reliable 2909, the assistant squad leader, with one other HORAR, formed the rear guard. As patrol leader, 2900's position was behind Pinocchio, and as squad leader, 2910's was in front. The jungle was quiet, with an eerie stillness, and it was dark under the big trees. Though I walk in the valley of the shadow. Made tiny by the phones, 2900 squeaked in his ear. "Keep the left flankers farther out." 2910 acknowledged and trotted over to put his own stamp on the correction, although the flankers, 2913, 2914, and 2915, had already heard it and were moving to obey. There was almost no chance of trouble this soon, but that was no excuse for a slovenly formation. As he squeezed between two trees, something caught his eye, and he halted for a moment to examine it. It was a skull of bone rather than a smooth HORAR skull of steel, and so probably an enemy's. A big E, enemies, he thought to himself. A man to whom the normal HORAR conditioning of exaggerated respect bordering on worship did not apply. Tiny and tinny. "Something holding you up, 2910? "Be right there." He tossed the skull aside. A man whom even a HORAR could disobey. A man even a HORAR could kill. The skull had looked old, but it could not have been old. The ants would have picked it clean in a few days, and in a few weeks it would rot. But it was probably at least 17 or 18 years old. The ornithocopter passed them on flapping wings, flying its own search pattern. The patrol went on. Casually, 2910 asked his helmet mic, "How far are we going? Far as the creek?" 2900's voice squeaked, "We'll work our way down the bank a quarter-mile, then cut west." Then, with noticeable sarcasm, added, "If that's okay with you." Unexpectedly, Lieutenant Kyle's voice came over the phones. 2910's, you're second in command, 2900. He has a duty to keep himself informed of your plans. But 2910, realizing that a real HORAR would not have asked the question, suddenly also realized that he knew more about HORARs than the company commander did. It was not surprising. He ate and slept with them in a way Kyle could not. But it was disquieting. He probably knew more than Brenner, strict biological mechanics accepted, as well. The scouts had reported that they could see the sluggish jungle stream they called the creek when Lieutenant Kyle's voice came over the phones again. As routinely as he had delivered his mild rebuke to 2900, he announced, "Situation red here, an apparent battalion-level attack hitting the north point. Let's suck it back in, patrol." Pinocchio swiveled 180 degrees by locking his right tread, and the squad turned in a clockwise circle around him. Kyle said distantly, "The recoilless don't seem to have found the range yet, so I'm going out to give them a hand. Mr. Brenner will be holding down the radio for the next few minutes." 2900 transmitted, "We're on our way, sir." Then 2910 saw a burst of automatic weapons fire cut his scouts down. In an instant, the jungle was a pandemonium of sound. Pinocchio's radar had traced the bullets back to their source, and his main armament slammed a 155mm shell at it. But crossfire was suddenly slicing in from all around them. The bullets striking Pinocchio's turret screamed away like damned souls. 2910 saw grenades arc out of nowhere, and something struck his thigh with terrible force. He made himself say, "I'm hit, 2909, take the squad," before he looked at it. Mortar shells were dropping in now, and if his assistant acknowledged, he did not hear. A bit of jagged metal from a grenade or a mortar round had laid the thigh open, but apparently missed the big artery supplying the lower leg. There was no spurt, only a rapid welling of blood, and shock still held the injury numb. Forcing himself, he pulled apart the lips of the wound to make sure it was clear of foreign matter. It was very deep, but the bone was not broken, at least so it seemed. Keeping as low as he could, he used his trench knife to cut away the cloth of his trousers leg, then rigged a tourniquet with his belt. His aid packet contained a pad of gauze and tape to hold it in place. When he had finished, he lay still, holding his M19 and looking for a spot where its fire might do some good. Pinocchio was firing his turret machine gun in routine bursts, sanitizing likely-looking patches of jungle. Otherwise, the fight seemed to have quieted down. 2900's voice in his ear called, "Wounded? We got any wounded?" He managed to say, "Me, 2910. A HORAR would feel some pain, but not nearly as much as a man. He would have to fake the insensitivity as best he could. Suddenly it occurred to him that he would be invalided out, would not have to use the letter, and he was glad. "We thought you bought it, 2910. Glad you're still around." Then Brenner's voice, cutting through the transmission, jumpy with panic. "We're being overrun here. Get the Pinocchio back at once." In spite of his pain, 2910 felt contempt. Only Brenner would say the Pinocchio. 2900 sent, "Coming, sir," and unexpectedly was standing over him, lifting him up. He tried to look around for the squad. "We lose many?" "4 dead, and you." Perhaps no other human would have detected the pain in 2900's harsh voice. "You can't walk with that, can you?" "I couldn't keep up." "You ride Pinocchio, then." With surprising gentleness, the platoon leader lifted him into the little seat the robot tank's director used when road speeds made running impractical. What was left of the squad formed a skirmish line ahead. As they began to trot forward, he could hear 2900 calling, "Base camp, base camp. What's your situation there, sir?" "Lieutenant Kyle's dead," Brenner's voice came back. 3003 just came in and told me Kyle's dead." "Are you holding?" "I don't know." More faintly, 2910 could hear him asking, "Are they holding, 3003? "Use the periscope, sir, or if it still works, the bird." Brenner chattered, "I don't know if we're holding or not. 3003 was hit and now he's dead. I don't think he knew anyway. You've got to hurry." It was contrary to regulations, but 2910 flipped off his helmet phone to avoid hearing 2900's patient reply. With Brenner no longer gibbering in his ears, he could hear not too distantly the sound of explosions, which must be coming from the camp. Small arms fire made an almost incessant buzz as a background for the whiz, bang of incoming shells and the coughing of the camp's own mortars. Then the jungle was past, and the camp lay in front of them. Geysers of mud seemed to be erupting from it everywhere. The squad broke into a full run, and even while he rolled, Pinocchio was firing his 155 in support of the camp. They faked us out, 2910 reflected. His leg throbbed painfully but distantly, and he felt lightheaded and dizzy, as though he were an ornithocopter hovering in the misty rain over his own body. With the lightheadedness came a strange clarity of mind. They faked us out. They got us used to little probes that pulled off at sunrise, and then, when we sent Pinocchio out, they were going to ambush us and take the camp. It suddenly occurred to him that he might find himself still on this exposed seat in the middle of the battle. They were already approaching the edge of the minefield, and the HORARs ahead were moving into squad column so as not to overlap the edges of the cleared lane. "Where are we going, Pinocchio?" he asked, then realized his phone was still off. He reactivated it and repeated the question. Pinocchio droned, "Injured HORAR personnel will be delivered to the command post for synthetic biology service attention." But 2910 was no longer listening. In front of them he could hear what sounded like 50 bugles signaling for another enemy attack. The south side of the triangular camp was deserted, as though the remainder of their platoon had been called away to reinforce the 1st and 2nd. But with the sweeping logic of war, there was no enemy where they might have entered unresisted. "Request assistance from Synthetic Biology Service for injured HORAR personnel," Pinocchio was saying. Talking did not interfere with his firing the 155, but when Brenner did not come out after a minute or more, 2910 managed to swing himself down, catching his weight on his good leg. Pinocchio rolled away at once. The CP bunker was twisted out of shape. and he could see where several near misses had come close to knocking it out completely. Brenner's white face appeared in the doorway as he was about to go in. "Who's that?" "2910. I've been hit. Let me come in and lie down." "They won't send us an airstrike. I radioed for one, and they say this whole part of the country's socked in. They say they wouldn't be able to find us." "Get out of the door. I'm hit, and I want to come in and lie down." At the last moment, he remembered to add, "Sir." Brenner moved reluctantly aside. It was dim in the bunker, but not dark. "Do you want me to look at that leg?" 2910 had found an empty stretcher, and he laid himself on it, moving awkwardly to keep from flexing his wound. "You don't have to," he said. "Look after some of the others." It wouldn't do for Brenner to begin poking around. Even rattled as he was, he might notice something. The SBS man went back to his radio instead. His frantic voice sounded remote and faint. It was ecstasy to lie down. At some vast distance, voices were succeeding voices, argument meeting argument, far off. He wondered where he was. Then he heard the guns and knew. He tried to roll onto his side, and at the second attempt managed to do it, although the lightheadedness was worse than ever. 2893 was lying on the stretcher next to him, and 2893 was dead. At the other end of the room, the end that was technically the CP, he could hear Brenner talking to 2900. "If there were a chance," Brenner was saying. "You know I'd do it, platoon leader." "What's happening?" he asked. "What's the matter?" He was too dazed to keep up the HORAR role well, but neither of them noticed. "It's a division," Brenner said. "A whole enemy division. We can't hold off that kind of force." He raised himself on his elbow. "What do you mean?" "I talked to them. I raised them on the radio, and it's a whole division. They got one of their officers who could speak English to talk to me. They want us to surrender." "They say it's a division, sir," 2900 put in evenly. 2910 shook his head, trying to clear it. "Even if it were, with Pinocchio—" "The Pinocchio's gone," 2900 said soberly. "We tried to counterattack, 2910, and they knocked Pinocchio out and threw us back. How are you feeling?" "They've got at least a division," Brenner repeated stubbornly. 2910's mind was racing now, but it was as though it were running endless wind sprints on a treadmill. If Brenner were going to give up, 2900 would never even consider disobeying, no matter how much he might disagree. There were various ways, though, in which he could convince Brenner he was a human being, given time. And Brenner would tell the enemy, so that he too would be saved. Eventually the war would be over, and he could go home. No one would blame him. If Brenner were going— Brenner was asking, "How many effectives left?" "Less than 40, sir." There was nothing in 2900's tone to indicate that a surrender meant certain death to him, but it was true. The enemy took only human prisoners. Could 2900 be convinced? Could he make any of the HORARs understand, when they had eaten and joked with him, knew no physiology, and thought all men not enemy demigods? Would they believe him if he were to try to take command? He could see Brenner gnawing at his lower lip. "I'm going to surrender," the SBS man said at last. A big one, mortar or bombardment rocket, exploded near the CP, but he appeared not to notice it. There was a wondering, hesitant note in his voice, as though he were still trying to accustom himself to the idea. "Sir," 2900 began. "I forbid you to question my orders," the SBS man sounded firmer now. "But I'll ask them to make an exception this time, platoon leader. Not to do," his voice faltered slightly, "what they usually do to non-humans." "It's not that," 2900 said stolidly. "It's the folding up. We don't mind dying, sir, but we want to die fighting." One of the wounded moaned, and 2910 wondered for a moment if he, like himself, had been listening. Brenner's self-control snapped. "You'll die any damn way I tell you. Wait." It was suddenly difficult for 2910 to talk, but he managed to get their attention. 2900, Mr. Brenner hasn't actually ordered you to surrender yet, and you're needed on the line. Go now and let me talk to him. He saw the HORAR leader hesitate and added, He can reach you on your helmet phone if he wants to, but go now and fight. With a jerky motion, 2900 turned and ducked out the narrow bunker door. Brenner, taken by surprise, said, What is it, 2910? What's gotten into you? He tried to rise, but he was too weak. Come here, Mr. Brenner, he said. When the SBS man did not move, he added, I know a way out. Through the jungle? Brenner scoffed in his shaken voice. That's absurd. But he came. He leaned over the stretcher, and before he could catch his balance, 2910 had pulled him down. What are you doing? Can't you tell? That's the point of my trench knife you feel on your neck. Brenner tried to struggle, then subsided when the pressure of the knife became too great. You can't do this. I can, because I'm not a HORAR. I'm a man, Brenner, and it's very important for you to understand that. He felt, rather than saw, the look of incredulity on Brenner's face. I'm a reporter, and 2 years ago, when the simulations in this group were ready for activation, I was planted among them. I trained with them, and now I fought with them. And if you've been reading the right magazine, you must have seen some of the stories I've filed. And since you're a civilian, too, with no more right to command than I have, I'm taking charge. He could sense Brenner's swallow. Those stories are frauds. It's a trick to gain public acceptance of the HORARs. Even back in Washington, everybody in SBS knows about them. The chuckle hurt, but 2910 chuckled. Then why've I got this knife at your neck, Mr. Brenner? The SBS man was shaking. Don't you see how it was, 2910? No human could live as a HORAR does, running miles without tiring and only sleeping a couple of hours a night, so we did the next best thing. Believe me, I was briefed on it all when I was assigned to this camp. I know all about you, 2910. What do you mean? Damn it, let me go. You're a HORAR, and you can't treat a human like this. He winced as the knife pressed cruelly against his throat, then blurted, They couldn't make a reporter a HORAR, so they took a HORAR. They took you, 2910, and made you a reporter. They implanted all the memories of an actual man in your mind. At the same time, they ran the regular instinct tapes. They gave you a soul, if you like, but you are a HORAR. They must have thought that up as a cover for me, Brenner. That's what they told you, so you wouldn't report it or try to deactivate me when I acted unlike the others. I'm a man. You couldn't be. People are tougher than you think, Brenner. You've never tried. I'm telling you. Take the bandage off my leg. What? He pressed again with the point of the knife. The bandage, take it off. When it was off, he directed, Now spread the lips of the wound. With shaking fingers, Brenner did so. You see the bone? Go deeper if you have to. What is it? Brenner twisted his neck to look at him directly, his eyes rolling. It's stainless steel. 2910 looked then and saw the bright metal at the bottom of the cleft of bleeding flesh. The knife slid into Brenner's throat without resistance, almost as though it moved itself. He wiped the blade on Brenner's dead arm before he sheathed it. 10 minutes later, when 2900 returned to the CP, he said nothing, but 2910 saw his eyes and knew that 2900 knew. From his stretcher, he said, You're in full command now. 2900 glanced again at Brenner's body. A second later, he said slowly, He was a sort of enemy, wasn't he? Because he wanted to surrender, and Lieutenant Kyle would never have done that. Yes, he was. But I couldn't think of it that way while he was alive. 2900 looked at him thoughtfully. You know you have something, 2910, a spark, something the rest of us lack. For a moment he fingered his chin with one huge hand. That's why I made you a squad leader. That, and to get you out of some work, because sometimes you couldn't seem to keep up. But you've that spark somehow. 2910 said, I know. How is it out there? We're still holding. How do you feel? Dizzy. There's a sort of black stuff all around the sides when I see. Listen, will you tell me something, if you can, before you go? Of course. If a human's leg is broken very badly, what I believe they call a compound spiral fracture, is it possible for the human doctors to take out a section of the bone and replace it with a metal substitute? I don't know, 2900 answered. What does it matter? Vaguely, 2910 said, I think I knew of a football player once they did that to. At least I seem now to remember it. I had forgotten for a moment. Outside the bugles were blowing again. Near him the dying horar moaned. An American news magazine sometimes carries, just inside its front cover among the advertisements, a column devoted to news of its own people. 2 weeks after a correspondent named Thomas filed the last article of a series which had attracted national and even international attention, the following item appeared there. The death of a staffer in war is no unique occurrence in the history of this publication, but there is a particular poignancy about that of the young man whose stories, paradoxically, to conceal his number, have been signed only with his name. See Press. The airborne relief force, which arrived too late to save the camp at which he had resigned his humanity to work and fight, reports that he apparently died assisting the assigned SBS specialist in caring for the creatures whose lot he had, as nearly as a human can, made his own. Both he and the specialist were bayoneted when the camp was overrun.